Chapter 600. At the Chess Mountain Manor in the Human Dao Secret Realm, surrounded by the disciples of the Chess Mountain Manor, the soul of a blue-haired old man appeared before Gu Hai. At this moment, Gu Hai also took off his hood. The Chess Dao Mountain Manor disciples showed fear on their faces. As they looked at the humanoid soul shard in Gu Hai's hand, they also showed horror. This old man Yan Qingshan greets the sage. Solemnly, the blue-haired old man's soul said, "You are the Manor Lord of the Chess Mountain Manor?" Gu Hai asked gravely. The Mountain Manor's disciples were immature and offended the sage. This one apologizes to the sage on their behalf. Solemnly, Yan Qingshan said. Oh. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yan Qingshan turned his head and looked coldly at the ninth young master. "Little Jiu, you took my words for granted, didn't you?" Yan Qingshan said coldly as he narrowed his eyes. But the ninth young master immediately fell to his knees. Manor Lord Manor Lord has been in closed-door cultivation for the past few years. We felt that those chess cultivators could no longer help Manor Lord and would only cause trouble. So. The ninth young master said anxiously. So, you killed all the chess cultivators who came here? So that they could not spread the news? Yan Qingshan glared. Aye. The ninth young master said anxiously. Manor Lord, this was decided by all of us. A group of ghosts at the side immediately called out. Decided by all of you? Wouldn't it have been enough if all of you were in charge of the Chess Mountain Manor? Yan Qingshan glared. Wait. Manor Lord, please forgive us. The ghosts all knelt. Humph, I'll deal with all of you later. Yan Qingshan glared. The ghosts did not dare to say anything. Sage, I am very sorry. Solemnly, Yan Qingshan bowed. Gu Hai remained silent for a while before nodding. He could tell that Yan Qingshan was not faking it. How is the sage's chess Dao? Solemnly, Yan Qingshan asked. This humble one is Gu Hai. I have come here after seeing the 29 Heavens and Earth's chess game left behind by Old Man Guanxi in Reincarnation City. Mr. Good is indeed an extraordinary Go player. You came here today because of the Go game left by Old Man Guanxi, didn't you? I've been here for 800 years and invited a large number of Go cultivators to study it. I've already solved more than half of it. If Mr. Good doesn't mind, why don't you join us in solving the game? Yan Qingshan invited. Did Old Man Guanxi leave a Go game here? Gu Hai frowned. These volcanoes are Old Man Guanxi's chess piece. Solemnly, Yan Qingshan said. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, please. Yan Qingshan said with a smile. Villa Master, you've solved so much of the Go game and are about to be solved. All the benefits will belong to our Go Villa. Why are you giving it to others? The ninth young master said anxiously. Shut up. Yan Qingshan glared at him. The disciples of the Go Villa were anxious, but Yan Qingshan's will was not to be changed. They could do nothing about it. Gu Hai and Bingheim looked at each other and followed Yan Qingshan into the depths of the Go Villa. There was a deep cave in the depths of the villa. Gu Hai and Bingheim followed Yan Qingshan into the cave. Meow. Meow. Cat meows were heard from the depths of the cave. The entire cave shook as the cats meowed. What's that? Cat meows? Bingheim was puzzled. Gu Hai was also puzzled. The interior of the cave grew brighter and brighter. There was a huge space in the depths of the cave. The light in the space came from a huge pool of lava. The lava in the pool boiled and boiled as if it would erupt at any moment. However, there was a strange gush of lava at the edge of the pool, forming a chessboard. It was a chessboard made of lava with 19 lines. The pieces on the chessboard were all made of lava, one black and one white. The arrangement was extremely complicated. There were 50 ghosts of the Go Villa sitting around the chessboard. Each of them had a small chessboard as if they were analyzing the chessboard in front of them. What's that? Bingheim asked curiously. These 50 Go Villa masters are doing the same thing as me. They are arranging their chessboards and analyzing the chessboard on the lava. Mr. Good, what do you think of this chessboard? Yan Qingshan asked with a smile. A chessboard made of lava? Is this the work of Old Man Guanxi? Gu Hai was puzzled. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's meow came from the chessboard. As it came out, the space above the lava chessboard trembled. Vaguely, a black cat seemed to be glaring, baring its fangs and claws. However, the cat's meow ended, and the cat's figure disappeared. Was this cat sealed? Bingheim asked curiously. That's right. We cracked the chessboard to a certain extent 30 years ago and loosened the seal. The cat appeared frequently. That seal should be a small space. As long as we crack the chessboard, we can open the seal and enter this small space. Yan Qingshan's eyes flashed with confidence. Was it old man Guanxi who sealed it? Bingheim asked with a frown. It shouldn't be. My guess is that the cat was sealed in this world before old man Guanxi discovered it. Then he used the Go Villa to break the seal. He left it for us ghosts to crack the seal continuously until the seal was broken. Yan Qingshan said with certainty. Then why didn't old man Guanxi break the seal back then? Gu Hai asked with a frown. I don't know. Yan Qingshan shook his head. Mr. Good, what do you think of this chessboard? Yan Qingshan invited. Gu Hai looked at the chessboard for a while and frowned. Yan Qingshan was not in a hurry. He waited patiently. After a while, Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, 32 heaven and earth chessboard. What? Yan Qingshan raised an eyebrow. You're boasting shamelessly. How can it be 32? A Go cultivator at the side said with a raised eyebrow. That's right. It's 31. How can it be 32? Don't play to the gallery. We've been studying this for 100 years and have been deducing 31. You're telling me that it's 32? Have you really seen 31? The Go cultivators came to their senses and rebuked Gu Hai angrily. Mr. Good, all of us here have more or less seen 31. Although this chessboard has 19 lines, it's an incomplete one. We need to imagine the positions of the remaining pieces ourselves. However, this is indeed 31. Because of that, we've cracked the chessboard a little and loosened the seal. Yan Qingshan said with a frown. The seal has loosened a little, but haven't all of you noticed that the seal has tightened again in the past 2 years? Gu Hai said with a smile. Ah, I think so. The cat's meowing has become less frequent in the past 2 years? I thought the cat was tired of meowing. Some of the Go cultivators who believed in Gu Hai were stunned. However, a large number of Go cultivators did not believe him at all. What makes you say that we've cracked it wrong? Why isn't it 31? A few Go cultivators said angrily. Give me the chessboard. Gu Hai said with a shake of his head. Yan Qingshan immediately fetched the chessboard and passed it to Gu Hai. Gu Hai reached out and grabbed a piece, placing it gently on the chessboard. Whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, the 31 heavens and earth's chessboard was laid out. This is? The Go cultivators were slightly stunned. 31 lines of the original foundation board. Gu Hai said solemnly. The Go cultivators immediately stepped forward and took a closer look. After a while, their faces turned ashen. That's right. This is it. The 31 lines that I saw back then were transformed from this original foundation board. This is the embryonic form. That's right. As long as it lands on these few lines, it will look like what I saw back then. My head is spinning. What a complicated chessboard. The Go cultivators watched for a while and no longer dared to look at the chessboard. However, they were now certain of what Gu Hai had said. After confirming this, everyone looked at Gu Hai with different gazes. Have we been deciphering it all these years been wrong? Yan Qingshan said bitterly. Not entirely wrong. At least we've cracked it a little. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, why don't you try deciphering it? Yan Qingshan advised. That's right, Mr. Good. Now that this is the human Tao mystic realm, the Reincarnation King has arranged for all the spirits to search for the difference in this world. I'm guessing that it's this seal. That's right. The Reincarnation King obeys the will of the heavens. The heavens asked him to search for it. Perhaps there's something in this seal that the heavens want. Mr. Good, we just want to see what's inside. Why don't you try deciphering it? The Go cultivators immediately became polite to Gu Hai. Looking at the Go cultivators' gazes, Gu Hai nodded. I'll give it a try. Gu Hai slowly sat in front of the magma chessboard and looked at the chessboard carefully again. 19 lines? In Gu Hai's mind, he immediately imagined a chessboard with 32 lines. After looking at it for an entire day, Gu Hai slowly placed a piece. He reached out and tapped a spot on the chessboard. Suddenly, a black piece seemed to be formed from magma and landed on the chessboard. Clack. As the black piece landed, a white piece suddenly appeared from the magma. Clack. Gu Hai used the chessboard to decipher the seal. Gu Hai and the others could not see the black cat clearly. The black cat was standing in a dark space, but its eyes could see Gu Hai. To the left of the black cat, the image in the void showed Gu Hai starting to play his piece in the magma. To the right was a snowy mountain. In the distance, Taishang saw the giant walking over. Meow, a bunch of idiots. They've been deciphering it for so long but they still can't decipher it? Idiots, idiots, idiots. The black cat cried out gloomily. It turned its head to look at the image on the right where Taishang saw the giant appear. Wansho Taoism? Meow, that old bastard Samsara's lackey? Lackey here again? You're here again. If I get out, I'll eat you, you bunch of lackeys. Meow. The black cat looked at Taishang on the other side with a gloomy expression. Unfortunately, other than the cat's meows, no sound could be heard. 1,000 years ago? That old man used Go and integrated the seal. You could have deciphered it. You could have deciphered it, but you stopped halfway. Meow, when I get out, I'll eat you. Phew. Meow. How annoying. How annoying. The black cat was so gloomy that it seemed to be going crazy. Chapter 601. In the snowy mountains of the human Tao mystic realm. It was a huge snowy valley. Taishang said to Juzi. He was standing outside a pool in the snowy valley. Even though it was bitterly cold, the pool did not seem to have frozen. There seemed to be 6 different colors of water in the pool. As it spun slowly, it emitted a strange light. Meow. Above the pool, the void trembled slightly. A black cat could be vaguely seen. It was the black cat that Guhai saw in the lava pool. Seeing Taishang approach, the black cat's eyes flashed with anger. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Taishang. Taishang lowered his head and looked at the pool. The seal of the immortal of the 6 paths and the 6-colored water have become so distinct? Is someone breaking the seal of the 6-colored water? Taishang said. Juzi narrowed his eyes. Taishang raised his head and looked at the black cat in front of him. His expression darkened. You're coming out? Luckily I came in time. Otherwise the world would be in chaos if you came out. Taishang narrowed his eyes. Taishang reached out and took out a small bottle. The small bottle opened. Immediately, traces of white liquid flowed out of the bottle. The white liquid was slowly poured into the pool. In the pool, the 6 different colored waters suddenly began to spin rapidly. As they bubbled, the 6 colors of the water seemed to be slowly fusing together. The different colors were neutralizing each other, and the neutralizing colors became one color. Meow, the power of faith? Bitch, you dare to pour the power of faith into the seal? Reinforce the seal? The black cat's black fur immediately stood on end. It glared at Taishang and roared. However, through the small space, only a meow could be heard. At the same time, in the lava cave, the pool of lava suddenly churned. As it churned, the chess pieces on the chessboard were placed faster. Guhai placed a black chess piece. Suddenly, a white chess piece appeared. Guhai raised his eyebrows. Mr. Good, what's wrong? Yan Qingshan asked, puzzled. I seem to have grasped the flaw of this chess game just now. However, this move is like a stroke of genius. It seems that the chessboard has become even more complicated? Guhai said with a gloomy expression. Even more complicated? What's going on? The group of Go cultivators asked blankly. It's even more complicated. This means that the seal is even firmer. Something must have happened, Yan Qingshan said, his expression changing. Meow. The black cat was also very anxious. Mr. Good, what should we do now? Yan Qingshan asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. I like complicated Go games. Guhai's eyes narrowed as he pondered quietly. After thinking for a while, Guhai stretched out his hand and placed a piece. Pa. The Go game continued. The Go game was connected and sealed. The seals were getting stronger and stronger. Guhai pondered more and more. His placement of the pieces became slower and slower. Slow. Slow meant that there would not be any mistakes. Guhai placed a piece. Immediately the seal was slightly undone. Taishang added a drop of the power of faith and strengthened the seal slightly. In the snow valley, what's going on? The power of faith can strengthen the seal. Didn't it strengthen the seal just now? Didn't the 6-colored water merge? Why did it separate again? Taishang's expression darkened. He added some more power of faith. The seal was strengthened again and the 6-colored water merged again. However, it did not take long for the 6-colored water to separate again. What's going on? The seal can't hold anymore? Taishang's expression changed. He continued to add more power of faith. On the other side, Guhai placed one piece after another. At that moment he had also entered a state of selflessness. Meow. Good boy, good Go skills. Ah, I thought it was over. I didn't expect your Go skills to be so powerful. Good, continue. The black cat suddenly looked at Guhai excitedly. Bastard, you're still pouring in the power of faith? Wait for me to come out. See if I don't kill you. The black cat looked at the table angrily. At that moment, one side of the black cat was filled with hope while the other side was filled with despair. It looked very conflicted. Clack, 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 clack. Guhai and Taishang were in a deadlock with the 6-colored water seal. Inside the cave, the Go cultivators watched as the Go stones on the Go board continuously landed. The black cat's figure kept appearing. They understood that Gu Hai really did it. Joy flashed in Yen Qingshan's eyes. The Go cultivators waited patiently. Gu Hai's soul had 3 souls after all. The Go souls in his physical body's glabella did not follow him. Gu Hai only used the connection between the souls to get the Go souls to analyze the Go game. As a result, it was somewhat draining. Meow. Brat, well done. Continue. You must unlock the seal for me. If you unlock it, I will give you great benefits, the black cat cried out anxiously. However, Gu Hai only heard meow, meow, and meow. Gu Hai did not have time to respond. However, Bingheim watched curiously. That darn cat is actually coming out? The Go game left by old man Guanxi loosened the 6-colored water seal? Why did he not release it back then? Was old man Guanxi worried that this darned cat would ruin his plans? Yet he wanted to release it, so he deliberately left half of the Go game? Suddenly, a voice rang out in Bingheim's ears. Success. Bingheim's expression suddenly changed. She looked around. Taichu? Was that Taichu's voice? Little girl, don't look around. You can't see me. I'm still in Heavenly Yin City. I only sensed the situation inside because of the spirit-fusing soup that you brought. Taichu's voice rang out again. Bingheim's eyes flickered. Taishang must be strengthening the seal over there. Gu Hai wants to break the seal here? Ah, it's good to fight. Taichu said coldly. What do you want? Bingheim whispered. She controlled her voice so that it would not travel out. In the cave, no one could hear Bingheim's voice. However, Taichu could sense it. What do I want? Bingheim, remember what I told you in the square? This Gu Hai cannot be left alive. Taichu said in a low voice. What? Bingheim asked anxiously. What? First, this darn cat cannot be released. If it is released, Tai will have a headache. This is a demon sealed by the heavens. For the sake of the common people, it must be sealed inside. Second, Gu Hai and Taiwa have some karma. Tai wants to control him. If Tai wants him dead, he must die. Do you understand? Taichu said coldly. Bingheim shook her head, a pained expression on her face. Of course he might not die. After drinking 2 bowls of spirit-fusing soup, he can be loyal to Tai, right? He might not die. You just need to beg Tai, right? If Tai doesn't want to kill Gu Hai won't die. Taichu said solemnly. No, I can't. Bingheim said anxiously. You can't. Today you have to do it whether you want to or not. Have you forgotten your mother? Your mother is dead, but Tai has a way to revive her. Don't you want her to be revived? Taichu said coldly. What? My mother can be revived? Bingheim's expression changed. Your mother is the princess of the great yellow celestial dynasty and has a feud with the Solar Divine Palace. No one in the Solar Divine Palace is willing to let her revive, not even Tai. If you want to save her, it will depend on whether you are worth it. Besides, have you forgotten why Tai sent you to Gu Hai's side? You've already drunk a bowl of spirit-fusing soup, right? Give me another bowl. Hurry. Taichu said coldly. No, don't force me. Bingheim was terrified. Force you? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to that pretty boy Gu Hai? Even if you do, you can't. Hurry up. Long Jianghu has already gone mad. He wants to go against the heavens? This damn cat can't come out again. Hurry. Taichu said coldly. No. Bingheim was terrified. Think about it. I'll give you 1 incense stick of time. If you don't give Gu Hai a drink by the end of this game, I'll go back and destroy your mother's corpse. Do you believe me? Taichu said coldly. Bingheim suddenly showed a pained expression. However, the Go cultivators and Gu Hai did not notice anything strange with Bingheim, as everyone was focused on the Go board. Gu Hai's Go stones became slower and slower, but they became more accurate. At the same time, the connection between the souls was draining more and more. Gu Hai rubbed his head. It seemed that he was mentally exhausted. Brat, play properly. You have to solve it. Once you solve it, I'll help you call out Dry Spring to any woman in the world and make her like you immediately. The black cat said anxiously. While the black cat was anxious, Snow Valley's Taishan was also very anxious. How much faith energy is there already? Why is it still not working? Taishan looked at the small bottle anxiously. The Go board became increasingly complicated, and Gu Hai found it increasingly difficult to play. Gu Hai rubbed his head. The Go cultivators could only worry about Gu Hai. Bingheim, who was at the side, closed her eyes, as if she was enduring the pain of being cut by 1,000 knives. Her eyes were misty, but she had no choice but to dry up. After a while, she seemed to be mentally and physically exhausted. Under Taichu's repeated pressure, Bingheim finally showed a sour expression and said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Her voice was also suppressed, so Gu Hai did not hear it. Bingheim flipped her hand, and a gust of cold air condensed into an ice bowl. The bowl was filled with some soup that she had brought. That's right. Bingheim, let Gu Hai drink the spirit-fusing soup and lay an ambush between Gu Hai's souls. In the future it will be easier for Tai to control Gu Hai. Let him drink it, let him drink it. Tai Chu laughed coldly. Bingheim slowly took a step forward with great difficulty. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, Tai Chu's threat echoed in her ears and Bingheim felt very sad. Separating the soul from the spirit is indeed harmful to the brain. Gu Hai rubbed his head. Why, Your Majesty? Bingheim said timidly. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim in confusion. Your Majesty, this is the spirit-fusing soup. It can nourish the soul. You'll feel better after drinking the spirit-fusing soup. Bingheim said, pretending to be calm. Spirit-fusing soup? Gu Hai frowned as he looked at the bowl of soup that Bingheim had brought over. Can nourish the soul? Then Mr. Good, hurry up and drink it. We still need you to undo the seal. The Go cultivators immediately said happily. Bingheim was someone that Gu Hai had brought over. Naturally, the Go cultivators did not expect Bingheim to harm Gu Hai. There was an uproar. However, the black cat in the small space suddenly narrowed its eyes. Spirit-fusing soup? Meow. Another B****. Don't drink it. Brat, don't drink it. Meow. The black cat bared its fangs and brandished its claws. However, other than the meow, no other sound could be heard. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim and carefully took the bowl of spirit-fusing soup. This can nourish the soul? Gu Hai stared at Bingheim and asked carefully. Yes, it can, it can. Bingheim felt her entire body trembling, but she suppressed it and nodded. Since it can nourish the soul, why didn't you take it out earlier? Gu Hai smiled. Looking at Bingheim, Gu Hai slowly brought the bowl of spirit-fusing soup to his mouth. Chapter 602. In the human Tao mystic realm, Gu Hai and Taishan continued to influence the six-colored water seal. Although they did not seem to be doing much, a huge storm was brewing in the outside world. The ghosts in Reincarnation City had just accepted the news of the Reincarnation King's death when volcanoes suddenly erupted in the northeast of Reincarnation City. Every time Gu Hai placed a ghost stone, a volcano would erupt. For a time, flames soared into the sky. Waves of fire surged in all directions. Countless ghosts hurried to avoid the calamity from the volcanoes. But in the next moment, a monstrous snowstorm suddenly swept up in the snowy mountains. The snowstorm expanded with a loud bang, forming a huge stream of cold air that rushed in all directions. Wherever the cold air passed, the ground was frozen. The ghosts in the human Tao mystic realm immediately felt uneasy. In the Chess Tao manor, the group of disciples who were angry at Gu Hai earlier were scared silly when they saw the volcanoes erupting one after another. Did that sage place a ghost stone? So, that game of Go has just started? Ninth young master was shocked. In the cave, Gu Hai rested for a while. Bingheim handed a bowl of spirit-fusing soup to Gu Hai for Gu Hai to drink. Gu Hai glanced at Bingheim. Then he brought the bowl of spirit-fusing soup to his mouth. It seemed like he was going to drink it. Idiot. Meow. Don't drink it. Don't drink it. The black cat roared anxiously. However, Gu Hai could not hear it at all. The spirit-fusing soup was about to be drunk by Gu Hai. Absolute Beginning sensed it and immediately became excited. Good. Good. Drink it. Bingheim, you did well. Bitch. 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 Meow. The black cat jumped around anxiously. However, Gu Hai could not hear it at all. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim and smiled warmly. Then he opened his mouth and was about to drink it. Bingheim's eyes widened. She watched as Gu Hai unhesitatingly took the spirit-fusing soup and brought it to his mouth. Bingheim felt as if her entire world had suddenly darkened. The way Gu Hai looked at her made Bingheim's heart fill with boundless guilt. Don't. Bingheim suddenly cried out and exerted force in her hands. Pala. The bowl of spirit-fusing soup was knocked over by Bingheim. What's the matter? The group of chess cultivators was at a loss. Gu Hai, on the other hand, had a look of relief in his eyes as he gently exhaled. Your Majesty, you can't drink it, that's poison, don't drink it, woo-woo. Bingheim knocked over the Fushin soup and suddenly kneeled in front of Gu Hai, crying very sadly. Poison? The group of chess cultivators exclaimed. What? Bingheim, how dare you? Don't you want to save your mother? You're courting death. Tai Chu's voice suddenly rang out. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, woo-woo. Bingheim knelt in front of Gu Hai, crying very sadly and uncontrollably. Poison? Gu Hai smiled slightly. He didn't blame Bingheim. Instead, he gently stroked Bingheim's hair. This wasn't the first time. Bingheim had given Gu Hai a drink previously, and Gu Hai could see through it that time. How could he do it this time? Gu Hai didn't expose Bingheim because he was holding on to a sliver of hope. Fortunately, he succeeded. Bingheim didn't let him drink it. Bingheim, what are you doing? You bastard. Tai Chu's voice rang out angrily. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, it's Tai Chu. Tai Chu, no, it's me, it's my fault. Bingheim took out a small bottle as she sobbed. Gu Hai looked at the small bottle. Bingheim reached out and squeezed the small bottle, as if she was squeezing open some kind of restriction. Bingheim, what are you doing? What are you doing? Tai Chu's voice rang out in the cave. Oh, whose voice is that? The group of chess cultivators looked at the small bottle in shock. Tai Chu? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. A murderous look flashed across his eyes. He saw Bingheim reach out and throw the small bottle into the lava. Bang! Immediately, the small bottle was burned to nothing by the lava. Bingheim, wait until you come out. See how I'll deal with you. Tai Chu's voice rang out in the lava and soon disappeared. Bingheim sobbed as she knelt in front of Gu Hai. She didn't even dare to raise her head to look at Gu Hai. Bingheim, tell me what happened? Gu Hai asked gently. Bingheim shook her head, unwilling to explain. She sobbed as she said, Your Majesty, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. When I left the capital, I gave Your Majesty a bowl of Fushin soup. Tai Yi wanted to control you with the soup. I was sent to your side by Tai Yi so that Your Majesty could drink the soup. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Bingheim sobbed bitterly. However, Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, Capital City, didn't you save my life before? It's just a bowl of poison. I'm fine, so why would I blame you? No, it's my fault, my fault. Bingheim cried with red eyes. From beginning to end, she didn't dare to look at Gu Hai. Alright, it's fine. If you don't want to say it, you can say it when you want to. Gu Hai smiled. Although Bingheim wanted to poison him, Gu Hai was in a good mood. At least Bingheim realized her mistake in the end, didn't she? Meow, this bitch wants to harm you and you're forgiving her? And she harmed you once. If it were me, I would tear her into pieces, meow. Black Cat stared at Bingheim and roared. Unfortunately, Gu Hai couldn't hear what Black Cat said. Gu Hai continued to play. The game couldn't stop here. Pack. This game was also the initial stage of the 32 Heavens and Earth game. After Gu Hai broke through at the Thousand Sage Conference, he could still bear it. But the separation of the soul and spirit caused a huge consumption. Gu Hai had a headache. However, Taishang's power of faith was almost finished. The seal of the six-colored water is about to be broken? The power of faith is not enough, what should I do? Taishang was anxious. Ah, bitch, it's almost finished? You can't do it now? Black Cat looked at Taishang and said excitedly. As expected, Taishang's bottle of power of faith was completely empty. Taishang's eyes flickered as he looked at the six-colored water that was continuously splitting apart. The more it separated, the clearer it became. The array was breaking bit by bit. Taishang's eyelids twitched wildly, waiting for the final result, his eyes full of anxiety. In the cave, Bingheim knelt in front of Gu Hai, sobbing with her head lowered. She didn't even dare to look at Gu Hai. The chess cultivators at the side looked at Bingheim with a frown, but didn't say anything. After all, Gu Hai didn't say anything and he couldn't say anything. Gu Hai felt extremely tired, but he continued to play. Have you finally reached a dead end? Gu Hai smiled faintly. Pack. The chess pieces were played faster and faster. The small space where Black Cat was also became clearer. Meow. Kid, break it, and I'll give you a big gift, ha ha ha. Black Cat said excitedly. Because Black Cat could feel that the seal was getting looser, it could see the outside world more clearly. It seemed like it would break soon. At that moment, Yan Qingshan secretly gathered a group of chess cultivators. The chess cultivators looked at Yan Qingshan in confusion. However, Yan Qingshan slowly called them out of the cave. Before leaving, Yan Qingshan glanced at Gu Hai again with a solemn expression. Then he bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. The group of chess cultivators slowly retreated. Outside the cave, the earth was shaking. Manor Lord, what should we do? The volcano here keeps erupting. It seems like the lava is about to reach us. Ninth young Master Yen said anxiously. Manor Lord Yen, why did you call us out? The chess cultivators asked in confusion. Yan Qingshan looked at the cave and then at the crowd. Then he smiled faintly and said, I've already completed my teacher's mission. Many thanks to everyone for your hard work over the past few years. This humble one will give everyone a final opportunity. The chess cultivators said in confusion. Teacher? Who is your teacher? What mission? The chess cultivators asked in confusion. My teacher, Old Man Guanxi. Yan Qingshan said solemnly. Old Man Guanxi? Everyone's expressions changed. Old Man Guanxi? Yan Qingshan, you are one of Guanxi's 9 sons? What are you doing here? Also, what mission? What do you mean? The chess cultivators asked in shock. My teacher wants to release this black cat, but he doesn't want to be tainted by this karma. Therefore he has been waiting. It's a pity that no one has been able to undo this seal for 1,000 years. Originally, if no one could undo it after another 10 years, I would be the one to take over this karma. Now there's no need. Mr. Good is here. We can return to the divine continent now, Yan Qingshan said with a smile. The crowd was slightly taken aback. However, they saw Yan Qingshan suddenly turn to the direction of the cave and bow solemnly again. Mr. Good, I Yan Qingshan owe you a favor. If we meet again in the divine continent, I will repay you. Yan Qingshan said solemnly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge fog rushed out of the Chess Dao Villa's array. The fog engulfed all the ghosts outside the cave. As the fog blew past, all the ghosts disappeared. Yan Qingshan and the others disappeared. Guhai didn't notice. Guhai felt mentally and physically exhausted. His mind was completely focused on the chessboard. Bingheim knelt before Guhai, sobbing. She couldn't care less about the outside world. Taishang was in the snow valley, his face full of anxiety. This was because the 6-colored water had been completely separated. Moreover, the water had been separated from each other. It was as though there was a hollow in the middle. Pa. Guhai placed his final piece. Boom. The entire magma pool rumbled. It suddenly shot up into the sky towards where the black cat was. Pop. The black cat was like a bubble. When it was hit by the magma, it burst. At the same time, the 6-colored water in front of Taishang also shot up into the sky. When it reached where the black cat was, it suddenly burst with a popping sound. From where the bubble burst, black gas billowed out. Whether it was the snowy mountain or the volcanic area, all of them were completely broken. Black gas billowed out. It's broken? The seal is broken? Taishang's expression changed. He couldn't care less about anything else. He turned around and fled into the distance. It's broken? Guhai's eyes lit up. His entire body went limp from exhaustion. The black cat was also stunned. It seemed to be in disbelief. However, in the next moment it was replaced by ecstasy. Meow. The black cat's black fur stood on end. It let out an excited howl. With a howl, the cat's voice suddenly rushed out in all directions. Guhai, Bingheim, and Taishang were the first to bear the brunt of the cat's voice. They were instantly knocked unconscious by the cat's voice. Under the loud cat's howl, all the volcanoes erupted. The snowy mountain also exploded into the sky. The entire human spirit world shook violently. In an instant, countless ghosts covered their ears in pain. The entire human Dao mystic realm was filled with screams. Even the rolling clouds in the sky shook violently. Even the void was shaking. The entire human Dao mystic realm was shaking. Samsara, I'm out. Meow. Chapter 603. Dominator of the 6 paths, I'm out. Meow. The black cat let out a long howl, causing the entire human Dao mystic realm to tremble violently. The sound wave was so loud that it spread in all directions. Above the rolling clouds in the sky, countless shattered souls also trembled. Roar. The black cat let out a long howl. The countless shattered souls in the sky seemed to have stopped moving toward the black hole at the center of the rotating clouds. Instead, they were forcefully pulled down by a powerful suction force, into the black cat's mouth. Boom. The countless shattered souls were sucked into the black cat's mouth like a whale sucking in water. The black cat's body also rapidly expanded. It grew from an ordinary black cat to a giant tiger in the blink of an eye, and it was still growing. 1 zhang tall, 10 zhang tall, 100 zhang tall. The shattered souls in the sky were all sucked into the black cat's mouth. The terrifying speed set off a storm in the human Dao mystic realm. In just 2 hours, more than 70% of the billions and trillions of shattered souls had been devoured. The entire human Dao mystic realm darkened instantly. Meow. The black cat let out a cry and stopped sucking. Shattered souls? Dominator of the 6 paths, you really are draining the pond to catch the fish. You devoured all the souls in the human Dao mystic realm yourself? No wonder the human Tao mystic realm is so weak. Such a weak human Tao mystic realm. I'll eat them all today. Meow. The black cat let out a ferocious roar. Twisting its head, the black cat took a step forward. With each step, the ground shook violently. Volcano? Snow mountain? Under the black cat's might, all of them quieted down. Countless human spirits who had not fainted yet all knelt down at this moment. This was because the black cat seemed to carry an aura that could shake one's soul. Suddenly, the black cat narrowed its eyes and looked down at Gu Hai. Kid, I said I'd come out and give you a big gift. I meant what I said. What should I give you? Oh right, the dominator of the six paths has trapped me for so many years, wanting to know the secret of the human Tao mystic realm from me. The black cat narrowed its eyes at Gu Hai. Unfortunately, Gu Hai was already unconscious and couldn't hear the black cat's voice at all. That treasure needs to be. The ghost dividing box is in your hands? Was this the will of heaven? Tui, how can that despicable samsara be called heaven's will? The black cat stared blankly at the thing Gu Hai was hugging when he fainted. Human Tao divine light? Oh, did you enter the human Tao mystic realm by participating in the myriad sage assembly? That's fine too. When the time comes, you can go back by yourself. Thousand Saints Assembly? He, the dominator of samsara has already messed with you, hasn't he? The black cat said coldly. It stretched out its claws and swiped at the air. Buzz. The ghost sealing box in Gu Hai's arms suddenly flew out. The black cat opened its mouth and spat out gently. Who? The ghost sealing box suddenly turned emerald green as if it had been refined by the black cat. Then it instantly entered Gu Hai's mind. He disappeared. The ghost box can divide the souls into 200 portions and send them to various places in the world to train. 1 year is equivalent to 200 years. The samsara had always wanted to find the great art of dreaming of heavenly secrets. Unfortunately, it was right under his nose. How could he not know? Ah. The black cat laughed. Bitch, you almost made me unable to come out? The black cat suddenly narrowed its eyes and looked at Bingheim and Taishang. Bingheim, Taishang, and Gu Hai had all fainted. They did not know that the black cat was looking at them with murderous intent. But they are rare beauties? Water cauldron soul? Earth cauldron soul? What a good cauldron. Ah, just nice. Kid, you're lucky. I'll help you call out dry spring, and punish them for me. Ah, meow. The black cat's eyes lit up. It opened its mouth and spat out. Bingheim, Taishang, and Gu Hai were instantly sucked into a huge air bubble. Meow. The black cat roared. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky churned again. The rolling fragments of the human souls instantly rushed into the air bubble and entered the bodies of the three people's souls. Rumble. The power of the human souls entered. Suddenly the three people's souls lit up. And in Gu Hai's arms, a small blue ball suddenly appeared and also absorbed the power of the human souls. But strangely, the small blue ball slowly changed into the appearance of Chen Xian'er and fell into Gu Hai's arms. Kid, you have good luck with women? Another one? And it's a water cauldron soul? Meow, good. Now, I don't owe you anything, ha. The black cat laughed loudly. I've called out dry spring, for you, meow. The black cat suddenly cried out with a fanatical voice. In the midst of the fanaticism, Gu Hai, Bingheim, Taishang, and Chen Xian'er who were unconscious suddenly became restless. In the restlessness they intertwined with each other. Master Xian'er missed you so much. In a daze, Chen Xian'er hugged Gu Hai and kissed him. Your Majesty, Bingheim is sorry, but Bingheim likes your Majesty very much. No one has ever been so good to me, your Majesty. Bingheim also hugged Gu Hai in a daze. Taishang is emotionless and unemotional, but why, how can I? Taishang said. Juzi also hugged Gu Hai impatiently. Rumble. The fragments of the human souls in the air rushed into the air bubble where Gu Hai and the other three people were. In the blink of an eye, the four people were wrapped up in the air like a huge blue sun. Meow, kid, you can enjoy it slowly. Meow, ha. The black cat laughed and stomped its foot. Boom. The black cat instantly jumped into the distance. The heaven-suppressing divine seal was in the body. Without it, Gu Hai's soul could not be suppressed. Gu Hai also did not wake up. It was as if he had a long dream. In the dream he hugged Chen Xian. In the dream he hugged Bingheim. In the dream he hugged Taishang and Juzi. It was a sentimental dream, a dream that he could not wake up from. Their souls seemed to be deeply understanding each other. It was as if their souls were merging. Unknowingly, Gu Hai suddenly used his own cultivation technique, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. An enormous force of dual cultivation was formed all of a sudden. It was the body that instinctively activated the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. Heavenly Yin City. Long Jianghu used the longevity array to seal the entrance of Heavenly Yin City in the human Tao mystic realm. He forcefully pulled the entire human Tao mystic realm into his immortal dome. Under the deterrence of De Qian, no one dared to act rashly. Including the future Buddha and Tai Chu, they were extremely anxious at this moment. Rumble. The human Tao mystic realm was getting closer and closer to the immortal dome. Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong, and the others waited patiently. The longevity array outside was extremely strong. Even Tai Chu could not break it, let alone others. They could only wait patiently. Long Zhangguo's eyes flashed with excitement as if he was about to succeed. "Ah, old man!" Long Wanyu suddenly screamed. Long Zhangguo looked at Long Wanyu with a dark expression. Baiming Shou, Sima Zongheng, Dragon Shenying, Long Shunwen, Takashi Ryushin, and the others' expressions all changed. What happened? Did the heavens notice? "Old man, my brother-in-law's body is red and hot. What's going on? Old man, quick, save my brother-in-law, did something happen to him?" Long Wanyu said anxiously. At this moment, Gu Hai was sitting in the center of the square, his body was red. Bingheim and Taishang's faces were also red as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. However, the three of them were unconscious and no one knew what was going on. Phew! Baiming Shou and the others let out a sigh of relief. It was only Gu Hai's body that was affected, and the heavens did not notice. "Old man, quick, what happened to my brother-in-law, quick?" Long Wanyu was extremely anxious. At this moment, Bingheim's mouth suddenly spat out a ball of light, a ball of blue light. Buzz. The blue ball of light seemed to be sucked into Gu Hai's mouth and entered Gu Hai's body instantly. Ah! Long Wanyu was slightly stunned. Nascent soul? Is that Bingheim's nascent soul? Kong Di squinted his eyes and revealed a trace of shock. Why did Bingheim's nascent soul come out of her mouth and enter Gu Hai's? Were they dual cultivating? However, it was not over yet. At this moment, Taishang's Juzi spat out a brown ball of light, which flew into Gu Hai's mouth immediately. Juzi? Why is Juzi's nascent soul in Gu Hai's mouth? The group of Taishang's disciples were anxious and were about to rush forward. Who dares to move? Dragon Shenying stared at them. The group of Taishang's disciples were extremely anxious, but no one dared to step into the center of the square. Gu Hai dual cultivating with Bingheim and Taishang? It did not seem like it and it was impossible. Their bodies were still sitting there, how could they dual cultivate? But why did their nascent souls run into Gu Hai's body? Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw a golden light gathering in the void and a golden ball of light entered Gu Hai's mouth. This is not someone else's nascent soul. What is it? Countless people were curious. Only Long Zhangguo understood. The soul of the golden cauldron? Forming a nascent soul in the void? Long Zhangguo narrowed his eyes. Buzz. A suction force formed on the surface of Gu Hai's body and streams of spirit qi quickly entered Gu Hai's body. At this moment, brown and golden light bloomed on the surface of Gu Hai's body. "Old man, what's wrong with my brother-in-law?" Long Wanyu asked anxiously. "Is he in urgent need of earth and metal energy?" Baiming Shou narrowed his eyes. Under the strong desire, Gu Hai's body was slowly becoming thinner. "Old man, hurry up and save my brother-in-law." Long Wanyu yelled anxiously. Long Zhangguo narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Buzz. An earth-brown treasure and a metal-type treasure instantly shot towards Gu Hai. Living soil and earth divine treasure? Is that the vine of the deity-killing gourd? Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. The living soil and the vine of the deity-killing gourd immediately went into Gu Hai's body and disappeared into Gu Hai's mouth. With the living soil and the vine of the deity-killing gourd, Gu Hai no longer needed to absorb energy from the outside world. Raging earth power and boundless metal power surged into his spleen and lungs acupoints. Buzz. A nascent soul was formed in the spleen and lungs. Taishang's nascent souls and Chen Xianer's nascent souls were next to them and they started to dual cultivate. Done. Long Wanyu said excitedly. Gu Hai cultivated 3 nascent souls in his physical body at the same time. Energy surged out of his body as his cultivation rose continuously. Meow. At this moment, a cat's meow came from the entrance of the human Tao secret realm and attracted everyone's attention. A cat's meow? That damn cat is out? Tai Chu's expression changed. Amateus Buddha. The future Buddha's expression also changed. Chapter 604. Meow. Right at this moment, A cat's meow came from the entrance of the human Dao secret realm, attracting everyone's attention. A cat's meow? That darned cat is out? Tai Chu's expression changed. Amateus Buddha. Future Buddha's expression changed too. Boom. The black water at the entrance of the human Dao secret realm was blasted away. A huge cat's head was revealed. Walala. The movement of the cat's head made Long Jianghu's 18 chains clanged against each other. Meow Immortal Dome? The black cat's eyes widened as a strong murderous aura surged out. Long Jianghu's expression turned cold as killing intent surged out of him. Xing. Sima Zongheng, Takashi Ryushin, and the others drew their weapons and looked at the black cat coldly. The black cat leaped out of the entrance of the human Dao secret realm. Bam. The black cat landed on the square and grew to a height of more than 10 feet. It looked around coldly. Seeing the 10,000 sages' corpses on the ground, the black cat's eyes lit up. Meow, good job killing them. These despicable people are really useless. Tui, I wanted to eat them but they were killed just like that. The black cat snorted coldly. Turning its head, the black cat looked coldly at Long Jianghu again. Another immortal dome? You want to steal the human Dao secret realm? You want to conquer the samsara? Ha 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 ha, retribution, retribution. Samsara, the heavens and earth have not acknowledged you yet. Ah. The black cat shouted excitedly. The black cat's laughter made Long Jianghu squint his eyes. From the black cat's tone, it seemed to have a grudge with the samsara. The black cat looked around and saw Guhai. However, its eyes flashed and it didn't say anything. Meow, the day you steal the human Dao secret realm is the day the samsara appears. You better watch out. I won't accompany you in your madness. Meow. The black cat was about to leave. However, just as the black cat was about to leave, it suddenly narrowed its eyes and looked at the crowd. It suddenly saw Ziwei and Changsheng. Oh, you two foodies? You won't die after all. Meow. The black cat looked at the two of them and revealed a hint of joy. Ziwei and Changsheng looked at each other blankly. Ziwei, you know it? Changsheng asked curiously. I don't know him. I thought you knew him. Ziwei shook her head. Meow, ha ha, I'm not the only one. You're all back, ha ha. The black cat laughed loudly and did not say anything to Ziwei and Changsheng. Instead, its figure flashed as it fled into the distance. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the black cat arrived at Baimingshou's black cloud barrier. Previously, even absolute primordium couldn't break through the barrier, but now the black cat stretched out its paw and clawed at the barrier. Bang! A huge hole was torn open in the impenetrable longevity array barrier. What? Baimingshou's expression changed. Halt! Dragon Shining glared at him as if he was about to charge forward. Stop chasing. Long Jianghu said coldly. Bang! The black cat's figure flashed and jumped out. Those who compete with the Dominator are all lunatics. I'm not going to play along with you. Meow. The black cat's figure disappeared into the distance. The barrier was torn open? Absolute Primordium's face was filled with joy, and he was about to dash out. Wong. In the blink of an eye, the barrier was restored again. Boom. Absolute Primordium crashed into the barrier, but he didn't break it open. It closed again? Absolute Primordium's expression changed. Absolute Primordium, are you testing my patience? Long Jianghu said coldly. Absolute Primordium's expression froze. The black cat rushed out of the longevity array barrier and quickly flew into the distance. Meow, those who can get the immortal dome are all lunatics. How can the Dominator not guard against you? You only got a beginner immortal dome and you want to compete with the Dominator? Meow, I'd better leave quickly or I'll be in trouble. I just came out and I'm going to be trapped again. The black cat looked at the barrier of Heavenly Yin City and quickly flew into the distance. Heavenly Yin City. Absolute Primordium was quiet again. He returned to his original position and didn't dare to interrupt again. His Holiness, that black cat just now. Baimingshou said worriedly. Don't worry, it won't tell the Dominator. I'm prepared for that. Long Jianghu said coldly. Yes. Baimingshou nodded. Whoosh. The entire human Dao mystic realm continued to move toward the immortal dome. Long Jianghu's eyes were filled with anticipation. At this moment, many people turned to look at Ziwei and Changsheng. In particular, Qing Emperor slowly walked toward Ziwei and Changsheng. Do the two of you remember me? The Saiyan Emperor suddenly asked. Ziwei and Changsheng raised their eyebrows and looked at Qing Emperor together. You two were in the Dian dynasty in the past. Don't you remember me? Qing Emperor said with a smile. It's you? Ziwei's expression changed. Qing Emperor. Chang Sheng's expression darkened. It seems that you two still remember me. Qing Emperor said with a smile. What do you want? Ziwei frowned. Nothing, but you two don't want to go back and see the Black Emperor? Qing Emperor said with a smile. Black Emperor? Old man? Isn't he dead? Chang Sheng's expression darkened. He is dead, but his grave is still here. His coffin is still here. I was the one who personally buried his corpse. The two of you should also understand why the Black Emperor died, right? Don't you want to see him? The Cyan Emperor took a deep breath and said. Ziwei and Chang Sheng frowned. It's been 3,000 years. I know that you've been trapped for 3,000 years and blame the Black Emperor, but you should also know that you've survived until now because you've been trapped in the underground palace, right? How did the Black Emperor treat you? No. Qing Emperor said with a sigh. Ziwei and Chang Sheng lowered their heads and fell into deep thought. Ziwei, Chang Sheng, didn't you agree to go to the Han Dynasty with us? Gaochen said coldly as he glared at Qing Emperor. Although Gaochen didn't get along well with Ziwei and Chang Sheng, Gaochen understood how important they were to Guhai. Naturally, he didn't want them to be abducted by Qing Emperor. However, Ziwei and Chang Sheng seemed to be in a difficult position. After a long silence, Ziwei said, When this matter is over, I want to go and pay respects to the old man. I'm going too. Chang Sheng said with a frown. Both of you don't mind, just follow me. Qing Emperor said with a smile. Ziwei and Chang Sheng nodded. Gaochen wanted to persuade them again, but Ziwei and Chang Sheng seemed to have made up their minds and refused to listen. Qing Emperor smiled faintly. Looking at Ziwei and Chang Sheng, a trace of surprise flashed in Qing Emperor's eyes. In the past, when the Black Emperor valued Ziwei and Chang Sheng, the Cyan Emperor found it strange and did not take them seriously. After 3,000 years, the Cyan Emperor had almost forgotten about the two of them. Especially when the two of them had undergone a huge change in size, the Cyan Emperor had completely forgotten about them. However, Guhai valued them so much that Qing Emperor also valued them. In addition, they performed well in the Thousand Saints Assembly. Naturally, they valued them more. Just now, that black cat was surprised by them. What reason did Qing Emperor have to underestimate them? Naturally, he wanted to take them away immediately. Fortunately, the two cooperated well. On the other side, Kong Di looked at Guhai with narrowed eyes. Oh, Guhai's cultivation is still rising? The aura around Guhai was constantly surging. Under the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, Guhai, Qinxianer, Bingheim, and Taishang cultivated at the same time. Bingheim's nascent soul was in Guhai's water god palace, hugging Guhai's water god. As the two exchanged power, the two formed a black hole, absorbing the water energy of the rolling iceberg. In the water god palace, the huge iceberg was slowly shrinking. The two's cultivation seemed to be skyrocketing. Boom! Guhai's water god suddenly reached the 4th level. In the earth god palace, Guhai condensed his nascent soul, accompanied by Taishang's nascent soul. When the two's power merged, the rolling earth energy of the living earth rushed into their bodies. Both of them were rapidly becoming stronger. Guhai's earth nascent soul was also rapidly growing. With the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, the living earth, Taishang's nascent soul, and even Guhai's state of mind, Guhai's earth nascent soul grew quickly. The first level of the earth nascent soul. The second level of the earth nascent soul. The third level of the earth nascent soul. The 4th level of the earth nascent soul. The earth nascent soul quickly grew stronger. In the golden god palace. Was the same. The metal elemental nascent soul was formed because of Qin Xianer's dual cultivation. The vines of the immortal slaying flying dagger emitted a fierce metal elemental energy, quickly promoting the growth of the golden soul. The first level of the golden soul. The second level of the golden soul. The third level of the golden soul. The 4th level of the golden soul. The golden soul was also rapidly becoming stronger. However, Guhai's divine soul was separated from his soul. His divine soul was unconscious and his nascent souls were also blurry. Under the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, the fire nascent soul was the fire god, the water nascent soul was the water god, the golden soul was the metal god, and the earth nascent soul was the earth god. Correspondingly, Bingheim's nascent soul was the water god queen, Qin Xianer's nascent soul was the metal god queen, and Taishang's nascent soul was the earth god queen. Guhai's cultivation base rapidly grew again and again. While everyone waited patiently, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the entrance of the 6 Paths secret realm had already come into contact with Long Zhanghua's immortal dome, as if it would be completely absorbed in the next moment. In the human path secret realm, Gu Hai, Qin Xianer, Bingheim, Taishang, and Dao Juggernaut had been dual cultivating in the Black Cat's bubble for 6 days and 6 nights. Because of this dual cultivation, 2/3 of the human soul fragments in the human path secret realm had been absorbed by the 4 of them. The souls of the 4 people instantly turned blue and translucent. Vaguely, the 4 of them seemed to know what they were doing. However, the Black Cat's dry spring effect was too strong. The 4 of them were immersed in it and did not want to wake up. However, 10 days had passed since they entered the human path secret realm. When the 10 days were up, the divine light ball that had entered their bodies seemed to emit a white light. A loud sound was heard. 10 days are up. Return. A loud sound was heard. Bam. The Black Cat's bubble exploded. Gu Hai, Bingheim, and Taishang's divine souls turned into 3 streaks of light and shot towards the entrance of the human path secret realm. Gu Hai's hands were tightly wrapped around Qin Xianer, refusing to let go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 4 divine souls rushed through the entrance of the human path secret realm and rushed towards the bodies of Gu Hai, Bingheim, and Taishang. Wang. The 3 of them returned to their original positions. At this moment, boom, a loud sound was heard. The human path secret realm was sucked into the Warring State's immortal dome. Chapter 605. The moment Gu Hai's divine soul returned to his body, the heaven-suppressing divine seal between his eyebrows suddenly pressed down. Boom. Gu Hai quivered and woke up from the Black Cat's spell. The moment he woke up, Gu Hai's consciousness spread throughout his body and immediately discovered the abnormality. The fire gourd returned to the Fire God Palace. In the Water God Palace, Bingheim's nascent soul surrounded the Fire God. In the Gold God Palace, Qin Xianer's nascent soul surrounded the Gold God. In the Earth God Palace, Taishang's nascent soul surrounded the Earth God. Gu Hai was completely awake and the 3 girls woke up from their daze. Xianer. Gu Hai was overjoyed. The next moment his expression changed. He remembered that Qin Xianer did not have a physical body. Without a physical body, what would happen to her divine soul? Pervert. I'll kill you. Taishang's nascent soul roared with a ferocious expression the moment it woke up. Taishang's nascent soul seemed to throw out an extremely strong yellowish-brown energy. Suddenly, it exploded from Gu Hai's Earth God Palace. Boom. Gu Hai felt like his body was about to explode. In an instant, Qin Xianer, Bingheim, and Taishang's nascent souls all flew out of Gu Hai's mouth in the explosion. Xianer. Gu Hai roared and glared. He saw the 3 nascent souls suddenly fly out. Bingheim's nascent soul flew back to Bingheim's body. Boom. Bingheim's body suddenly surged with a super airflow that swept through the entire square. Middle Heaven Palace? Bingheim's cultivation has reached the Middle Heaven Palace? Dual cultivation technique? My G family's dual cultivation technique is used by someone who is not from my family? Kong Di narrowed his eyes. Taishang's nascent soul also flew back. Buzz. After the nascent soul entered his body, Taishang did not get angry out of humiliation. Instead, he began to mutter to himself. Taishang is in my heart, I am heartless and forgetful. I am pure and clear, the dust does not stick to my heart. Taishang anxiously activated his cultivation method. The Taishang Taoist cultivation method, once one lost their virginity, their cultivation base would definitely plummet. Losing one's virginity didn't just affect one's physical body, it also affected one's soul. Losing one's soul was even more terrifying. Taishang anxiously stabilized his mind and cultivation base. Gu Hai reached out and grabbed a small blue ball. Qin Xianer's nascent soul flew out and entered the blue ball. Human soul primitive form? It changed back again? Gu Hai's expression changed, revealing a look of anger. In his fury, Gu Hai could only sigh slightly. Perhaps it's a good thing to change back. It's better than dissipating. Gu Hai sighed. Gu Hai took out a jade box and carefully placed Qin Xianer's human soul primitive body into it. Then he carefully stored it away. Bingheim woke up with a sense of guilt and surprise. She raised her head and happened to see Tai Chu's murderous gaze. On the other side, Kong Di also looked at Bingheim with a cold expression, causing Bingheim's expression to darken. Your Majesty, I'm sorry for before. Bingheim said bitterly. I said I don't blame you. Gu Hai said gently. However, the more Gu Hai was like this, the more Bingheim felt. Gu Hai turned his head to look at Grand Supreme in the distance. Seeing Grand Supreme so anxious that he was sweating profusely as he stabilized his cultivation, Gu Hai frowned slightly and didn't know what to say. Juzi, my soul was swapped. A subordinate next to Taishang jolted awake and anxiously cried out. This was the disciple of Taishang's Dao who'd been selected to enter the human Dao secret realm. Unfortunately, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva had swapped his soul. Gu Hai turned to Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva and found that the Bodhisattva was slowly opening his eyes despite his weakened state. Even from far away, Xiaoqian saw Gu Hai. The instant he saw Gu Hai, his expression changed and he shivered. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva, are you all right? The Bodhisattva was asked worriedly. The Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva was trembling as if he could not speak. He could only look at Gu Hai and tremble. Humph, what a troublemaker. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. You're awake, brother-in-law? That's great, the old man also succeeded. Long Wanyu looked excitedly at Gu Hai. At this moment, most people in the square weren't paying attention to Gu Hai. Instead, they were looking at Long Jianghu, who had a patch of auspicious cloud above his head. Long Jianghu closed his eyes and held a bubble in his hand. There seemed to be a blue vortex channel inside the bubble. It spun slowly as if it was absorbing endless strange power from the world. Rumble. The life formation boundary around Tianjin City disappeared, sucked in by the bubble in Long Jianghu's hand like a whale sucking in water. Not only that, there seemed to be endless blue light in the void being sucked in by force. All the officials of Deqian were guarding Long Jianghu. Baiming Shou, Dragon Shenying, Long Shenwen, Takashi Ryushin, Sima Zongheng Ao Tianhuang, and all the other experts were guarding the surroundings. He was waiting for Long Zhanzhang to open his eyes. That's the old man's immortal dome. I heard that it's called the Immortal Dome. Brother-in-law, do you know the Immortal Dome? I heard that it's called the Warring States Immortal Dome. Long Wanyu asked curiously. Immortal Dome? Gu Hai's expression changed. This world was the Immortal Dome of the Six Paths. Long Jianghu had an Immortal Dome in his hand? Warring States Immortal Dome? Wouldn't that mean that Long Jianghu had a world in his hand? Laozi had once told him that he had to find the Immortal Dome first. Was it this Immortal Dome? The human Dao secret realm was dragged into the Warring States Immortal Dome by the old man. Long Wanyu's expression changed. She pointed to the sky. A spatial crack suddenly appeared where the human Dao mystic realm had disappeared. Boom, 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 boom. The crack suddenly split into 2 into 4 into 8, and then thousands of them extending in all directions. Wong. Billowing black gas suddenly emerged from the cracks in the void. In an instant, it covered the sky and the earth, stretching endlessly. It expanded from Heavenly Yin City to the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court, and it was still expanding. It was as if heaven and earth were injured. The cracks in the void suddenly spread in all directions, covering the entire divine land in an instant. Ah, so painful. Suddenly, a tearing roar came from the void fissure. The voice was very loud and had a strange majesty, as if it could penetrate one's soul. Plop. 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 Suddenly, everyone in Heavenly Yin City fell to their knees. Bingheim, Long Wanyu, Taishang, the future Buddha, Taichu, and even Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin, Long Shenwen, the Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong, all the citizens and all the Deqian soldiers all fell to their knees with a plop. In a short time they were all on their knees. From Heavenly Yin City to the outside world, the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court, the entire Deqian Celestial Empire, and even the entire Divine Continent. Almost everyone suddenly fell to their knees. There was no reason for them to kneel just because of this voice. A roar from the heavens. All living beings were forced to their knees by this majestic aura. Countless living beings were trembling in fear. Heavenly Yin City Square. There was only one person who could stand, the emperor of the great Qian dynasty, Long Jianghu. Even Gu Hai instantly felt an overwhelming pressure pressing down on his heart. It was as if the depths of his soul instinctively wanted to kneel. That kind of boundless pressure made it impossible for Gu Hai to resist. Kneel? No. Gu Hai's strong will supported his knees, but he couldn't hold on. Boom. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal between his brows shook violently, as though it was resisting this heavenly might. But it wasn't enough. More than half of it was cancelled out. There was still a portion that made Gu Hai's knees bend slowly. Boom. Gu Hai's body suddenly emitted waves of blue light. Gu Hai could vaguely feel that the thin mortal soul was somewhere in his body, as though it was resisting this heavenly might. But it still couldn't do it. Boom. At the last moment when Gu Hai was about to kneel, he twisted his body and sat diagonally on the ground. However, the heavenly might continued to suppress Gu Hai's soul, as though it wanted Gu Hai to continue kneeling. The thin mortal soul and the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal kept resisting, giving Guhai a chance to not kneel. But he couldn't move. Heavenly might? Guhai's eyes were filled with shock. Just a voice could force all living beings to kneel? Brother-in-law, I'm scared. Oh. Long Wanyu knelt in fear. Guhai himself couldn't hold on. How could he comfort Long Wanyu? The human Tao mystic realm was forcefully taken by Long Zhanghua, and the heavens woke up. The heavens were angry and were about to vent their anger. Guhai looked at Long Zhanghua, who was not far away, in horror. Everyone had knelt down, and he was the only one who remained standing. He stood proudly in the wind, bearing the wrath of the heavens alone. The common people knelt, but the dragon warring states did not kneel. Long Zhanghua seemed to be enduring the most powerful heavenly might. Gusts of heavenly might and angry wind seemed to come from all directions, blowing fiercely at Long Zhanghua. However, apart from his dragon robe flapping in the wind, Long Zhanghua didn't show any signs of being oppressed. He didn't even open his eyes. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky above the heavenly court grew thicker and more violent. There was even a hint of red in the center of the dark clouds. Long Zhanghua's dragon robe flapped more and more violently in the wind. It seemed that the heaven's anger had locked onto Long Zhanghua. Gusts of angry wind came as if there were endless wind blades in the void. But at this moment Long Zhanghua opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a 9-colored light burst out. Boom. The raging wind that was blowing towards the dragon warring state suddenly exploded and completely dissipated. It seemed that the heavenly might could no longer affect Long Zhanghua. In fact, the auspicious cloud above Long Zhanghua's head grew even larger. Long Zhanghua stood unmoved in the midst of the heaven's anger. He looked coldly at the scarlet clouds in the sky. Traces of savage killing intent appeared in his eyes. My human Tao mystic realm, who? Another roar came from the sky. Boom, boom. There were 2 loud sounds in the sky, and the scarlet clouds suddenly separated to 2 sides. Within the dark clouds, a pair of cold blue eyes suddenly appeared. The 2 eyes seemed to occupy the entire sky. Each eye was hundreds or thousands of times larger than the entire 36 cities of the heavenly court. A pair of eyes that covered the entire sky. A pair of eyes so cold that they pierced the bone. It was a pair of eyes that could freeze a person's body with just one look. The eyes of the heavens. They looked coldly at the entire world, and their eyes were filled with ferocity as they charged at Long Zhanghua. Chapter 606. The Eyes of Heaven. It looked at the entire world coldly and charged at Long Zhanghua with ferocious anger in its eyes. The heavens were enraged and all living beings knelt down. The heavens had already locked onto the culprit, and the pressure of the heavens was naturally directed at Heavenly Yin City. Rumble. The entire Heavenly Yin City was instantly suppressed by the heavens and countless cracks appeared. A destructive aura rushed into everyone's heart. It was a kind of endless despair. At this moment, even though Tai Chu and the future Buddha had been on heaven's side before, they were suppressed to the point that fear appeared on their faces. Only Long Zhanghua stood alone on the high platform. He looked up at the heavens with murderous intent in his eyes. He stomped his feet slightly. Boom. The shattered Heavenly Yin City instantly recovered and merged back together. With a flip of his hand, the immortal dome in his palm merged with his body. Boom. Behind Long Zhan, a blue whirlwind instantly rolled up. As soon as the whirlwind appeared, the sky suddenly darkened like a tornado rushing up to the sky. The blue tornado even tore through the rolling dark clouds and rushed up to the 9 heavens. It seemed to connect to the earth in an instant. The rolling blue air column slowly rotated and emitted a soul-stirring aura that made people's souls tremble. Guhai looked at the inside of the blue tornado as if he could see ghosts spinning inside. My human Tao mystic realm? You refined it back to the human Tao reincarnation cycle? If you really have the immortal dome? It's been 800,000 years and you want to learn from me? Ah. Firmament's ferocious eyes were suffused with a trace of piercing cold, murderous intent radiating in all directions. Long Zhanghua looked at the heavens coldly. Immortal of the 6 paths? I showed you the human Tao reincarnation cycle to tell you that even if you become an immortal, it doesn't mean that you are an ant. The order of the 6 paths of reincarnation cycle is in chaos, and the souls of all living beings are nourished by your cultivation? If you do things too ruthlessly, there will be a time of chaos. Long Zhanghua said coldly. There will be a time of chaos? The entire immortal dome belongs to me. You all belong to me as well. Rebellion? How can an ant know the will of the heavens? Heaven's eye emitted a cold aura. All around, under the suppression of the heavens, the commoners couldn't even lift their heads. Even Gu Hai couldn't move. Shock flashed through his eyes. As expected, in front of the heavens, mortals couldn't even withstand a single blow. Just a wave of pressure and they couldn't resist? Tianxian? The heavenly heart is kind, not your sixth Tao heart is evil. I worship the heavens, the heaven and earth that created all life, not you, the source of all evils. Today I have obtained the reincarnation of the heavens and earth, but I want to sever ties with you and declare war on the evils of all evils. Long Jianghu shouted. Boom. It seemed to emit a ferocious aura that caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. The root of all evils? You want to imitate me? Do you think that I will let you do as you please? Even if you have a country, what can you do when the common people are kneeling? Can the people of a country borrow your strength again? Right now they only worship me, not you. Heaven's Eye stared at Long Jianghu. Do you think that my heavenly empire only exists in this world? Long Jianghu sneered. Immortal Dome? Heaven's Eye flashed coldly. People of the Diqian, I, Long Jianghu, want to destroy the evil heavens. I want to borrow your strength to establish peace for all eternity. Long Jianghu shouted. Rumble. Behind him, the reincarnation of the human Tao reincarnation cycle spun. As it spun, countless light figures could be seen crying out as they knelt down. His Holiness, please use my strength. Heavens, please use my strength. I offer all my strength to the heavens. Within the reincarnation of the human Tao reincarnation cycle, waves of golden energy rushed towards Long Jianghu. Long Jianghu's body suddenly expanded. The boundless providence in the sky above the heavenly court quickly condensed into a huge golden dragon that surged into Long Jianghu's body. In the War Kingdom and Immortal Dome, almost all the people borrowed Long Jianghu's power. Long Jianghu's body was surrounded by waves of golden energy. His originally thin and old appearance instantly became strong, as if his entire body was filled with muscles. His body also expanded rapidly to 10 zhang tall and even 100 zhang tall. Finally, he stabilized himself at 10,000 zhang tall. A gigantic dragon battle kingdom that gave off an invincible aura charged at the Heaven's Eye. Heaven's Eye snorted. In an instant, hundreds of coffins appeared in the void. Boom. The hundreds of coffins opened on their own, and hundreds of men and women in gray walked out slowly with different expressions. There were people in imperial dragon robes, people in Taoist robes, monks and demons. Each of them exuded a monstrous aura. Each of them seemed to have a destructive power. However, their skin was gray. Gu Hai felt that each of the gray-skinned people could destroy Heavenly Yin City in an instant. Is that the Heavenly King sect leader? Is Holiness Sky-Splitting Sword? Domineering Immortal Tao Master? Tai Chu and the future Buddha both looked terrified. The two of them seemed to know each other. The person you killed in the battle 800,000 years ago? Long Jianghu narrowed his eyes. The hundreds of gray-skinned people all bowed respectfully to Heaven's Eye. Puppets, destroy him for me. Heaven's Eye said coldly. Yes, Master. The hundreds of puppets said respectfully. Then they turned their heads and looked at Long Jianghu fiercely. They all rushed towards Long Jianghu, exuding a destructive power. Each of them was one of the most powerful people in the world in the past. 100 puppets appeared in front of Long Jianghu in an instant. Puppet? Even when they were at their peak, I was not afraid of them, let alone now. They are just a bunch of corpses. Long Jianghu's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. As he laughed viciously, the light of an axe suddenly shone from Long Jianghu's body. As soon as the light appeared, it illuminated the entire area. Vaguely, Gu Hai saw the shadow of an axe suddenly being grabbed by Long Jianghu. It cut open the void, and it seemed as though a crack had appeared in the void. Sky-splitting axe? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Boom, boom, boom. Following a series of extremely dense explosions, 100 black holes instantly appeared in the void. A thin line of void cracks connected the 100 black holes into a string. The 100 puppets all exploded in an instant, turning into dust and disappearing into the black holes. The huge vibration caused the entire world to shake. Countless commoners fainted from the shaking. How dare you? The Heaven's eyes suddenly became colder. The peerless monsters from 800,000 years ago were all killed by Long Jianghu's sky-splitting axe? The future Buddha's body trembled slightly. It should be known that 800,000 years ago, even the future Buddha himself might not have been a match for any of them. These were all killed by the Immortal of 6 Paths. After killing them, they were refined into corpses. Who would have thought that they would be so weak in front of Long Jianghu? Sky-splitting axe? No wonder it was the #1 magic treasure in the world. Tai Chu's eyelids twitched wildly. Earlier he had been boasting in front of Long Zhanghua and causing trouble in front of Long Zhanghua. He had thought that even if he was weak, he was not much weaker than Long Zhanghua. However, the scene in front of him completely destroyed all of his delusions. That axe could have annihilated him in an instant. How strong was Long Zhanghua? In the past he had lent the sky-splitting axe to Takeshi Ryushin to roam the world. No wonder no one dared to snatch the sky-splitting axe even if it was right in front of them. No one dared to touch it. #1 in the world? In the distance, Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with yearning and ambition. Long Zhanghua cut down all the puppets with one swing of the axe and looked coldly at the Heaven's Eye. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. The human Tao secret realm? You entered from the sacred temple of Wen Dao? The Thousand Saints Assembly? It seems that I have been too kind to you. The laws of Wen Dao. Zither, chess, calligraphy and painting? I have taken the chess pieces, but there is the Tao of calligraphy? And the Tao of Qin? And the Tao of painting? Because of the laws of Wen Dao you have a loophole. Good. Then, from today onwards I will take back all the laws of Wen Dao. I will make you all unable to use the laws of Wen Dao. The Heaven's Eye's anger rose. No, Heaven, we have tried our best. We tried our best to stop him, but we couldn't stop Long Zhanghua. Tai Chu shouted anxiously. Once the laws of Wen Dao were destroyed, wouldn't his Tai Chu scripture be finished as well? Heaven, we tried to send you a message before, but we were stopped by Long Zhanghua. This Thousand Saints Assembly has nothing to do with the laws of Wen Dao. Everything is planned by Long Zhanghua. Even if the 4 arts are in perfect condition, it is useless. The future Buddha also shouted anxiously. The Heaven's Eye glanced at Tai Chu and the future Buddha. How can I allow you to change my decision? The Heaven's Eye roared. Heaven, if all the laws of Wen Dao are taken away, the human realm will no longer have any records of the laws of Wen Dao. Without any historical inheritance, the human realm will wither. Tai Chu said anxiously. The Heaven's Eye narrowed. Boom, crack, crack. Countless loud sounds came from the void. For a moment, it was as if streaks of white light shot up into the sky and into the rolling dark clouds. Heaven. At that moment, countless laws of Wen Dao cultivators looked miserable. The chess Dao was taken away and it was no longer powerful. Now, the Zither Dao, the calligraphy Dao, and the painting Dao were all taken away? Tai Chu flipped his hand and took out the Tai Chu scripture. The Tai Chu scripture was still shining with white light. It's still here? My Tai Chu scripture still has the aura of the laws of Wen Dao? Tai Chu was overjoyed. From today onwards, all laws of Wen Dao are no longer allowed to use the laws. You can only use the laws of Wen Dao from the past to spread your Dao to the world. A cold voice came from the Heaven's Eye. In other words, if they continued, the laws of Wen Dao would be almost completely destroyed. However, the laws of Wen Dao and the painting Dao could still be used? The laws of Wen Dao and painting Dao of the past were passed down? The laws of Wen Dao cultivators in the world were instantly filled with grief. Only Tai Chu, the future Buddha, and the others were overjoyed. Yes, thank you, Heaven. Thank you, Heaven. Tai Chu said emotionally. Moving around in anger, you have sinned against the Heaven and lost virtue. You should be killed. Long Zhanghua glared. Everything you have was given to you by me. Today I can take everything you have. You want to go against me with your abilities? The Heaven's Eye glared at Long Zhanghua with murderous intent. Lightning suddenly appeared around the Heaven's Eye like an ocean. It seemed like it was going to pour down and completely destroy everything below. No. Absolute Beginning and the others all looked terrified. This was because the Heaven's Eye was going to destroy everything below. Long Zhanghua looked up at the sky and touched the sky-opening axe in his hand. He said coldly, "This axe is called sky-opening. It means to break open the heaven. The evil heaven has no Tao and the evil heaven has no virtue. Today I will let it break open the evil heaven and become the first in history." As he spoke, Long Zhanghua suddenly looked up. He glared and revealed a ferocious expression. He grabbed the sky-opening axe and flew up to the sky. Chapter 607. In the anger of the Heaven's Eye, it controlled the vast sea of lightning and poured it down on the dragon-warring state. As soon as the sea of lightning appeared, many fierce beasts formed by lightning appeared. There were dragons, snakes, tigers, and leopards. They were all in the form of lightning and emitted a ferocious aura. What's more, there seemed to be peerless overlords formed by lightning standing in the sea of lightning. A monstrous aura burst out and rushed towards Long Zhanghua. The aura was even more ferocious than the previous hundreds of puppets. A large number of people were suppressed by the aura and fainted. Looking at the sea of lightning that blotted out the sky, Gu Hai felt goosebumps all over his body. The threat of death filled his entire body. The sea of lightning surged and rushed towards Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua wasn't afraid. He grabbed the sky-splitting axe and rushed into the sky. His 10,000-foot figure was surrounded by explosive golden energy, but it was still not enough in front of the sea of lightning. Roar! 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 The endless lightning beasts and the sea of lightning collided with Long Zhanghua, as if they were going to destroy Long Zhanghua completely. Boom! Long Zhanghua, who was holding the sky-splitting axe, was instantly drowned by the endless lightning. He was drowned in the rolling sea of lightning. Countless lightning beasts rushed towards Long Zhanghua. That ferocious energy seemed to be exploding unceasingly in the center. Boom! The sea of lightning floated in the sky and formed a super-huge lightning ball, surrounding Long Zhanghua. Boom! Boom! Long Zhanghua endured the destructive explosion of the sea of lightning. The void around the sea of lightning seemed to have been blasted apart, forming a black hole. The lightning was still in the center of the black hole. The heaven's eye looked coldly at the center of the lightning. Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong and Absolute Beginning's eyelids twitched. Is this the Thunder Prison? In the past he killed Old Man Guanxi. Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with shock. 800 years ago the Thunder Prison appeared and the Sky Chess Pavilion was destroyed. Even the Old Man Guanxi was trapped here and died. Now, can the Long Zhanghua come out alive? Emperor Kong was also shocked. Long Zhanghua is finished. Absolute Beginning's eyes flashed with hatred. Heaven's Eye's gaze was cold, but it seemed to relax a little. Clearly it also felt that Long Zhanghua was dead for sure. Sky-splitting axe? So what if it was the heaven-splitting axe? It was just a magic treasure born in this world. Now the entire world belonged to him. How could a magic treasure born in this world hurt him? He had overestimated himself. Just as the Heaven's Eye was looking at the Thunder Prison with confidence, a loud shout came from the Thunder Prison. Heaven and earth are in chaos. I will open the sky. Clear is the sky, turbid is the earth. I will break all laws. Break? It was the voice of Long Zhanghua. He's not dead yet? Absolute Beginning suddenly exclaimed. Long Zhanghua? Future Buddha also exclaimed. Hong. With a deafening sound, the lightning ball formed by the Thunder Prison exploded. Ah. 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 Within the sea of lightning, countless lightning beasts exploded, covering the sky and covering the earth, spreading in all directions. It was as if they had lit up the entire world in an instant. The Thunder Prison exploded and Long Zhanghua came out bathed in flames. The dragon robe on his body had exploded in the Thunder Prison, revealing his naked upper body. His muscles were tight and some parts of his body seemed to have been burnt by the explosion. However, Long Zhanghua did not care about the injuries on his body. He continued to soar into the sky with a ferocious expression. In an instant he was in front of Heaven's Eye. You're courting death. Heaven's Eye stared in shock and anger. A red light film suddenly appeared in front of Heaven's Eye and rushed toward Long Zhanghua. Sky Splitter. Long Zhanghua let out a ferocious roar. His body stretched out completely. He raised the axe above his head and arched his back. He seemed to have exerted all his strength and slashed forward. The Sky Splitter axe suddenly exploded with billions of gray light. When it was slashed out, it was like a heavenly sword soaring into the sky. Boom! The red light film that emerged from the Heaven's Eye instantly exploded like glass, turning into billions of fragments. At this moment, nothing could stop the Sky Splitter axe. Nothing could stop Long Zhanghua. The Sky Splitter axe was unstoppable. It brazenly slashed at Heaven's Eye's right eye. Impossible. Long Zhanghua is no match for Heaven. Absolute Beginning clenched his fists. Future Buddha also clenched his fists. Even Qing Emperor and Emperor Kong did not believe that Long Zhanghua could succeed. That was an immortal. The immortal of the six paths. How could an immortal be defeated by a mortal? Hong. With a super loud sound the entire world suddenly lit up. It was so bright that everyone was suddenly blinded. Gu Hai could only see a vast expanse of whiteness. He could not see anything. He could only hear a heart-wrenching scream in the vast expanse of whiteness. Ah! The heart-wrenching scream pierced through the souls of all living beings. In an instant all living beings trembled. It was as if they were frightened by the heart-wrenching scream. Buzz. The blindness disappeared quickly. The white light in the void shrunk and everyone's vision turned black again. Break. Long Zhangguo's roar came from the sky again. Die. Heaven's anger was overflowing. Hong. With a loud sound like a cannonball, it brazenly smashed into the ground where Heavenly Yin City was. Heavenly Yin City instantly exploded into countless pieces. All the citizens in Heavenly Yin City were shocked. They felt a strong force tearing their bodies apart. However, in the next moment, instead he felt a warm power. Gather. It was Long Zhangguo's voice. Buzz. Heavenly Yin City, which had just exploded, instantly gathered again. The citizens in the city were no longer in danger. At this moment, everyone's eyes slowly recovered. They could see the outside world. The first thing that entered their eyes was naturally Long Zhangguo's huge back. The huge back was facing everyone. There were countless burns on his body, and a large amount of blood was flowing out. It was accompanied by a golden energy. Long Zhangguo was still standing proudly in the center of the square, looking at the sky with a ferocious expression. At this moment, in the right eye of Heaven's eye in the sky, there was a super huge axe. It was the sky-splitting axe that had been enlarged countless times. The sky-splitting axe was deeply embedded in Heaven's right eye. The right eye was split open and countless bolts of lightning flowed out from within. There was an irreparable wound and everyone who saw it was terrified. Impossible, how is this possible? Long Zhangguo, he hurt Heaven? Tai Chu's expression changed. Everything is just an illusion. The future Buddha also put his palms together. Although he could not see with his eyes, his heart knew what it was. However, he could not believe it. That was Heaven, the immortal of the six paths. No one can hurt me. Heaven's eye cried out in pain. He also could not believe it. Come back. Long Zhangguo shouted. Boom. The sky-splitting axe immediately flew back to Long Zhangguo's right hand. Without the sky-splitting axe, Heaven's right eye was exposed even more clearly. It had cracked open and there was a huge hole inside. Pus seemed to be oozing out of the hole and countless bolts of lightning flowed out. No. Heaven's eye cried out in pain. Boom. Heaven's eye's right eye suddenly exploded, turning into countless bolts of lightning. Heaven's sorrowful roar reverberated throughout the world. At this moment, countless living beings were shocked. Heaven's sorrowful roar. Did something happen to it? Tai Chu seemed to be scared out of his wits. He looked at Long Zhangguo who was not far away. He won. Long Zhangguo won? How was that possible? One of Heaven's eyes had already been blasted apart by the dragon warring state. Although Long Zhangguo seemed to be in a sorry state at this moment, his battle intent was soaring. He swung the sky-splitting axe in his hand again, as if he was going to destroy Heaven's other eye. Ah! My eye roar. Heaven's eye cried out in pain. Long Zhangguo, who had a ferocious expression on his face, swung the sky-splitting axe again. Roar. Heaven's eye roared crazily. Buzz. Heaven's eye closed. Bang. The sky-splitting axe immediately cut through a large amount of dark clouds. However, Heaven's left eye disappeared. It escaped? Immortal of the six paths left eye escaped? The experts of Heavenly Yin City were stunned. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The only remaining Heaven's eye escaped? Whoosh. The crack in the void suddenly disappeared, and the dark clouds that covered the entire sky suddenly dispersed. In just a short moment they disappeared like smoke in thin air. Heaven's eye's aura was no longer in the sky above the heavenly court. Only Long Zhangguo stood in the sky with a ferocious expression on his face. Six paths you fought but ran away? You don't deserve to be Heaven. Come out and fight with me again. Long Zhangguo roared. His voice instantly penetrated the heavenly court and even spread further. However, Immortal of the six paths aura was no longer in the sky. Guhai and the rest all felt it too. This was because the heavenly power that had forced everyone to kneel had disappeared. Everyone no longer needed to kneel. A large number of experts stood up one after another. At this moment, their hearts were thumping wildly as they looked at the sky. Everything felt like a dream. However, this dream was too evil. Heaven's eye lost? One of its eyes was destroyed by Long Zhangguo. Then when Long Zhangguo fought again, Heaven's eye escaped. Then Heaven's eye escaped? How could this be? Tai Chu looked at the sky in shock. Amateus Buddha. The future Buddha chanted as if he was trying to calm himself down. Whoosh. Long Zhangguo slashed the sky-splitting axe in the void again, creating a crack in the void. However, Immortal of the six paths disappeared. I am in the heavenly court. Six paths, come again if you dare. I will wait for you any time. Long Zhangguo shouted coldly. However, despite the clear clouds in the sky, there was no response from the heavens. Bang. Long Zhanghua landed in the central square of Heavenly Yin City. Citizens of the Deqian, I have defeated heaven. Long Zhanghua shouted. Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! The officials in the central square of Heavenly Yin City trembled. Then they were overjoyed and bowed together. Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! With someone taking the lead, shouts of long live, 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 long live. The voice of the dragon warring state and the voice of the heavens were as loud as thunder. Countless officials and people of the great Qian dynasty naturally understood what it meant. Originally, everyone was about to lose all hope for the Deqian. However, the result was reversed. His Holiness won? Wouldn't the Deqian celestial empire be improved? Chapter 608. Dragon Shenying, Long Shenwen, Takeshi Ryushin, Sima Zongheng, Baiming Shou, and Ao Tianhuang all bowed to Long Zhanghua. The human path reincarnation behind Long Zhanghua disappeared. As he stepped forward, his figure slowly returned to normal. His naked upper body burnt back and some blood seeping out. It looked tragic, but it gave people a feeling of boundless power. He put away the sky-opening axe and opened his arms. Immediately, a servant came forward and put on a new set of dragon robes. Long Zhanghua looked up at the sky coldly, but he didn't feel too happy. Long Zhanghua was defeated, so the Deqian people naturally cheered. However, Tai Chu, future Buddha, and the other forces had different expressions. Amateus Buddha, congratulations Daqianxing. Future Buddha suddenly bowed respectfully. The Bodhisattvas and Arhats all bowed respectfully. Tai Chu was terrified. When he looked at Long Zhanghua, his eyelids twitched. Long Zhanghua said that he didn't attack him because he was invited. He didn't think so before, but now he didn't have any doubts. Congratulations, Your Majesty of the Great Qian Empire. Tai Chu also bowed respectfully. Facing the heavens, all living things had to kneel. Long Zhanghua, who had defeated the heavens, didn't feel wronged. The disciples of Solar Divine Palace followed Tai Chu and bowed. This was the most authoritative power in the world. Deity Six Paths was an immortal, the heavens. He should have been the most powerful existence in the world. But now, even he had lost to Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua deserved to be called the most powerful person in the world. All the experts who had been invited bowed. Congratulations Daqianxing. All the outside forces bowed. At this moment, Daqianxing lowered his gaze from the sky and looked at the experts around him. The Thousand Sage Assembly has ended. This one shall not disturb Lord Daqianxing any further. I need to return to report to the Buddha ancestor. Here I bid farewell to Lord Daqianxing. The future Buddha bowed respectfully once more. After all, he had talked back to Daqianxing and was worried that Long Zhanghua would hold a grudge against him. Even if Long Zhanghua didn't mind, his subjects didn't. In order to curry favor with Long Zhanghua, they would definitely make an example out of themselves. They had to leave immediately. Yes. Daqianxing nodded. Daqianxing nodded, and the future Buddha's tense face suddenly relaxed. Goodbye. After bowing once more, the future Buddha flicked his sleeves and led the group of experts from the Soul Mountain holy ground into the distance. Swish. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Heavenly Yin City. Ao Tianhuang, Dragon God Ing, and the others looked coldly at the future Buddha's departing figure. Tai Chu shivered and naturally understood what the future Buddha meant. This one also needs to return to Sun Divine Hall immediately. Here I bid farewell to Lord Daqianxing. Tai Chu said respectfully. Long Zhanghua looked at Tai Chu, his eyes slightly cold. Tai Chu was also very nervous at this moment, worried that Long Zhanghua wouldn't let him go. Go back and tell Lord Tai something. Long Zhanghua said indifferently. Daqianxing, please speak. Tai Chu immediately said respectfully. Tell him that I will be going to Sun Divine Hall soon and watch the sun with Lord Tai. Long Zhanghua said seriously. Tai Chu's pupils shrank and a trace of panic flashed across his face. However, he still said respectfully, yes, I will definitely pass on the message. Yes. Long Zhanghua nodded. This was considered letting Tai Chu go. Tai Chu was about to leave, but when he glanced around, he immediately saw Bingheim. Bingheim, you have finished what you wanted to do in the Han Dynasty. It is time. Will you come back with me? Tai Chu said seriously. Bingheim won't go with you. Gu Hai said seriously. At this moment, Gu Hai naturally didn't want Bingheim to return to Sun Divine Hall. So what if they became enemies with Sun Divine Hall? Gu Hai stood in front of Bingheim and looked coldly at Tai Chu. Bingheim looked gently at Gu Hai, and there was a trace of guilt and sadness in her gentle eyes. Bingheim turned her head and looked at Kong Di, who was not far away. Bingheim's expression changed. "Your Majesty, I am sorry." Bingheim suddenly bowed respectfully. "Huh? Bingheim, what are you doing?" Gu Hai's expression sank as if he felt something was wrong. "This official is grateful for your Majesty's love in the Han Dynasty. This official was incompetent and couldn't bring anything to the Han Dynasty. I only kept causing trouble for your Majesty. This official is sorry. Please allow this official to return to Sun Divine Hall." "Your Majesty, I am sorry." Bingheim immediately bowed respectfully. "Bingheim, I don't blame you. Why are you returning to Sun Divine Hall? That Tai Chu kept forcing you and you still want to go? Aren't you sending a lamb to the tiger's den?" Anxiety flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. "My apologies, Your Majesty. This official has made up my mind." "Your Majesty, I am sorry." Bingheim stepped forward and flew towards Tai Chu. "Bingheim." Gu Hai reached out to grab Bingheim. Bang! Suddenly Tai Chu, who was not far away, waved his hand, and a gust of wind immediately pushed Gu Hai back. Bingheim, however, flew towards Tai Chu. Tai Chu. Gu Hai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Gu Hai, Bingheim was originally a disciple of Sun Divine Hall. If she wants to go back, she can go back. Who are you to interfere?" Tai Chu glared at him. "Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about me. I'm fine." Bingheim said anxiously. "All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's go." Tai Chu waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind was formed, sweeping all the disciples of Sun Divine Hall away. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Tai Chu took everyone to the horizon. Gu Hai watched Bingheim leave, but he didn't chase after her. Instead, his face was gloomy. "Sister Bingheim, this is too much." Long Wan Yu looked at Bingheim's back angrily. Her brother-in-law was so good to Bingheim, but Bingheim betrayed her brother-in-law in front of so many people? Gu Hai didn't blame Bingheim. He just clenched his fists and felt very uncomfortable. "Bingheim, I know you don't want to cause trouble for me, but I am not afraid of trouble." Watching Bingheim leave, Gu Hai felt a sense of loss. In the distance, Tai Chu swept up all the disciples of Sun Divine Hall and flew away. After flying far away, he used a flying boat to carry everyone. On the flying boat, Bingheim kept looking in the direction of Tianyin City. Although she couldn't see Gu Hai anymore, she still couldn't bear to look away, but 2 streams of tears fell from her eyes. "What? You can't bear to leave that gigolo? Bingheim, let's see how you explain to Tai Yi when you go back this time." Tai Chu snorted. Bingheim didn't say anything and just bit her lip. Seeing that Bingheim ignored him, Tai Chu snorted. "Umph." Tai Chu walked away, leaving Bingheim alone. She looked at the heavenly court that was getting farther and farther away. With tears in her eyes, Bing Ji suddenly smiled faintly. She muttered to herself as she looked into the distance. "Your Majesty, did you know? Emperor Kong also wants to take me away. If I stay by your side, then Emperor Kong will do anything to deal with you. I am incompetent and have caused trouble for your Majesty. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about me. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs, not to mention me." After wiping her tears, Bingheim slowly walked back to a cabin on the flying boat. Tianyin City. In a restaurant, Lord Tang led a group of subordinates and looked at the central square in the distance in shock. "Lord Tang, what do we do now? When the Emperor asked us to come, he didn't expect this to be the result." A subordinate said worriedly. "Defeat the heavens? It is indeed beyond the Emperor's expectations." Lord Tang narrowed his eyes. "Then? Withdraw all the arrangements. Let's not move." Lord Tang said coldly. "Yes. It's a pity that the Emperor has invested a lot this time. It's useless to invest a lot. This way our losses will be minimal. However, it doesn't matter. I can bring back a bigger gift for the Emperor." Lord Tang sneered. "Oh, Gu Hai." Lord Tang narrowed his eyes. "Gu Hai. Lord Tang, it seems that the Qing Emperor is determined to get Gu Hai?" "Yes, the Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong, know all the forces want to get Gu Hai. Previously, Gu Hai was only very talented and had good means. There are few people like him, but it's not that there are none. Now it's different. The precepts of the Wen Dao in the world have been taken away by the heavens. There is no Wen Dao that can be used anymore. However, Gu Hai has a Wen Dao precept that can be used, a superscripture." Lord Tang said in a deep voice. "The Tao Te Ching?" The subordinate's expression changed. The subordinate beside him was also surprised. "Yes, how could I forget? Now the way of calligraphy can no longer write rules. Even the sacred books and scriptures in the world can no longer be strengthened. Their original power will only become weaker and weaker. Even the powerful Taishang Sutra from before is no match for the Tao Te Ching. Obtaining Guhai is equivalent to obtaining the Taoist classic? The subordinates were in a daze and their eyes widened. The Taishang lineage was supported by the Taishang scripture. Now Guhai was in the Yuanying state and had the Tao Te Ching, which was more powerful than the Taishang scripture. Many people were eyeing him. Could he keep it? Lord Tang, you said you can bring Guhai back to the emperor? But the Qing emperor is also watching. How can we persuade him? No one can persuade the old man's temper. Even Daiqianxing can't make him surrender. Lord Tang shook his head. Then we. Others can't do it, but I can. Lord Tang narrowed his eyes. What? Because my name is Tangut. Lord Tang smiled confidently. The subordinates were confused. In the central square, Gu Hai sighed as he watched Bingheim leave. He turned his head and looked at the square. Sure enough, other than Long Zhanghua, the countless powerful people from all over the world were looking at him with a hint of greed. Do you want my Tao Te Ching? Gu Hai sneered. Just as Gu Hai turned his head to look at Long Zhanghua, his hair stood on end. All the hairs on his body stood on end as a murderous aura rushed towards him. Evil thief, die. A loud shout rang out. A long white sword turned into a ray of light and slashed toward Gu Hai's face. The murderous intent was so strong and fast that it seemed like it could cut Gu Hai in half in an instant. Taishang? Don't. Oh no. Cries of alarm came from all around. Chapter 609. Swish, swish. An energy sword shot out like a hot knife through butter. It seemed like it would cut Gu Hai in half in an instant. At this critical moment, Gu Hai's expression changed. He drew his life-extinguishing saber and slashed at the energy sword. Fourth heavenly cycle. Gu Hai widened his eyes and slashed at the energy sword. In the plaza, saber chi and energy sword converged and collided with the energy sword. The life-extinguishing saber's purple light filled the air. Hong! A loud sound rang in the air. The life-extinguishing saber's saber energy formed a huge explosion that shattered the saber energy with a loud bang. The purple light dissipated. However, Taishang's energy sword was greatly weakened. Even so, it continued to slash at Gu Hai. Before the manifested sword arrived, a sharp sword chi instantly tore open the skin on Gu Hai's forehead. The instant the skin tore open and blood flowed out, a scarlet saber suddenly shot out from the spot where Gu Hai's blood flowed out. It was the life-slaying saber that had been hiding in Gu Hai's body. When the life-slaying saber appeared, the entire place was dyed red. The sword chi shattered. The blood-red energy sword formed by the life-slaying saber collided with the white energy sword. Hong! The life-slaying saber's energy sword shattered. However, the energy sword had been weakened by 90%. Even so, it still struck Gu Hai. A bone saber shot out of the open wound. It was the life-ender's saber. Boom. After colliding head-on, the might of the gigantic sword aura was finally completely extinguished. Bam. Gu Hai took 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. He's not dead. The expressions of the cultivators in the plaza changed. At that moment, everyone thought that Gu Hai was dead for sure. Who was that? Taishang was a prodigy. That was the strength of Heavenly Palace. Gu Hai, who was from a small Yuanying state, would not be able to retaliate against that attack. But what had happened in that split second? Gu Hai blocked Taishang's sword? No, Taishang's strength is only at Zhongtian Palace? In the distance, Dragon Goding narrowed his eyes. Taishang's Taoist heart is broken? Long Shinwen's expression darkened. Central Celestial Palace? It's not something that Gu Hai can withstand. Takashi Ryushin said in surprise. Bastard, go to hell. Taishang glared at him and slashed out with his sword again. That sword strike just now had actually failed to kill Gu Hai? Taishang lost himself in love. The dual cultivation in the human Tao secret realm caused Taishang to lose control of himself, causing his cultivation base to plummet. The disciples of the Taishang sect looked at the prodigy in shock. How could this be? Although Taishang was deeply immersed in the dual cultivation, he could not wait to kill Gu Hai when he woke up. Only by killing Gu Hai could he regain his composure. Since the first strike had failed, there was a second strike. Taishang slashed out with his sword again. In the distance, Mu Qinfeng glared and shouted, Fire! Boom! Just as Taishang's sword was about to slash down, a rumbling thunder instantly shot toward Taishang. If it had been Taishang in the past, he would not have cared at all. But now that his cultivation had been greatly reduced, he had no choice but to withdraw his sword to block it. Boom! The sky-piercing cannon collided with Taishang's sword. Taishang retreated abruptly and stopped. Taishang was not injured. However, he was knocked away by the sky-piercing cannon. Humph, I don't believe you have so many sky-piercing cannons. Taishang glared at Gu Hai again. Taishang slashed at Gu Hai. The Deqian officials watched coldly from afar. How dare you! Suddenly an angry shout rang out. A gust of wind swept up from the center of the square and sent Taishang, who was charging toward Gu Hai, flying. Bam! Taishang retreated more than 30 meters. The shout earlier came from Long Zhanghua, who was on the Daqianxing sect. Long Zhanghua was scolding Taishang? The disciples of the Taishang sect were shocked by the shout. Following Long Zhanghua's shout, Long Shenying appeared in front of Taishang in a flash and punched at Taishang. Boom! Taishang was sent flying and crashed into the mountains in the distance. More than 10 mountains were instantly crushed. Taishang finally stopped. Juzi! The disciples of the Taishang sect cried out anxiously. Daqianxing sect, Juzi did not mean to offend the Deqian sect. Daqianxing sect, please forgive him. Taishang sect's disciples pleaded. Although they did not know why Juzi wanted to kill Gu Hai, the most important thing now was to appease Long Zhanghua. Otherwise no one would be able to leave. Long Zhanghua looked coldly at Taishang, who was slowly climbing out of the ruins. A murderous aura locked onto him, causing Taishang to break out in cold sweat. Taishang, I did not invite you to the Thousand Sage Conference for you to be presumptuous. Long Zhanghua said coldly. Taishang was much calmer now. He raised his head and looked at Long Zhanghua. Daqianxing sect, this is a personal grudge between me and Gu Hai. Taishang said unwillingly. Long Zhanghua's eyes turned cold and a strong aura pressed down on him. Under Long Zhanghua's pressure, Taishang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm sorry for offending you. Taishang lowered his head and said. Humph, the people from the spiritual mountain holy ground have left, the people from the solar divine palace have left, and you people from the Wansho Taoism should also leave. Long Zhanghua said coldly. We'll leave immediately. Taishang's disciples said anxiously. Taishang looked at Long Zhanghua and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. However, he could only lower his head and say, yes. The disciples of the Taishang sect quickly went to help Taishang up. They took out the flying boat and helped him onto it. Juzi. Taishang's disciples said anxiously. Let's go, cough cough cough. Taishang spat out blood. Whoosh. The flying boat carried the people from the Wansho Taoism and quickly flew into the distance. On the deck, Taishang looked coldly at Gu Hai in the center of the square in the distance. Gu Hai, I'll fight you to the death. Taishang's face was ferocious and his eyes were full of hatred. Whoosh. The flying boat quickly flew away and disappeared into the horizon. Gu Hai turned his hand and put away the Life Slayer saber. He looked at Taishang leave but his face was slightly gloomy. Hallmaster, are you okay? Mu Chenfeng anxiously rushed forward and asked. I'm fine. Gu Hai shook his head. Long Shenying retreated to the side and looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. The Deqian's officials did not care about Gu Hai's life or death. Even the crown princes looked on coldly. The crown princes were extremely intelligent people. They seemed to have seen through Gu Hai's ambition and knew that this person would not be easy to subdue. Dead. It's good that he's dead. It would save them trouble in the future. Moreover, Gu Hai still had the Book of Daoda. If he died, the book would become an item without an owner and they could fight for it. However, the crown princes suddenly realized that Long Zhanghua seemed to favor Gu Hai. Dragon Shenying immediately understood his father's attitude when he said, presumptuous, to help Gu Hai get out of the situation. He immediately came to help. Long Zhanghua looked coldly at the crowd and said, that's all for today. Disperse. Yes, His Holiness. The Deqian officials immediately bowed respectfully. In 10 days, Gu Hai will meet me in the upper study room. Long Zhanghua suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai. The Deqian officials were shocked. The experts from the various forces also looked gloomy. They didn't know what Long Zhanghua meant by this. Ever since the dragon warring state defeated the heavens, everything had changed. Every word he said, every action he made, every expert was constantly trying to figure out what he was thinking. Gu Hai looked at Long Zhanghua, nodded and bowed slightly. Bus. However, Long Zhanghua's figure flashed and disappeared from the central square. He just disappeared into thin air. Send off His Holiness. All the officials and commoners bowed respectfully. Old man, can't you say it clearly? Why are you being so secretive? Long Wanyu frowned and said, Shua. Almost everyone suddenly turned to look at Long Wanyu. Almost everyone wanted to say something but stopped. They wanted to reprimand Long Wanyu, but they didn't know where to start. After this battle, the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty will truly be the most powerful person in the world. How dare you disrespect him? However, this is Princess Wanyu. Perhaps only she would dare to. The three crown princes smiled bitterly. However, no one spoke. Brother-in-law, your forehead is bleeding. How are you now? Long Wanyu suddenly thought of Gu Hai and asked anxiously. I'm fine. Gu Hai took a deep breath and shook his head. The wound between his eyebrows had already healed. The Life Ender saber and the Life Slayer saber were already in his body. Only the Life Extinguishing saber was left on his back. Congratulations, Mr. Good. Sima Changkong bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Then Sima Changkong slowly backed away. Venerable Lun Yin, Ram Saint, the ninth young master, and Ding Ding did not speak to Gu Hai. Nearly no one came to greet Gu Hai. They only looked at Gu Hai. Perhaps the Great Qian dynasty's emperor was going to summon Gu Hai in 10 days. At this moment, Gu Hai seemed to be isolated from everyone. Only Long Wanyu and De Qian's group remained, surrounding Gu Hai. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Mo Yike walked over with a smile. Let's go back first. Gu Hai shook his head. Everyone nodded. Gu Hai led Long Wanyu, Mu Qinfeng, Mo Yike, Gaochen, Changxing, Ziwei, and the elite hall disciples out of the plaza. Then they returned to Long Wanyu's residence. Along the way, countless people stared at Gu Hai. However, no one went forward to greet him. Among the crowd, Kong Di narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. Qing Emperor smiled confidently as he looked at Gu Hai's back. Among the De Qian's troops, Li Xinji led the Xinji battalion to a corner. He narrowed his eyes and said, Gu Hai's cultivation actually increased greatly? Taishang did not die from one strike? However, there is still one heaven-blasting bomb left. Chapter 610. Dream of Heaven's Secrets? The words on the jade box were called, Dream of Heaven's Secrets. Gu Hai read it once and his eyes flashed with surprise. Dream of Heaven's Secrets? It was an astral projection technique. When the astral projection was made, the astral projection could be divided into 200 parts, which could be reincarnated. Alternatively, the astral projection could cultivate again in the form of an astral projection. When the astral projection returned, all the cultivation gains would be accumulated. The great art of dreaming of heaven's secrets was only an auxiliary cultivation method. But this auxiliary cultivation method could increase a person's cultivation speed by 200 times? The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty's Divine Blood Army entered the Azura Mystery Land for 6,000 years. When they came out, they were all peerless experts. Can I lead the Dahan army in? 1 year is equivalent to 200 years? Gu Hai's pupils shrank. Immediately, he looked at the great art of dreaming of heaven's mystery again. After reading it once, Gu Hai raised his eyebrows, and his expression turned ugly. Because the dream of heaven's secrets required a tool, which was the ghost sealing box between the eyebrows. To be precise, it should be called the ghost dividing box. It was a primer to divide the astral projection into 200 parts. Back in the spirit summoning hall, Gu Hai saw the ghost sealing box for the first time. The evil spirits that came out were not real evil spirits but people who had split their souls. Back then there were 1,000 coffins in the spirit summoning hall, and 1,000 people used the dream of heaven's secrets through the ghost dividing box. Logically, all 200 parts should have come back at the same time. But for some reason something happened. They came back one after another and could not return to their physical bodies. They became evil spirits in the box. That was why evil spirits came out when the ghost dividing box was opened at different times. At most 1,000 people at a time? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Although Gu Hai's 1,000 trusted generals were incredibly powerful, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied with that. Unfortunately, according to the dream of heaven's secrets, there was only one ghost dividing box in the world. The materials for the jade box were not available in the world, because it was formed by the heavenly Tao. The materials were unique in the world, and the cultivation method was based on the jade box. Without the jade box, the great art of dreaming of heaven's secrets would be useless. Wait. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly flashed. Looking at the jade box, Gu Hai's eyes narrowed as hesitation flashed in his eyes. However, after a while, Gu Hai finally made up his mind. He extended his hand and took out the life extermination saber. Then with a glare he slashed down viciously. Meow, are you crazy? Suddenly, a scream came from the jade box. In a forest far away, the black cat that Gu Hai had released earlier suddenly widened its eyes in shock. The ghost dividing box was refined by the black cat for Gu Hai. It had the black cat scent on it, and the black cat had its own way of sensing it. Giving the jade box to Gu Hai was only a matter of time. It had its own mark on it, and it would return to its hands sooner or later. Letting Gu Hai use it for a few years would be considered as repaying its debt of gratitude. The black cat firmly believed that anyone who saw the dream of heaven's secrets would be extremely excited and would carefully protect the ghost dividing box. However, after Gu Hai understood the situation, the first thing he did was to destroy it. He slashed it down? How was that possible? Boom! With a loud sound, the ghost dividing box was slashed into more than 1,000 pieces by Gu Hai. Bursts of black qi emerged from the fragments. The black qi then dissipated. Did I hear a cat's meow? Gu Hai frowned slightly. When the saber slashed down, the cat's meow sounded very familiar. Gu Hai looked around solemnly but could not find any trace of the black cat. He could only helplessly sigh. In the forest far away, the black cat was dumbfounded. Is this Gu Hai an idiot? Are you crazy? Crazy? That is the ghost dividing box. The dream of heaven's secrets is in there. It is the treasure that the sixth Tao is searching for. You destroyed it? You destroyed it? You lunatic, did you do it to erase my mark? Yes, my mark is completely gone from the ghost dividing box. But you can't be so wasteful. I haven't been out for 800,000 years. Have the people in this world changed? Why am I so unlucky? The black cat was vexed. Gu Hai, who was in the Skyene city, naturally did not know how the black cat felt. He carefully kept the 1,000 jade boxes and picked out the biggest piece. He condensed his qi, and from his dantian, a surge of heaven replenishing force flowed into the jade box piece. Wong. The fragments of the jade box slowly recovered at an extremely strange speed. Slowly the jade box piece became a complete jade box, exactly the same as before. This was just a piece of jade box that was repaired. Gu Hai activated the dream of heaven's secrets. Wong. The jade box suddenly emitted a green light. Heaven replenishing force? I succeeded? The ghost dividing box doesn't require much heaven replenishing force. It's just a special attribute? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. Just now it was just a piece of jade that was repaired. He still had more than 1,000 pieces. Doesn't that mean? Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai carefully kept the jade box. His eyes flashed with excitement. 1,000 people in a box. 1,000 boxes meant an army of 100,000. Perhaps there could be more. He carefully kept the ghost dividing box. Only then did Gu Hai pay attention to the thin human soul in his body. With a thin human soul he couldn't use it. However, this item could harm Qin Xian. Gu Hai naturally couldn't give it to anyone. With the ghost dividing box, he might be able to make Qin Xian's human soul appear. However, Gu Hai didn't want to take the risk. Before he was 100% sure, he would do everything quietly. Focusing, Gu Hai slowly adjusted his breathing and stabilized the huge increase in his cultivation. 5 days later, Gu Hai slowly came out of seclusion. Just as he opened the door. Brother-in-law, you're finally out. If you didn't come out, I would have called the old man. Long Wanyu immediately ran over excitedly when she heard that Gu Hai had come out of seclusion. Your Majesty. Mo Yike looked at Long Wanyu with a bitter smile. Hall Master. Mu Chenfeng also had a bitter expression. What's wrong? Gu Hai looked at everyone in confusion. What can happen? You're just annoying people to death. Brother-in-law, you don't know. For the past few days, the threshold of my temporary imperial residence has been broken by people. They all invited you to a banquet, but I stopped them all. Look at that invitation card. Long Wanyu pointed at a box of invitation cards not far away. Inviting me to a banquet? Gu Hai was puzzled. His Holiness seems to be very fond of the Hall Master. These people are here to curry favor. However, I don't understand why the 3 princes and Sima Zongheng also sent people to deliver the invitation cards. Mu Chenfeng curiously asked. What else could it be? Isn't it because of the Emperor's 2 essays? Mo Yike shook his head. Essays? During the Thousand Sage Assembly, the Hall Master wrote the Song of Righteousness in the Book of Daoda? Mu Chenfeng's expression suddenly changed. What else could it be? Gu Hai smiled coldly. How can that be? If they send more people, see if I don't break their legs. Long Wanyu glared. Now, the law of Wendao had been taken away by the heavens, and all the book cultivators were basically useless. However, the essays left behind in the past could still trigger some of the law of holy path. These articles of the past had become especially valuable. The Taishang scripture was already the best scripture in the world, but it was still defeated by the Book of Daoda. The power of the Book of Daoda was obvious, and many people coveted this scripture. It can't be stopped. What will come will come. Gu Hai looked solemn and shook his head. Your Majesty, what should we do with this box of invitations? Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai. You've organized them into a book? Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike handed over a list. Yes. De Qian, from the princes to the commoners, sent people to send invitations. All the holy lands and the great dynasties sent people to express their goodwill. Everything has been accounted for, but one invitation card is a little special. Mo Yike frowned. Gu Hai was puzzled. Mo Yike took out an invitation card from the box. However, there was not a single word on the invitation card. Instead, the invitation card was very old. Whose is this? Did they forget to write it? Long Wanyu was puzzled. Mu Qinfeng interrupted. The person asked me to give this invitation card to the hall master and asked him to look for him. When I saw this invitation card, I wanted to throw it away. Is this person crazy? Even the hall master might not be willing to accept the De Qian Crown Prince's invitation card. This strange person sent an empty invitation card and wanted the hall master to look for him? However, Lord Mo stopped me in the end. Mo Yike nodded. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes when he saw the invitation card. Brother-in-law, why are you looking at this invitation card? Hall master, that person deliberately came to cause trouble, right? While Mu Qinfeng and Long Wanyu were puzzled, Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike. Mr. Mo, how did you know? Back in the infinite celestial capital, I saw the Guqing Crown Prince use this invitation card. The invitation card is unique. There is a picture of a blue star on the cover, so I remembered it at that time. Mo Yike said respectfully. A blue star? Gu Hai smiled slightly and carefully put away the letter. It was not a blue star but a picture of Earth. This invitation card was personally made by him. When he taught his 4 adopted sons to make invitations, he gave each of them one. There were only 4 of them in the world. Hearing Mo Yike's words, Mu Qinfeng and Long Wanyu suddenly understood. They immediately became curious about the invitation card. Brother-in-law, why don't I ask someone to find out who sent you this invitation card? Long Wanyu said expectantly. Yes, Hall Master, I didn't know that it was sent by someone you are familiar with. I'll ask the elite Hall disciples to find the sender. Mu Qinfeng said immediately. No need. Gu Hai shook his head. When he saw the envelope, Gu Hai knew who sent it. Because he personally made the invitation card, he could see the difference at a glance. The invitation card was sent by Gu Tang, the 3rd of his 4 adopted sons. Since the 3rd sent someone to deliver the invitation card, there must be no danger. Since there was no danger. When they met again, there was no reason for the father to visit the son. They had not seen each other for almost 20 years. Was this Gu Tang still the Gu Tang of the past? 20 years, anything can happen. Chapter 611. Tianyin City in an inn. Lord Tang stood in a small courtyard and looked at the Long Wanyu Palace in the distance. Sir, it's been 8 days. Did Gu Hai not receive our invitations? There were so many invitations, but we didn't even write a single word, a subordinate said worriedly. No, his subordinates are not foolish people, especially that Mo Yike. We didn't write anything on the invitations, so he would definitely check them carefully. There's no way he would throw them away. Lord Tang looked coldly into the distance. Gu Hai would know it was us when he saw the invitations? Would he come to find us? But would he be able to find us? If he wants to find someone, no matter how difficult it is, he would definitely find them. The main thing is whether he's willing to find them. It's been 8 days and he still hasn't come to find me? Oh, old man, you're really stubborn. Do you still think it's the same as before? Lord Tang narrowed his eyes. Then we... Alright, since he's not coming to find us, let's go find him. Lord Tang said coldly. Yes. Tianyin City in a manner. Li Xinji also looked coldly at the Long Wanyu Palace in the distance. My lord, Gu Hai only has 1 heaven-shaking lightning left, a subordinate said with a smile. Li Xinji nodded. Yes, there's only 1 left. But his cultivation has increased again. Yuanying State? Even the Yuanying State wouldn't be at a disadvantage against an ordinary Tianyin Palace. We can't let him continue to grow. Wait until he meets His Holiness. If His Holiness hasn't entrusted him with an important task, we'll take action. Li Shinji said with a glare. But what if he's entrusted with an important task by His Holiness? Then he can only count himself lucky. The Shinji battalion will no longer target him, Li Shinji said solemnly. Yes. 10 days passed in a flash. Although a large number of invitations were sent to Gu Hai did not meet anyone. After spending 10 days at Long Wanyu's residence, they headed for heavenly courts. Long Zhonghua sent guards to personally escort Gu Hai. Along the way, countless Deqian experts looked at the airship that was welcoming Gu Hai. They wondered what Long Zhonghua was thinking. Defeating the heavens, Long Zhonghua's ferocious might was matchless. At this moment, his every move tugged at the heartstrings of all the powerhouses in the world. Heavenly Courts, Upper Study. The moment Gu Hai entered the upper study room, the door of the upper study room slammed shut. Quang. He closed the door in the upper study. Long Zhonghua sat at his desk, reviewing memorials. As his brush landed, streaks of golden light, like the laws of heaven, were written on the memorials. Elite Hall, Gu Hai greets Daqianxing Your Excellency. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Whoosh. Long Zhonghua put down his brush and looked at Gu Hai. Although he did not release any aura, Gu Hai could still feel the aura of an emperor. Perhaps after defeating the heavens, his entire aura seemed to have improved, and he looked invincible. Gu Hai, you're here. Long Zhonghua exhaled softly. Yes, Your Excellency Daqianxing. May I know why you want to see me alone this time? Gu Hai asked with a frown. You played a major role in defeating the Immortal of 6 Paths. Long Zhonghua smiled faintly. Me? Your Excellency Daqianxing must be joking. I only brought a black orb into the human Dao secret realm. If it was someone else, you could have let them in as well. Gu Hai shook his head. At that time, with Long Zhonghua's battle strength, he could have taken the recommendation talisman by force. Perhaps it would have taken some effort, but he could have done it without Gu Hai. Long Zhonghua shook his head. That's not all. There's also the Luoyang of Gojoseon and the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. Most importantly, like I told you last time, you have nothing to do with 6 Paths. Long Zhonghua said solemnly. Oh, the Luoyang of Gojoseon? Gu Hai was confused. In the past, the Luoyang of Gojoseon rebelled and even killed my daughter, Long Xiaoya. Why did I not do anything about it? Long Zhonghua took a deep breath and said. Yes, this one is curious as well. That Luoyang of Gojoseon was no match for His Holiness. No, even if the Crown Prince went, he would have been defeated in an instant. What? Gu Hai was confused. He's one of 6 Paths spies. I didn't want to alert him back then. Even though he doesn't know that he's a spy for 6 Paths, 6 Paths spies are everywhere in the world. Back then he succeeded in defying the heavens once. Naturally, he doesn't want to make the same mistake again. That's why he has countless spies all over the world. Perhaps they don't know their mission, but when they're triggered to a certain extent, they'll automatically alert 6 Paths. Long Zhonghua said solemnly. Gu Hai squinted his eyes and said, The Immortal of 6 Paths has some kind of trigger mechanism for the most powerful people in the world. He uses it to monitor you all? That's why you've never done anything in the past. Once you do, you must kill them in one hit? Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai and smiled. That's why I said that you've contributed a lot. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Apparently, this was the first time he had seen the Immortal of 6 Paths spying on the world. Under the Immortal of 6 Paths, even though I've ruled the world, I can only be trapped in this cage. My every move is monitored. Long Zhonghua took a deep breath. Congratulations, Daqianxing. You've defeated the Immortal of 6 Paths. This cage is no longer there. Gu Hai said with a smile. Long Zhonghua shook his head. No, the battle has just begun. Gu Hai was stunned. Do you think that those 2 eyes were the full strength of the Immortal of 6 Paths? No, it's not even 1 in 10,000. If the Immortal of 6 Paths only had this much strength, how could he be so powerful in the past? Moreover, 800,000 years. Do you think he's just standing still? Long Zhonghua said in a deep voice. It's not the full strength of the Immortal of 6 Paths? No, the Immortal of the 6 Paths hasn't woken up yet. He hasn't fully woken up yet. He's just a little bit conscious. I've destroyed one of his eyes, but he still has his hands, feet, body, mouth, nose, and ears. This is just the beginning. Long Zhonghua said in a deep voice. Gu Hai was shocked. When will the Immortal of 6 Paths appear again? Within 60 years, he will definitely be able to come out completely. However, during this time, a portion of his body will awaken at any time. We must be quick. We must be strong enough to completely kill him. Long Zhan said in a heavy voice. 60 years? I'll remember your contribution this time. I'll reward you handsomely. After 60 years, I won't forget your contribution. Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. Without Dai Qianxing, I would have done those things. By the way, I'm here to return Dai Qianxing's living soil and the vines of the immortal slaying gourd. Gu Hai took out 2 jade boxes. Although he was reluctant, he couldn't take things that didn't belong to him. I've never returned anything that I've given out. Keep them. Dai Qianxing shook his head. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Why did Dai Qianxing ask me to come here? Gu Hai asked again. Solemnly. I need you to go to the Dian dynasty for me, Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. Dian dynasty? Me? What? Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. You contributed greatly to the deity of Six Paths' injury. In other words, the deity of Six Paths will not let you go easily. You're not a pawn of the deity of Six Paths. I don't have to worry about you. Long Zhanghua said with a smile. Huh? Gu Hai's face froze. Does this mean that the immortal of the Six Paths will definitely count me in when he tries to kill others? Secondly, I believe in your ability. I know what you've done all these years. You'll definitely accomplish it. Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. Accomplish what? Gu Hai's face darkened. Convince Jiang Lianshan to work with me to cut off the deity of Six Paths' limbs and destroy his source of power. Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. Jiang Lianshan? The ruler of the Dian dynasty? Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. That's right. But why me? Furthermore, what do I have to do? I'm from the Yuanying state. Gu Hai frowned. I won't force you. Other than you, I'll send a second group of people. But if you succeed, I'll give you all the territories of the Day One Empire. What do you think? Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. All the territories of the Day One Empire? Gu Hai's eyes widened. That's right. As long as you can defend it. Long Zhanghua said with a smile. The Han dynasty used to be sandwiched between the Deqian and the Day One. Now that the Day One Empire had been taken over by the Deqian Empire, the Han dynasty was surrounded by the Deqian Empire. It was like a country within a country. This was extremely disadvantageous for the Dahan Empire. But now, the territory is the foundation of a country. What? Gu Hai looked at Long Zhanghua with a frown. If I can kill the immortal of the Six Paths, what's this territory to me? Long Zhanghua said calmly. If he could kill the immortal of the Six Paths, the entire world would be his. Would he care about the loss of a few cities? Gu Hai was slightly tempted. The Han dynasty could no longer expand, but now, Long Zhanghua seemed to see Gu Hai's interest. He said in a deep voice, I'll allow you to do this secretly to avoid alerting the enemy. After all, your cultivation base is still too weak. Gu Hai did not comment. I'll allow you to pick a group of people below the rank of Marquis and rank 6 official to go with you. Long Zhanghua said solemnly. Oh. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Whether you succeed or not, I won't blame you. You just have to do your best. I'll give you an imperial edict to do whatever you want. Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. Then I'll give it a try. However, as you said, the Deqian Empire should be filled with the immortal of the Six Paths spies. I won't stay in the heavenly court any longer to avoid trouble. In the future, I'll send the list of people I want to you. You can arrange for them to meet me in the limitless celestial capital of the Han dynasty. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai and nodded. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. When we arrive at the Dian dynasty, give this sachet to Jiang Lianshan. Long Zhanghua handed over an extremely worn-out red sachet. The flowers inside the sachet seemed to have dried long ago. The outside was embroidered with white silk, and the center was embroidered with the pattern of the 8 trigrams. This sachet? Gu Hai took it carefully. Tell him, this was embroidered for you by Murong Yan. Murong Yan's heart hasn't changed. It's just that you don't deserve her. Even if you reincarnate 10 times, she still won't choose you. Guanxi can point his sword at the immortal of the Six Paths for her. What about you? Long Zhanghua said after taking a deep breath. As he spoke, his eyes were bloodshot. Murong Yan? In the past, when Xiu the Great sent troops to the Deqian Celestial Empire, this woman seemed to be the trigger, right? Didn't old man Guanxi go against the heavens for his wife? Could it be that old man Guanxi's wife is Murong Yan? Gu Hai nodded after a moment of silence. Chapter 612. Gu Hai stayed in Long Zhanghua's study for a day and a night. No one knew what the two of them talked about and no one dared to inquire. A day later, Gu Hai came out with no expression on his face. However, Gu Hai became the focus of everyone's attention. In the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court, everyone, whether inside or outside the Diqian, was full of curiosity. They were waiting to see what Gu Hai was going to do next. However, the next day, Gu Hai left with the disciples of the first-class hall on a flying boat. Mo Yike, on the other hand, stayed in Long Wanyu's palace with a group of Dahan officials and did not leave with Gu Hai. Gu Hai left so strangely? They watched as the flying boat went further and further away. Countless Diqian officials were at a loss. Could it be that His Holiness didn't put Gu Hai in an important position? His Holiness didn't entrust Gu Hai with any important tasks? But what did Gu Hai and His Holiness talk about in the past day and night? Dragon Shenying, Long Shenwen, Takashi Ryushin, and Sima Zongheng all looked puzzled. They watched as Gu Hai's flying boat left, but they did not follow. Heavenly Yin City, Long Wanyu's palace. Long Wanyu watched as Gu Hai left. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Mo Yike, are you deliberately lying to me and not letting me go with brother-in-law? Long Wanyu looked at Mo Yike anxiously. Princess, if that's the case, will the emperor keep me here? Mo Yike smiled bitterly. But is what you said true? Long Wanyu looked at Mo Yike anxiously. Mo Yike nodded. That's right. We just received news that Long Wanqing has been found. However, something has happened and we need your majesty to go there personally. Sister? You found it? Could it be? Long Wanyu said excitedly. Mo Yike shook his head. Princess, please calm down. There are many possibilities and they are also very complicated. The emperor asked me to stay by your side so that it would be convenient for him to contact you. When the time comes, he might need your help. Therefore, you must guard the heavenly court and help the emperor. Long Wanyu's eyes flashed with determination as she nodded. Okay, as long as I can save my sister, even if I have to burn down the upper study room, it won't be a problem. Mo Yike. Gu Hai's flying boat slowly flew away from the heavenly courts. In a mountain forest, Li Shinji looked at the flying boat in the distance with cold eyes. Battalion commander, His Holiness doesn't seem to have entrusted Gu Hai with any important tasks. A subordinate frowned. No, maybe. But I don't know, right? Li Shinji said coldly. Get ready to act. Gu Hai's growth is too fast. If we wait any longer, I won't have another chance. Li Shinji said coldly. Yes. Outside the heavenly courts, another flying boat flew quickly in pursuit of Gu Hai. A large Tang character was erected on the flying boat. It was Lord Tang leading his subordinates in pursuit of Gu Hai's flying boat. My lord, why didn't we look for Gu Hai in Heavenly Yin City earlier? A subordinate frowned. The 33 cities of the heavenly courts are all under Long Jianghu's surveillance. Once we leave this area and catch up with Gu Hai, I'll talk to him. Lord Tang said solemnly. Yes. Oh right, my lord, I saw Qing Emperor's men earlier. It seems like... A subordinate frowned. Lord Tang turned to look at the heavenly courts in the distance and sneered. Qing Emperor? He's just too cautious. Oh. Qing Emperor should have figured out who Gu Hai is by now, right? Trying to subdue Gu Hai in vain? He's too naive. Lord Tang sneered. Heavenly Yin City. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes as he watched Gu Hai's flying boat leave. Emperor Tangut is also chasing after him. King of Elixirs said respectfully. Qing Emperor stood with his hands behind his back and sneered. Tangut? Gu Tang? This solitude finally remembers. Unexpectedly, Gu Hai is actually him. Gu Hai is actually him? I didn't expect him to be so capable when we brushed past each other back then. Emperor, you've seen Gu Hai before? That's impossible. How? King of Elixirs said in surprise. Gu Qing, Gu Han, Gu Tang and a little guy. Unfortunately, that little guy didn't recognize anyone and ran away. Gu Hai. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Emperor, how did you know Gu Hai? King of Elixirs asked curiously. I killed his wife. It should be his wife. Her soul scattered. Qing Emperor sneered. However, that's not important. For those who achieve great things, wives and concubines are like clothes. Just change one. Qing Emperor said solemnly. Then, Emperor, do we still need to chase after him? No need. It would be best if Tangut could persuade Gu Hai. If he can't, I'll go directly to the infinite celestial capital. Gu Hai is mine. Now, the most important thing is to bring Ziwei and Chongqing back to the Dian dynasty. Qing Emperor said solemnly. Yes. Let's go. 3 days later on Gu Hai's flying boat. Gu Hai stood at the stern of the flying boat and gazed at the heavenly courts that had disappeared into the horizon. Mu Qinfeng and Gao Chen stood beside Gu Hai. Master, Ziwei and Changxing, those two ingrates, were seduced away by Qing Emperor when you went to meet Long Zhanghua. They only left you a letter. They didn't even have time to say goodbye. Gao Chen said angrily. Gu Hai looked into the distance and said, "There's no such thing as ingrates. They don't owe me anything. They went to the Dian dynasty. Perhaps we'll meet again soon." Gao Chen was confused. Gao Chen, the immortal of the six paths, took away the world's Wendao nomological laws. Are you still affected? Gu Hai looked at Gao Chen. Me? Anyway, Master's tunes are no longer effective. I only have two abilities left. First, I can play the little fairies. However, the little fairies are useless. They can't play the Tongqian's Guqin Dao nomological laws. Second, my voice is still as good as ever. Gao Chen said proudly. Your voice is still there? Mu Qinfeng's expression changed. That was a terrible music that made people bleed from their 7 orifices. Yeah, my voice doesn't need the Guqin Dao nomological laws. Gao Chen rolled his eyes. That's true. Mu Qinfeng smiled bitterly. Little fairies? That's enough. Gu Hai nodded. Hall Master will need 3 more months before we can return to the limitless celestial capital. Why don't you take a rest first? Us elite Hall disciples will take care of the helm. When we reach the limitless celestial capital, we'll inform you. Mu Qinfeng looked at Gu Hai. Rest? We can't rest. Our journey won't be peaceful. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Oh. Mu Qinfeng was slightly confused. Just as Mu Qinfeng was puzzled. Boom. Suddenly, the surroundings were engulfed in raging flames. The flames soared into the sky, and the clouds within 1,000 miles were instantly set ablaze. Gu Hai's flying boat was like a furnace in a sea of fire. Buzz. The flying boat's array was activated instantly, blocking the flames that came from all directions. Be alert. Mu Qinfeng shouted. Immediately, countless elite Hall disciples took out their swords and sabers and looked around. Gao Chen's expression changed and he stood behind Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked around with an ice-cold gaze. Then his eyes focused on the place with the most flames in the distance. Taishang, since you're here, don't hide anymore. Gu Hai said. Boom. Suddenly, a large number of fireballs were shot from afar. Taishang was standing in the center of the fireballs. At this moment, the Most High Path's big child was dressed in red. An unforgettable hatred flashed through his eyes. He held a small red bottle in his hand. From the mouth of the small bottle, flames that could blot out the sky and cover the earth shot out. Hey Gu Hai, you're finally out. Taishang said coldly. Taishang, if you didn't come to find me, I would have gone to find you. Gu Hai said with a smile. Find me? Taishang narrowed his eyes. That's right. Although your song, Taishang's Long Life, did not contain many principles of the Zither Tao, it contained the concept of Taishang. I dreamt of that for a long time and I want to listen to it again. I still have too many things to settle in the dream. Gu Hai nodded. That dream allowed him to go to Earth. If Gu Hai wanted to go there again, he would have to find Taishang. You already have the Book of Tao, and you still want Taishang's concept? Are you trying to humiliate me? Humph, you won't live past today anyway. Why should I waste my time talking to you? Taishang said coldly. Li Xinji told you our location, right? Gu Hai said calmly. Taishang narrowed his eyes. No one else but him. He's like a haunting ghost. I've been tolerating him, but it seems like there's no need for that anymore. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, no matter who told me, you must die today. Taishang's eyes turned cold as he waved his hand. A firestorm rushed toward Gu Hai's flying boat. The fire raged like a volcano erupting. It instantly formed a scorching sea that drowned Gu Hai's flying boat. Boom. Gu Hai stepped in front of the flying boat and flung out his sleeve. A strong suction instantly sucked all the surrounding flames into his sleeve. It's useless. Taishang, are you here alone? Previously in Heavenly Yin City, your sword strike against me already proved that you can't kill me. Your flames can't burn me to death either, Gu Hai advised. Can't kill you? If not for you, I would have ended up like this. My cultivation would have fallen by 1,000 kilometers. Only when you die can I destroy my inner demon and return to the exalted realm. Return to the peak. Go Samadhi True Flame. Taishang glared, and a scarlet flame surged out of the small bottle again, charging at Gu Hai. Samadhi True Flame? Many of the elite hall disciples on the flying boat showed horrified expressions. Taishang's Tao is not to be heartless or emotionless. Instead, it is to be true to one's emotions and nature, boundless love. You are walking in the wrong direction. Guhai shouted. What do you know? Taishang's rage had already clouded his mind. I wrote the Taoist classic. At the very least, I have heard the most perfect explanation of the Taoist classic. I know it better than you. Guhai said seriously. Guhai had heard Laozi explain the Taoist classic before. Naturally, he understood Taishang's Tao better. Although he had not reached that level yet, he understood. Naturally, he had more right to speak than the tycoons of the most high path. However, how could Taishang's Tao juggernaut listen? Die. A loud shout rang out. The surging Samadhi true flame instantly engulfed Guhai. Although he looked at Guhai with a ferocious expression, the instant the Samadhi true flame engulfed Guhai, Taishang's Tao juggernaut felt his heart skip a beat. It was as if there was a voice that kept telling him that he was wrong. Chapter 6:13. Outside the heavenly court, in a barren stone forest, a sea of fire burned the entire area. Outside the sea of fire, a group of disciples from the Taishang sect stood. The one leading them was Elder Xuanan from the Taishang sect. Is the news accurate? Xuanan looked at the sea of fire with a gloomy expression. The Deqian sect is very cautious of our Wansho Taoism. That's why we couldn't get any news from the heavenly court. Countless airships enter and leave the heavenly court every day. We don't know which one is Guhai and which one is a disciple from the Shinji battalion. Not long ago, someone came to report to Juzi that Guhai's airship had left and pointed out which one. That's why Juzi came here personally. A disciple from the Taishang sect said respectfully. Elder, can we trust the words of the Shinji battalion? Li Shinji has a grudge against Guhai? Could he be lying to Juzi? Another subordinate asked worriedly. It can't be wrong. When Li Shinji was in the heavenly court, he framed Guhai. Then it can't be wrong, Xuanan said with a gloomy expression. Elder, Juzi has been very mysterious recently. Why does she want to kill Guhai personally? Xuanan's expression was gloomy. If Juzi doesn't kill Guhai personally, her cultivation will be crippled. What? Because she's a Taishang. A Taishang needs to forget about love. Guhai, you really have good luck with women. You even broke Juzi's Taoist heart. It seems like she has you in her heart. Xuanan's expression was gloomy. How is that possible? Juzi didn't say? Of course Juzi won't tell you. Otherwise, how can she be the Juzi of the Taishang sect? Xuanan looked at the burning fire with a gloomy expression. Inside the fire, the true Samadhi fire engulfed Guhai. Hall Master. A large number of Class 1 Hall members had anxious expressions. The moment Taishang used the true Samadhi fire to envelop Guhai, his heart skipped a beat. He did not know why, but his heart trembled. Suddenly, the true Samadhi fire shrunk and moved towards the center, towards Guhai's mouth. Absorb. Guhai's mouth seemed to produce a huge suction force. The rolling true Samadhi fire was sucked into his mouth like a whale sucking in water. What? Taishang's expression changed. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, all the true Samadhi flames entered Guhai's mouth. Guhai's mouth seemed to be the home of all the flames. Except for the true Samadhi flames, all the flames in the surroundings quickly entered Guhai's mouth. Within 500 kilometers, there was a sea of fire. However, at this moment, it was like a mist that was sucked into Guhai's mouth. Behind Xiao Qin, Mu Qinfeng and the elite hall members revealed horrified expressions. That is the true Samadhi fire. It can refine all the stubborn things in the world. How can you swallow the true Samadhi fire? Taishang goggled. However, the flames in the surroundings dwindled. In the blink of an eye, all the flames in the surroundings were sucked dry. In the distance, the expressions of Xuanan and the other Taishang disciples changed. Damn. Guhai closed his mouth and swallowed all the flames. Taishang, your true Samadhi fire cannot hurt me. Think about what I said earlier, Guhai said seriously. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Taishang showed a ferocious expression as he activated the small bottle in his hand again. Rumble. Surging flames surged towards Guhai again. Suck. Guhai opened his mouth and sucked. The suction was even stronger than before as he pulled at the true Samadhi fire. Immediately, the true Samadhi fire surged into Guhai's mouth at an extremely fast speed. Xiaoqin sucked in as much as there was. Pop. In the end, the small bottle exploded, and all the flames entered Guhai's mouth. How can this happen? That is the flame storage bottle, the only treasure that can store the true Samadhi fire in the 8 trigrams furnace. Why did it shatter? The Taishang disciples in the distance felt confused. Evil thief die. Taishang shouted. Ching. A sword light shot towards Gu Hai. 4th cycle. Boom. A loud sound rang out and purple light filled the sky. The life-slaying saber clashed with the sword light, producing a loud sound in the air. Previously, in Tianyin City, the life-slaying saber, the life-extinction saber, and the life-extinction saber had barely blocked the attack. However, this time the life-slaying saber blocked the attack. Gu Hai took a step back and so did Taishang. The swords and sabers collided, and they were evenly matched. Did your cultivation level drop again? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Taishang's eyes were filled with hatred. It was Gu Hai's fault that his cultivation level kept dropping. Now he couldn't even kill Gu Hai? Everything will be fine as long as I kill you. Everything will be fine. Taishang looked ferocious as he raised his sword again. Boom, 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 boom. The swords and sabers collided again. In an instant they started killing each other. Prepare the sky-piercing cannons. Mu Qinfeng shouted. Mu Qinfeng, don't interfere. Gu Hai shouted in the middle of the battle. Yes. Mu Qinfeng immediately responded, revealing a trace of anxiety. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Gu Hai and Taishang filled the sky with saber and sword light. Endless sword chi and saber chi raged around the two of them. However, there was no clear winner. Taishang looked more and more anxious. In the distance, Xuanan narrowed his eyes. The giant's cultivation level dropped so much. Is he at the peak of the lower celestial palace? Yeah, isn't the giant at the upper celestial palace level? How could it be? The disciples of the Taishang sect were confused. The giant is only at the lower celestial palace level now. Seems that I was right. Gu Hai has broken his Taoist heart. However, this Gu Hai is also very strong. Yuanying state? The Yuanying state has the cultivation level of the lower celestial palace level. We have underestimated him. Xuanan looked gloomy. Rumble. After a series of collisions between Gu Hai and Taishang, Taishang seemed to be getting more and more tired. Gu Hai, who had been fighting to his heart's content at the beginning, slowly gained the upper hand. Clang. The swords and sabers collided and there was a stalemate. Taishang, enough is enough. That day I did not mean to offend you. It was the black cat who did it. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Don't even think about it. If I don't kill you today, I swear I won't rest. Taishang's beautiful face was filled with hatred. He looked like he was about to spew out a huge grievance. You won't be able to kill me. Your strength is constantly weakening. You're no match for me. Moreover, you're wrong. Your cultivation level is weakening not because your Taoist heart is broken. On the contrary, your Taoist heart is perfect now. Taishang's Taoist heart was based on Tai Chi. Tai Chi was the form of yin and yang. Solitary yang does not give birth and solitary yin does not grow. Gu Hai tried to persuade him. With the saber suppressing him, Taishang seemed to be at his wit's end. Ching. Suddenly, another sword gleam appeared beside Gu Hai. What? Gu Hai's expression darkened. He pushed Taishang away with his life slayer saber and rushed forward. Boom. The energy saber shattered. The sword gleam instantly appeared in front of Gu Hai and headed straight for Gu Hai's chest. Just as it was about to hit Gu Hai's chest, the Life Ender saber and Life Slayer saber suddenly emerged from his skin. Boom. Boom. Gu Hai was sent flying backwards, but he managed to block the sword ray that had suddenly appeared. Who's there? Taishang's expression darkened as he turned to look. The Life Ender saber and Life Ender saber flew around Gu Hai as he held the Life Slayer saber. However, he saw another group of figures appear not far away. Xuanan? Gu Hai's expression turned cold as he looked at the leader. You're still alive? Xuanan looked at Gu Hai with a dark expression. You. Why are you here? Taishang's expression changed as he shouted angrily. However, he saw two of Taishang's disciples lowering their heads. You bastards! Did you betray me? Taishang glared at them. Juzi, we were worried about your safety. That's why. The two disciples stammered. Juzi, even if they didn't tell us, we would have found out anyway. Li Shinji wants to kill Gu Hai. If you can't kill Gu Hai, he'll definitely send someone to inform us. Xuanan said. You all know? Grand Elder asked with a gloomy face. Juzi's problem is Taishang's problem. It's our problem. Xuanan said confidently. Juzi, you don't have to fight to kill Gu Hai. Let's do it. That's right. Let's do it. The group of Most High Path's disciples cried out. How dare you? Taishang looked anxious. Xuanan smiled. Elders, Juzi is no longer Gu Hai's match. Let's do it for him. That's right. Juzi, let's do it. The others said. A gloomy look flashed across the Grand Supreme's eyes. Xuanan and you 5 elders, are you rebelling? Taishang said coldly. There were about 50 Taishang's disciples. 5 of them had a Taishang symbol on their chests. They were the elders of the Taishang sect. The 5 elders wanted to help Taishang kill Gu Hai. However, Taishang did not appreciate their kindness. Xuanan smiled coldly. Juzi, is your Taoist heart broken? You can only recover perfectly if you kill Gu Hai with your own hands. If we kill Gu Hai, your Taoist heart will not be able to recover perfectly. We know that. However, do you still have the ability to kill Gu Hai? You want to take my position as Juzi? You are not worthy. Taishang said coldly. At the very least we can kill Gu Hai, can't we? Xuanan shook his head. The other 4 elders looked at Gu Hai with murderous intent. Taishang looked gloomy, but there was nothing he could do. Everyone, Gu Hai has humiliated the Wanshou Taoism many times. He even killed Xuandu's eldest senior brother's nephew, Elder Feng Tong. This time let's kill Gu Hai. What do you think? Xuanan said in a low voice. Listen to senior brother Xuanan. The Taishang's disciples shouted. They no longer cared about Juzi's words. Prepare the sky-piercing cannons. Mu Chenfeng waved her hand. Gu Hai shook his head and said, there's no need. Taishang's 5 elders, 5 middle celestial palaces, and a group of lower celestial palaces. The sky-piercing cannons won't make it in time. There's no need. Yes. Mu Chenfeng said worriedly. Gu Hai took out a scroll and looked coldly at Xuanan and the others. 5 middle celestial palaces? None of you will leave today. Gu Hai was about to tear the scroll in his hand. As soon as the scroll was taken out, it emitted a strong righteous aura. Ghosts and deities wept. Righteous aura exists in heaven and earth. Chaos gives form. The 5 Taishang's elders' expressions changed as soon as they heard the voice. Oh no, it's the Song of Righteousness. Is Gu Hai crazy? What is he doing? Quick, kill him. Just as the group of Grand Supreme Path disciples were feeling anxious, rip, Gu Hai stretched out his hand and tore, instantly tearing apart the Song of Righteousness in his hand. Overwhelming righteous energy surged out of the Song of Righteousness and rushed into Gu Hai's body. Chapter 6:14. Rip. Gu Hai reached out and tore the Song of Righteousness in his hand. The Song of Righteousness in his hand was instantly torn apart. Overwhelming righteous energy surged out from within and rushed toward Gu Hai. The surging energy instantly filled Gu Hai's body. Now that his cultivation base had improved, Gu Hai could withstand even more energy. The moment the energy filled his body, Xuanan's sword was already at Gu Hai's glabella. Boom. He swung his life-extinguishing saber. A dazzling purple light erupted and instantly knocked Xuanan's sword back. Xuanan took 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Oh no, he tore the Song of Righteousness. His power has reached the middle heavenly palace. An elder's expression changed. How can he bear to do that? That's the Song of Righteousness. The way of books in the world has already been abolished. Every one of them is gone. The Song of Righteousness should be mine. I can't believe he tore it. Don't let him tear the book of Taoism. Do it. The disciples of the Taishang sect swarmed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression was cold as he snorted. He reached out and put away the life-extinguishing saber and life-slayer saber. Then he grabbed the life-extinguishing saber and slashed at the crowd. For a moment, the sky was filled with Gu Hai's saber energy. 4th cycle. Gu Hai swung his 4th cycle again. A vast energy saber shot toward Xuanan. Oh no. Xuanan's expression changed as he parried the attack with his sword. Senior brother, I'll help you. The 4 elders shouted as well. Boom. The energy saber collided with the 5 swords with a loud bang. The void trembled slightly and a strong gust of wind swept up. Gu Hai's figure paused. Arg. Arg. The 5 elders were sent flying with a loud bang. The powerful force even sent all the cultivators of the lower celestial palace flying. Gu Hai did not stop. Instead, his figure flickered and he appeared in front of one of the elders. What? The elder's expression changed, revealing a look of horror. 4th cycle. Gu Hai slashed down again. Boom. He was completely powerless to resist. In an instant, that elder exploded, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. Junior brother? The group of elders cried out in alarm. Stop him. Quick, attack him together. Xuanen's expression changed. Kill? Everyone attacked at the same time, slashing at Gu Hai. Taishang Dao? That's all there is to it. Gu Hai sneered. Boom. Another lower celestial palace disciple exploded. Boom. 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 All of the lower celestial palace disciples who rushed towards Gu Hai instantly exploded. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai arrived at another elder. Senior brother, help me. The elder's expression changed. It's too late. Gu Hai said with a sinister smile. Boom. He slashed out with the fourth cycle again, and that elder exploded. No. The lower celestial palace disciples cried out in alarm. At this moment, Gu Hai was like a demon god. He killed Buddha and God in his way. Those who were close to him had no hope of surviving. Amid the loud rumbles, the Taishang Dao disciples were slaughtered one by one. Kill Gu Hai? Steal the sacred text of Dao Da? The upper celestial palace disciples no longer had such thoughts. They only had one thought in their minds, and that was to run. 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 Xuanen's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. Run? Isn't it a little too late? Great cycle of saber chi. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. With Gu Hai as the center, countless saber chi suddenly appeared in all directions and surrounded all of the Taishang Dao disciples. Gu Hai seemed to be standing in the center of a chessboard. The countless saber chi were like chess pieces, wreaking havoc and blocking all of the Taishang Dao disciples. Those who came close were immediately blocked by the saber chi. Gu Hai once again arrived in front of Xuanen. Fourth cycle of heaven. Gu Hai shouted angrily. Kill? Xuanen also swung his sword with all his might. Boom. The saber and sword clashed, creating a storm. Xuanen did not explode, but he was still covered in blood from the huge recoil. He was sent flying. Song of Righteousness? Song of Righteousness? Everyone, it's too late. Tear up our Taishang Dao's book. Xuanen cried out in alarm. All right. Xuanen and the other two elders immediately took out a scroll that looked like the Song of Righteousness. Without any hesitation, they tore it apart. Rip, rip, rip. Suddenly, a surge of righteous chi flowed into the three elders' bodies. The strength of the three elders suddenly increased. Gu Hai's face darkened, and he immediately rushed forward. Boom. Xuanen blocked the life-extinguishing saber with his sword. However, he did not have much of an advantage and could only barely block it. My poem is not as good as the Song of Righteousness? Xuanen's face darkened. That's it. Let's continue then. Gu Hai's face turned cold. The life-extinguishing saber swung out again. It was still the fourth cycle of heaven. There were many different styles of the fourth cycle of heaven. Gu Hai did not upgrade it to the fifth cycle of heaven because it was enough to deal with them. Rumble. In an instant, Gu Hai and the three elders started fighting ferociously. No one could kill the other, but Gu Hai still had the upper hand. The three elders were bleeding profusely. Gu Hai's life-extinguishing saber was too powerful. The group of people in the lower sky palace did not dare to move recklessly. If they moved, the surrounding saber chi would lock onto them and slash at them. Gu Hai alone made all the disciples of the Taishang sect extremely embarrassed. Xuanen was covered in blood and looked anxious. It seems like you can't do it. Don't waste any more time. Go to hell. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. The saber chi around them suddenly changed, and the life-extinguishing saber seemed to be emitting a chilling aura that made everyone's hair stand on end. Fifth cycle of heaven. Gu Hai was about to slash the fifth cycle of heaven. Help, Juzi. All the disciples of the Taishang sect screamed in horror. Taishang had been standing at the side. When he saw how powerful Gu Hai was, he was in despair. Kill Gu Hai? It seemed like he would never be able to do it. As he watched the disciples of the Taishang sect die one by one, Taishang felt relieved. However, he still could not bear to see it happen. Gu Hai chopped down with his saber again. That strong killing intent seemed like he wanted to kill everyone with one strike. Taishang was anxious as well. When all the disciples of the Taishang sect pleaded in despair, Taishang finally made his move. No! Xuanen shouted in despair. At that moment, Gu Hai slashed with the fifth cycle of heaven. Each saber chi had the power of the fourth cycle of heaven. Xuanen could barely block one fourth cycle of heaven. Now 20 saber chi were coming at him. It seemed like they would cut him into pieces in an instant. The threat of death instantly filled his heart. It's over. It's all over. Xuanan was not the only one. All the disciples of the Taishang sect were in the same situation. They looked desperate. The saber chi slashed at them. Boom. A loud sound rang in the air. Just as all the disciples of the Taishang sect closed their eyes and waited for their deaths, the saber chi suddenly dispersed. The disciples of the Taishang sect shuddered. I didn't die? The others turned to look. They saw Guhai's life-extinguishing saber's energy saber stopping right in front of Juzi. At that moment, Juzi used his long sword to block the life-extinguishing saber's energy saber. However, his long sword could not withstand a single blow. It shattered completely. Just as the life-extinguishing saber was about to hit Juzi, it stopped. Taishang's eyes darkened. He looked at Guhai in disbelief. Guhai didn't kill me? Guhai's saber stopped. The saber chi and energy saber vanished. At the last moment, Guhai stopped. Guhai stared at Taishang. He took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. Why didn't you kill me? Taishang's eyes darkened as he asked. You've helped me before, so I won't kill you. I'll spare their worthless lives this time, but there won't be a next time. Guhai said in a deep voice. The disciples of the Taishang sect shuddered. Taishang looked at Guhai with a complicated expression. He could not express the bitterness in his eyes. He was extremely dejected and disappointed. Thank you, Mr. Good. The disciples of the Taishang sect bowed and thanked him in fear. Thank you, thank you. Xuanan bowed at Guhai in fear as well. Their desire to survive made them forget their high and mighty status in the past. As long as Guhai did not kill them, they did not mind bowing to him. Let's go. Taishang turned around. He looked dejected. He wanted to lead the disciples of the Taishang sect away. Okay. Yes, thank you, Juzi. The disciples of the Taishang sect followed behind Juzi gratefully. Wait. Guhai suddenly called out. The disciples of the Taishang sect shuddered and looked at Guhai. Today I'm sparing your lives because of Taishang. In the future I'll go to Wanshou Taoism again. If you're ungrateful and target Taishang again, I'll take your lives one by one, just like those people just now. Guhai said coldly. Guhai's voice was filled with murderous intent. Everyone shuddered when they heard it. Yes, we'll support Juzi. We won't betray Juzi again. Everyone answered. Guhai did not say anything. He just stared at the disciples, making them panic. However, they did not dare to say anything. It's none of your business. Taishang snorted. Taishang flung his sleeves and flew into the distance. The disciples of the Taishang sect looked at Guhai in fear. They turned around and followed Taishang. After watching the disciples of the Taishang sect leave, Guhai let out a long breath. Master, you want to protect the Taishang sect? But why did you let those people go? Even if you let them go, they won't appreciate it. Gaochen frowned. Taishang's cultivation has regressed. Even if we kill them, there will be other disciples of the Taishang sect who will offend us. Why not let them live and create an image of a bad person for me? It'll serve as a deterrent to others. Guhai shook his head. Just as Guhai shook his head. Release. Mu Chenfeng shouted. Boom. A heaven-shaking lightning bolt flew out and instantly brushed past Guhai. It flew into the distance. Guhai's face darkened. He turned his head to look. In the distance, he saw a long golden arrow shooting toward him like a meteor. Its target was Guhai. The thunderbolt flew toward the long golden arrow that was flying toward Guhai. Boom. With a loud sound, the long arrow and the thunderbolt collided in the void, creating a rolling storm. In the storm, the long golden arrow did not explode. Another arrowhead flew out. However, its power was much weaker this time. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Guhai. Ding! A saber chi shot out from Guhai's side and destroyed the weakened arrowhead. Guhai looked into the distance coldly. He saw the peak of a mountain in the distance. Li Xinji was holding a long golden bow and looking at him coldly. Li Xinji? Hey, you can't help it. Guhai smiled coldly. Chapter 615. While Guhai was fighting against the experts from the Taishang sect, Li Xinji had already led the Xinji battalion disciples to a secluded place in the distance. Song of Righteousness? Guhai is really generous. A Xinji battalion disciple said in surprise. Of course he is. If not, don't even think about leaving today. Li Xinji narrowed his eyes and said, Battalion commander, can those Taishang sect disciples do it? Them? In this generation of the Taishang sect, except for Xuandu and this giant, The others were not worth mentioning. Xuanan? He's just a lackey. Li Xinji narrowed his eyes and said, "Ah, look, an elder is dead. Gu Hai is so murderous." Everyone stared at the distance, watching Gu Hai killing in all directions. "We can't wait any longer. If he continues to grow, he won't be able to kill Gu Hai. Today is the day he dies." Li Xinji's eyes turned cold. Rumble. In the distance, a series of roars sounded. They saw Gu Hai killing in all directions, but he stopped when he was about to slash at Taishang. "It's over? Gu Hai didn't kill Taishang? Look at their frightened faces. How shameful." A group of Xinji battalion disciples looked at the group of Taishang sect disciples begging for mercy in fear. Gu Hai spared them in the end, and all the Taishang sect disciples followed Taishang and fled. At this moment, Li Xinji took out a golden longbow. "Battalion commander now?" a subordinate asked in surprise. "Yes, Taishang sect disciples? Oh, a bunch of trash. I still have to do it myself." Li Xinji's eyes were cold. But, don't worry, Gu Hai's 4 cycles just now is inferior to mine," Li Xinji said coldly. "But why don't you wait?" After tearing apart the Song of Righteousness, Gu Hai could only maintain his powerful strength for a short while. Very soon his strength would weaken. "Wouldn't it be better to make a move then?" a subordinate asked blankly. "When the power of the Song of Righteousness is exhausted, Gu Hai still has the Book of Tao Te Ching. At that time the danger will be even greater. Now that he has just used the Song of Righteousness, it is time for him to be arrogant. He thinks that he can solve everything without the Book of Tao Te Ching. If we don't act now, when will we?" Li Xinji said coldly. As he spoke, the longbow in his hand blossomed with a dazzling golden light. Li Xinji gathered a powerful force on the longbow and released it in an instant. Swish! The long arrow left the bow and instantly turned into a meteor shooting towards Gu Hai in the distance. At this moment, on the flying ship in the distance, a Class 1 Hall member noticed it. "Camp Master, look!" that Class 1 Hall member cried out in alarm. Mu Chenfeng's expression suddenly changed, and she unhesitatingly took out her sky-piercing cannon. Fire! A sky-piercing cannon shot out and instantly brushed past Gu Hai. Then it flew into the distance. Boom! The huge clash kicked up an overwhelming storm in the distance. The heaven-quaking thunder did not manage to destroy Li Xinji's rain of arrows. However, it managed to weaken the rain of arrows to a negligible degree. Then Gu Hai's saber chi destroyed it. "Li Xinji? Hai, you still can't hold it in." Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. From a distance, Li Xinji stared coldly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai also stared coldly at Li Xinji. "Gu Hai, you are really lucky," Li Xinji sneered. "Li Xinji, you are seeking death again and again," Gu Hai retorted coldly. "Ha! Seeking death? Gu Hai, do you really think that you are unrivaled in the world?" Li Xinji retorted coldly. "I did not say that I am unrivaled in the world. However, it is enough to deal with you. Li Xinji ha. I originally had hopes for you, preparing to subdue your divine mystery sect one day. Now it looks like there is no need for that," Gu Hai said coldly. "Subdue the divine mystery sect?" In the distance, Li Xinji showed some disdain. "Although you schemed to harm me several times, you still have such means. Unfortunately, you did not use them properly. Stabbing others in the dark is just a small trick. You are taking revenge for your son, Li Haoran, right?" Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. "Huh." Li Xinji glared. Li Haoran was his nephew. This was something that everyone knew. How did Gu Hai know that Li Haoran was his son? "Your hatred is not reduced and your will is firm. Even if you submit to me, you are harboring evil intentions. It is not worth it to put the people around me in danger because of your determination. Furthermore, you are not worthy of me paying so much attention to you," Gu Hai said coldly. Li Xinji looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile. "I am not worthy? Gu Hai, you are really arrogant. Do you think that you can still leave today? Today you are in a hurry to make a move, even exposing yourself. You are worried that Long Zhangguo will give me a mission, right? Ignorance is not a crime? Kill me and end it all? Li Xinji, you are smart with small schemes, but you cannot see the big picture. Some people are not people that you can easily offend," Gu Hai said coldly. "So what if I offend you? Gu Hai, do you think that you can still control everything now?" Li Xinji stared and shouted, "Divine Armament Great Formation." Immediately, a large number of Xinji battalion disciples quickly stood in a military formation and pulled out a cyan longbow. Wong! A huge cyan longbow condensed in the void. On the longbow there was a huge cyan energy arrow. Even from a distance one could feel the murderous aura from it. Divine armament, great formation? The formation of the Shinji battalion that can move unhindered in the world. With the combined strength of a battalion of people, it can shoot a super powerful arrow? Ah, what a great name. Guhai said with a cold smile. The cyan energy arrow in the void was aimed at the flying boat behind Guhai. Even from a distance, a huge murderous aura rushed straight towards them. Li Shinji, on the other hand, raised the golden longbow and gently pulled the bowstring. A golden longbow was firmly locked onto Guhai. It's too late to know now. Today no one can think of leaving. Guhai, if this arrow is aimed at you, do you still have the ability to protect the people on the flying boat? Li Shinji said with a cold smile. Sky-shattering cannon, aim at the cyan longbow. Guhai said coldly. Ha ha ha, the last sky-shattering bomb has been used up. You still want to trick me? Release the arrows. Li Shinji stared. Whoosh, whoosh. The cyan longbow and the golden longbow instantly turned into two meteors and rushed straight towards the flying boat and Guhai. Fourth cycle. Guhai stared and slashed with his saber. Humph, you can protect yourself, but can you protect others? Li Shinji said with a cold smile. Release. Mu Qinfeng shouted. Another sky-shattering bomb instantly flew out from the sky-shattering cannon. Boom, boom. The golden longbow was suddenly shattered by Guhai's saber. Guhai's body slightly paused, but the cyan longbow was instantly shattered into pieces by the sky-shattering bomb. Monstrous waves rolled up in the void. The two longbows were completely shattered. What? The group of Shinji battalion disciples exclaimed in shock. Sky-shattering bomb? Aren't there only 10 of them? How can there be more? Li Shinji stared and said in surprise. Li Shinji, isn't there no information that the Shinji battalion can't find? How can you not find this? Guhai revealed a trace of coldness. How can there be more? Even if there are more, so what? Even if there are more, they are all dead. Shinji battalion, star feather fall? Li Shinji's expression changed. Yes. The Shinji battalion disciples shouted. Buzz. They immediately drew their bows again and gathered the power of the arrows. In an instant, 9 super longbows were formed in the sky above the formation. As soon as the longbows were released, a huge killing intent rushed toward them again. Li Shinji's golden longbow was aimed at Guhai again. Indeed, I was careless. You still have more sky-shattering bombs? But what about the sky-shattering cannon? You only have one. Let's see how you can block my star feather fall. Li Shinji glared and said. Sky-shattering battalion. Mu Qinfeng shouted coldly. Yes. Immediately the group of elite hall disciples shouted. Ka 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 ka. 18 sky-shattering cannons were set up on the deck of the flying boat. 10 of them were aimed at the Shinji battalion, and the other 8 were aimed at Li Shinji. 18 cannons? Impossible, it must be fake. Release the arrows, star feather fall. Li Shinji glared and shouted. Boom. 9 cyan longbows and 1 golden longbow were shot toward Guhai and the flying boat. Release. Mu Qinfeng bellowed. Boom. Immediately the 18 sky-shattering bombs were released. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 azure arrows collided with the 9 heaven-quaking thunders and exploded with a boom. 2 sky-shattering bombs instantly exploded the golden longbows. A rolling storm appeared in the void. The remaining 7 sky-shattering bombs turned into meteors and reached the Shinji battalion in an instant. Oh no! Li Shinji's expression changed. He quickly drew his longbow and shot out 5 golden longbows at the same time. Boom! They collided with the sky-shattering bombs again. The void trembled and blocked the 5 sky-shattering bombs. However, there were still 2 more. One flew toward Li Shinji, and the other flew toward the Shinji battalion disciples. Bastard! Li Shinji's expression changed and he slashed the longbow in his hand. One of the heaven-quaking thunders instantly exploded. Meanwhile, the other heaven-quaking thunders shot toward the Divine Strategy Battalion disciples. Boom! Help! Ah! With a series of screams, the Divine Armament formation exploded and scattered. A large number of Shinji Battalion disciples were blown up into the sky and turned into a rain of blood. Countless Shinji Battalion disciples were injured and wounded in an instant. They screamed continuously. Li Shinji's expression changed drastically. It seems that your Shinji battalion is not as good as my rumbling sky battalion. Guhai sneered. 18? Are they all real? Guhai, how did you get them? Li Shinji exclaimed. Guhai ignored him. He looked at the Shinji Battalion disciples and said coldly, "Rumbling Sky Battalion, continue. Don't leave anyone alive. Kill them all." "Yes." Mu Chenfeng shouted. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly the sound of the sky-piercing cannon rang out again. Like the Grim Reaper, the sky-piercing thunders descended upon the disciples of the Shinji Battalion. Li Shinji tried to block the heaven-quaking thunder, but there were too many of them. Even though Li Shinji tried his best to block the heaven-quaking thunder, there were still a large number of them exploding around the Shinji Battalion. Ah ah ah. With a series of screams, the Shinji Battalion suffered heavy casualties. "Gu Hai, don't you dare." Li Shinji glared at Gu Hai. Li Shinji understood that if this continued, his subordinates would all be finished. Only by killing Gu Hai or destroying the sky-piercing cannon could he save the Shinji Battalion disciples. The Shinji Battalion wanted to kill us all just now. Now that they are killed, it is their retribution. Serves them right. Gu Hai glared at Li Shinji and walked towards him. "Mu Chenfeng, kill them." Gu Hai ordered coldly as he rushed towards Li Shinji. "Yes, sir." Mu Chenfeng replied. Boom. Once again, a large number of sky-piercing thunders were shot towards the distance. Chapter 616. Li Shinji charged at Gu Hai with a ferocious look on his face. He had never felt so vexed since he had established the Shinji Battalion. The Shinji Battalion countered their opponents with long-range attacks. Whether it was their own divine arrows or the divine arrows of the divine armament formation, they had always been able to restrain their enemies. Over the years, many factions, even those that were several times stronger than the Shinji Battalion, had all been defeated by the rain of arrows. However, the tables had turned. Their opponents' long-range attacks were stronger than the Shinji Battalion's? Was there any long-range attack troop that was stronger than the Shinji Battalions in this world? However, it was Gu Hai, whom he had always looked down on, who was right in front of him. Even though he had tried to kill Gu Hai several times, he had never taken him seriously. However, it was him. How could the Rumbling Sky Battalion be stronger than the Shinji Battalion? The Shinji Battalion that he had painstakingly nurtured was about to be annihilated by the Rumbling Sky Battalion. How could he not be anxious? He had to kill Gu Hai as soon as possible and destroy the sky-piercing cannon. No, Gu Hai's death is enough. The sky-piercing cannon is mine. Li Shinji had a ferocious look on his face as he approached Gu Hai from afar. At such a close distance, the longbow was no longer of much use. A long sword appeared in Li Shinji's hand as he slashed at Gu Hai. This time, Li Shinji didn't test Gu Hai. He didn't want to test him. The most important thing now was to kill Gu Hai with one slash of his sword. Shing. A golden super sword energy materialized in the air. Li Shinji seemed to have exerted all his strength. He didn't want to test him. He didn't want to fight. He just wanted Gu Hai dead. Gu Hai didn't dodge. Instead, he faced the attack head-on. Gu Hai had a ferocious look on his face as he slashed down with the life-extinguishing saber. "Humph, Gu Hai, you're the one who asked for it. Do you think I'm the same as those Taishang trash? I won't give you a chance. Your fourth cycle won't be able to withstand a single blow." "Die," Li Shinji said with a sinister expression. Boom. When the golden sword retribution chopped down, a golden sword chi storm immediately encased the air. A great pressure pressed down on the elite hall disciples, causing them to reveal horrified expressions. "Your Majesty, be careful." Mu Chenfeng's expression changed as she cried out in alarm. The fourth day of the week? How could Gu Hai underestimate Li Shinji? How could he possibly use the fourth day of the week? A dazzling purple light burst out of the life-extinguishing saber as it slashed out. Zhou Tian. Surging saber chi spread out, forming a huge domain of saber chi. The strong saber move was like a heavenly river pouring down as it gathered on the saber astral saber. Together with the life-punishing saber, it clashed head-on with Li Shinji's sword. "You dare to clash head-on with me? You're courting death." Li Shinji showed a sinister expression. However, when the long sword slashed down and entered the saber chi domain, Li Shinji's expression suddenly changed. "No, it's not the fourth day of the week." 5. Gu Hai roared with a ferocious expression. When the life-extinguishing saber slashed out, the sky was dyed purple. Everyone could not open their eyes because of the dazzling light. A terrifying killing intent instantly dispersed Li Shinji's sword will. Li Shinji did not have time to withdraw his sword. The saber and sword immediately clashed. Honk. A loud sound rang out. The dazzling light blinded everyone. However, regardless of whether it was the elite hall disciples or the Shinji battalion disciples, they all stared at the center of the dazzling light. But after the dazzling light shone, it quickly dissipated. In an instant, everyone could see clearly. However, they saw that Guhai was still standing at the same spot. He slashed down with the long saber in his hand. Green veins popped out all over his body. His long hair hung loosely in the air. He looked like a demon god who had descended. On the other hand, Li Shinji's golden sword shattered in the air. His clothes exploded as he was sent flying backward. While flying backward, his chest exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Despair filled his eyes. What? Everyone's expression changed. Li Shinji was defeated? No, puff. Li Shinji flew in the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. What are you waiting for? Kill. Guhai glared at them and shouted. Yes. Mu Chenfeng's expression changed. Boom, boom, boom. The sky-blasting cannons fired a series of attacks. In an instant, it was like a meteor shower that fell on all the Shinji battalion disciples. Ah ah ah. Amidst the screams, the Shinji battalion disciples were blasted into pieces. Escape? There was no way to escape. Every sky-blasting grenade could kill a mid-stage celestial palace expert. What about the Shinji battalion disciples, who were mostly from the Yuanying state? In an instant, under the huge explosion, the Shinji battalion disciples were annihilated and exploded. No, Guhai. Li Shinji, who was in a weakened state, roared ferociously. The Shinji battalion that he had painstakingly trained was annihilated just like that? Whoosh. Guhai appeared in front of Li Shinji in an instant. Before Li Shinji landed on the ground, he swung his saber at him again. Li Shinji, you overestimate yourself. Guhai swung his saber at Li Shinji with a murderous look on his face. Defeated? He was utterly defeated. He was not as good as Guhai in terms of scheming, strength, and military strength. Originally, he had no enmity with Guhai. But in the end, they would not rest until one of them was dead. What? Because of Li Haoran? If he could do it all over again, would he still fight with Guhai until one of them was dead? Yes, he would still fight until one of them was dead. Guhai, haha, you can't kill me. I will be back. Today you annihilated my Shinji battalion. In the future, I will destroy your Han dynasty. I will kill everyone around you and torture them to death one by one. Ah. Li Shinji laughed ferociously. Do you still have a chance? Guhai had a ferocious look on his face as he swung his life-extinguishing saber. Just you wait. Explode. Li Shinji shouted with a ferocious look on his face. Hong. Li Shinji self-detonated. Guhai's face darkened. He used his saber to protect his body and blocked the power of Li Shinji's self-detonation. Boom. Guhai retreated to one side. Li Shinji self-detonated into countless pieces. Battalion commander. The surviving Shinji battalion disciples in the distance exclaimed in shock. The battalion commander is dead? That's cruel. Did he commit suicide? Gaochen said in surprise. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Escaping by shattering his body? Hey Li Shinji, do you think that I haven't investigated your background all these years? Guhai suppressed the viciousness in his eyes and put the life-extinguishing saber behind his back. He looked at the Shinji battalion disciples in the distance and said coldly, kill. Boom, boom, boom. The sky-shattering cannons exploded. Instantly, the remaining Shinji battalion disciples were annihilated. At the border of Deqian, there was a place shrouded in fate energy by the sea. Beneath the light of providence was a lower sect. In the lower faction there was a pagoda. The pagoda emitted bursts of white light. Swoosh. A ray of golden light rushed towards the pagoda from the horizon. Guhai, you did not expect this, right? I have a secret technique that allows the soul to return to the tower. When I reconstruct my physical body, I will definitely kill everyone around you one by one. Kill them one by one. Ah. Li Shinji's ferocious roar came from the golden light. Swoosh. In an instant, the golden light shot towards the pagoda. It was about to rush into the pagoda. Just at this moment. Suddenly, a big black hand appeared from the side of the pagoda. Bang! The big hand reached out and grabbed the golden light. What? Li Shinji's terrified voice came from the golden light. The shape of the golden light was Li Shinji's appearance, but it was Li Shinji's divine soul. However, it was grabbed tightly by the golden hand. What's going on? Oh, who is it? Where is he? Where is he? Li Shinji's golden divine soul cried out in shock. He turned his head and saw a man in a black robe grabbing his divine soul. No one in the Divine Arcanum sect can save you now. The black-robed man sneered. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, countless bats rushed into the sky from behind the black-robed man. The moment the bats appeared, they immediately covered the entire Divine Arcanum sect. Bats? Vampire, you are a vampire? Changming, you are Changming. Li Xinji's divine soul cried out in shock. Sect Master, help. Master, save me. Master, Master, we are here. At this moment, cries for help came from afar. It was the other members of the Divine Arcanum sect who were tied up and trapped in a square. A large number of people in blood-red robes stood in the square. There were bats flying around his body. Obviously he was also a vampire. The black-robed man, Changming, sneered. His Majesty looked through a large amount of information and found out that you were killed once in the past, but you were quickly revived in the Divine Arcanum sect. Thus, His Majesty guessed that you might have a life-saving method, so he asked me to wait here. Li Xinji, everything is indeed as His Majesty expected. His Majesty? Could it be that why you have submitted to Guhai? Did Guhai ask you to wait in my Divine Arcanum sect? Li Xinji's divine soul cried out in shock. So what if he knows? Changming sneered. He reached out and grabbed Li Xinji's divine soul in front of him. Then he opened his mouth and was about to swallow Li Xinji's divine soul. No, don't. Li Xinji's divine soul cried out in shock. However, how could Changming care? Li Xinji looked at the huge mouth in despair, knowing that he would not be able to escape this calamity. Guhai, Guhai, you are truly ruthless. Li Xinji revealed a look of despair. Wait a moment, Changming. I can give you my lifetime's worth of treasures. Wait a moment. Li Xinji cried out again. Changming paused for a moment. As long as you release the rest of my Divine Arcanum sect, I will give you all my treasures. Li Xinji said anxiously. His Majesty did not ask me to kill the rest of your Divine Arcanum sect. However, as the commander of the Han Dynasty's blood-robed guards, I naturally have to share His Majesty's burden and clean up all filth. How can I not remove the roots when I cut the grass? Changming said indifferently. Kill. Changming shouted coldly. Screech, 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 screech. A large number of bats immediately flew out from the blood-robed guards in the plaza, charging at all the Divine Arcanum sect disciples. As the Divine Arcanum sect disciples screamed miserably, the bats drained all their blood. No. Changming, you will die a horrible death. Li Xinji roared. I was going to hell in the first place. Your threats are useless against me. As for your treasures? I will find them myself. Changming said coldly. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing Li Xinji's spirit soul into his mouth and swallowing it. No. Only Li Xinji's final scream was left in the Divine Arcanum sect. No one else's voice could be heard. 2 hours later, a torrential rain poured down. Changming led a group of blood-robed guards away from the ruins of the Divine Arcanum sect. Chapter 617. Xuanan and the other disciples of the Taishang sect were released by Guhai. Although they had left, they had not gone far. Suddenly there was a loud noise in the distance. Everyone turned to look. Li Xinji? Xuanan's eyes lit up. Li Xinji killed Guhai personally? The disciples of the Taishang sect were excited. Although they were terrified by Guhai's suppression, they hated Guhai deeply. Now that Guhai was about to be killed by Li Xinji, they naturally paid close attention. Taishang also looked into the distance. However, there was a trace of worry in his eyes. Even he did not know what he was worried about. Rumble. After a series of loud noises, the scene that the disciples of the Taishang sect were hoping to see did not appear. Instead, Guhai suddenly had a rumbling sky camp. Sky-piercing cannon? How can there be 18 of them? If Guhai had used the sky-piercing cannon at the beginning, we would have. If Guhai wanted to kill us, he did not even need to do it himself? The disciples of the Taishang sect were shocked. They did not have any hope of surviving. They only looked at Guhai with fear in their eyes. The battle between Guhai and Li Xinji was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the winner was decided. Defeated? Li Xinji lost? Guhai was about to slash with his saber. This is the saber. If he wants to slash, we. The disciples of the Taishang sect were bitter. Okay, let's go. Taishang said in a low voice. All the disciples of the Taishang sect looked at Taishang with complicated expressions. If it wasn't for the giant, they would have been dead by now. Not daring to linger, everyone quickly caught up with Taishang and disappeared into the horizon together. At this moment, the Shinji battalion was completely annihilated. Li Shinji had also completely exploded and died. Master, that slash of yours just now was really powerful. Gaochen said excitedly. Hall Master, fortunately we didn't let you down. The Shinji battalion has been completely annihilated. Mu Chenfeng also said excitedly. The Shinji battalion, De Qian's Foreign Affairs Department, was one of the top 10 most powerful organizations. No, with Li Shinji it was one of the top 3 organizations. However, such a powerful Shinji battalion was eliminated by him. Mu Chenfeng felt that following Gu Hai was full of hope. Gu Hai nodded and stepped onto the deck of the flying boat. He didn't ask everyone to leave. Instead, he turned his head and suddenly looked in another direction. Suddenly, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Everyone looked in the direction that Gu Hai was looking at. A flying boat? Gaochen's face darkened. There are more enemies? Prepare the sky-piercing cannons. Mu Chenfeng shouted. Yes. A group of sky-piercing cannons immediately aimed at the flying boat in the distance. Don't move. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, they saw a big flag on the flying boat in the distance. There was a big word, Tang, on the flag. The flying boat had been parked in the distance as if it was watching Gu Hai's battle. It only slowly flew over when the battle stopped. Tang? On the deck of the flying boat, the person at the front was Lord Tang. Gu Hai stood in front of the deck and looked coldly at Lord Tang in the distance. Lord Tang also revealed a faint smile and stared at Gu Hai. The flying boat was getting closer and closer. Soon it was in front of them. The two of them looked at each other from a distance. Gaochen and Mu Chenfeng saw a gloomy expression on Gu Hai's face and didn't dare to interrupt. Gu Hai looked at Lord Tang and didn't say anything. His expression was extremely solemn and gloomy. Old man, how have you been? You killed Li Shinji, but your body is still strong. Lord Tang suddenly said with a smile. Old man? Gaochen and Mu Chenfeng revealed some curiosity. Is he talking about Gu Hai? However, when Lord Tang said that about Gu Hai's eyes softened slightly. What are you called now? Gu Hai asked indifferently. Tang Gut. Tang is in Gu Tang, Gu is in Gu Tang. Lord Tang said with a smile. Gaochen, who was at the side, felt somewhat stunned. Can names be introduced like that? Tang Gut? What's the matter? What brings you here to see me today? Gu Hai asked indifferently. Old man, you are still the same. Guqin is pedantic and Han is rotten. You should have left with me back then. However, it is not too late now. Old man, on this trip north to Deqian, I should have come to look for you. However, when I returned, I discovered that 9-5 Island was already gone. Tangut said with a smile. Tangut? When Gu Hai saw that the person before him did not revert to his original name, Gu Tang, he understood that there was something going on. Ah, are you that kind? Gu Hai asked indifferently. Of course. Not only that, but I also want to bring you to the Dian dynasty. That is where we should go. Tangut said with a smile. Oh, you want me to go to the Dian dynasty? To be your subordinate? To earn merits for you? Gu Hai suddenly said with a smile. You can say that. Of course, with old man's methods you might not want to be my subordinate. We might even be on equal footing. Tangut said with a smile. How presumptuous. Gu Hai suddenly glared. Gu Hai shouted coldly, and Tangut's subordinates behind him immediately charged forward. However, Tangut waved his hand and stopped them. Unfilial son, you are really arrogant. You dare to say such words. Gu Hai glared at Huang Xiaolong. Unfilial son? Gaochen, Mu Chenfeng, and Tangut's subordinates' expressions changed. What was going on? Unfilial son? Haha, I'm not your biological son. You only raised me for a few decades, so what? Tangut said with disdain. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and his expression turned gloomy. Old man, don't be angry, it's harmful to the body. However, when I asked you to come with me, I'm not trying to frame you. You should know the situation. Even without my persuasion, you will go to the Dian dynasty. You will also give up on the Han dynasty. Tangut said with a smile. Oh, why don't you tell me about it? Gu Hai sneered. Han dynasty. Old man, what is your original intention for establishing the Han dynasty? Tangut asked with a smile. Original intention? Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. Kill Qing Emperor to avenge adoptive mother. Isn't that right? Tangut said indifferently. What? Everyone's expression changed. Kill Qing Emperor? Avenge? How powerful was Qing Emperor? How could Gu Hai kill him? Gu Hai did not refute. Instead he looked coldly at Tangut. This brat was indeed an unfilial son. How could he say such a thing so openly? However, old man, you might be wrong. Perhaps there is no need to kill Qing Emperor. Tangut said with a smile. Oh. Old man, don't you find it strange? Our 9-5 island is a barren desert. Why would an expert like Qing Emperor travel hundreds of millions of li just to kill an ordinary person? Isn't it strange? Furthermore, Old Fourth and I wanted to follow them back then, but they agreed so easily. What? Tangut asked sullenly. I don't care why or what the reason is. Qin Xianer is dead, so Qing Emperor must die. Gu Hai said resolutely. What if adoptive mother is not dead? Tangut asked with a smile. Gu Hai's pupils constricted. How is that possible? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Tangut shook his head and said, Old man, you are mistaken. Adoptive mother is not dead, really not dead. She is currently in the Dian dynasty. She is the current White Emperor of the Dian dynasty, the Great of Metal. White Emperor? Sovereign Emperor? Tangut's subordinates exclaimed in shock behind him. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned, showing some doubt. However, he immediately confirmed his guess. He had personally seen Qin Xianer die, dying without a complete corpse. Furthermore, Qin Xianer's mortal soul was currently in his body. How could he allow Tangut to speak nonsense? Old man, I will not lie to you about this. Back then, the Qing Emperor was acting on orders to search for the White Emperor's reincarnated earthly soul. The White Emperor's reincarnated earthly soul reincarnated as adoptive mother. The Qing Emperor retrieved adoptive mother's earthly soul and returned to the Dian dynasty, allowing adoptive mother's earthly soul to return to her physical body and merge with her heavenly soul and mortal soul. Therefore, adoptive mother is not dead. She is only living in a different way. Old man, come with me. Adoptive mother has been talking about you and waiting for you. Don't you want to see adoptive mother? Tangut looked at Gu Hai expectantly. White Emperor. Earthly soul? Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Yes, old man, come back with me. Before we came, I promised adoptive mother that I would bring you back. Tangut's eyes flashed with confidence. Tangut understood Gu Hai's love for Qin Xianer. If he knew of Qin Xianer's whereabouts, he would definitely go over thousands of mountains and rivers. Ha ha ha, unfilial son. Gu Hai suddenly turned hostile. What? Tangut raised an eyebrow and looked at Gu Hai in astonishment. In the past, Xian treated you and Old Fourth the best. She never let you suffer any grievances. If there was anything good to eat, she would always think of the two of you first. That year, when I was injured while cultivating, she brought you to the mountains to gather herbs. We encountered a pack of wild wolves. Xian told you to hide in a cave. She used her body to block the entrance of the cave and used her life to protect you. Who would have thought that I would raise an ingrate? Good, very good. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. What ingrate? Old man, what did you say? I have always protected adoptive mother by her side. I have risked my life for her. White Emperor is adoptive mother, and adoptive mother is White Emperor. Tangut glared at him and said irritably, Shut up. Gu Hai shouted. As he shouted, Gu Hai emitted a murderous aura and rushed toward Tangut. Tangut's face turned cold and a powerful aura was emitted from his body. Descend to the Celestial Palace? Good, it seems that you have benefited a lot from following the White Emperor all these years. No wonder you can forget everything in the past. Selling your mother for glory? Ah, good, very good. Gu Hai said with a gloomy face. Old man, White Emperor has always been thinking of you. Don't be ungrateful. Tangut said coldly. The one who has always been thinking of me is Xian, not the White Emperor. Who does she think she is? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with irritation. How dare you slander the Emperor? A person at the side glared at him and said, Whoosh. Gu Hai suddenly turned his head and a murderous aura flashed in his eyes. Mu Chenfeng immediately waved her hand and the sky-piercing cannons were all aimed at the person who interrupted. That person's face changed and he was sweating profusely. How dare you? Today I will make sure that none of you leave. Do you believe me? Gu Hai glared. You. Tangut's subordinates' faces changed, but they didn't dare to say anything. Just now, Li Xinji was killed and they saw it with their own eyes. They were indeed inferior to Gu Hai. Old man, you really don't think of adoptive mother at all? Tangut said angrily. Gu Hai stared at Tangut and emitted a murderous aura. Chapter 6:18. Gu Hai glared at Tangut, emitting a murderous aura around him. Anger appeared on Tangu's face as if he was unwilling to accept this. All of Lord Tang's subordinates had anxious looks on their faces at this moment, not knowing what to do. Buzz. On the airship, one of Tangut's subordinates suddenly emitted a ray of light from his palm. As soon as the light appeared, it condensed into a huge transparent shadow. The shadow was dressed in white and was as tall as 2 people. It immediately emitted a gentle aura, dispelling Gu Hai's murderous aura. It was an extremely beautiful woman. She looked exactly like Qin Xiener. However, she was full of heroic spirit. She exuded the aura of a superior person. We pay our respects to the Emperor. A group of Tangu's subordinates immediately bowed respectfully. Their faces were filled with excitement. Greetings, Emperor. Tangut also bowed respectfully to the shadow. Qin Xiener? No, it's White Emperor. Gaochen and Mu Qinfeng looked at the shadow in front of them in shock. When the White Emperor's shadow appeared, it naturally looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's murderous aura was dispelled. He raised his head and looked at the shadow in front of him, frowning slightly, looking complicated. You are too young. White Emperor's shadow said gently. Ha! White Emperor. White Emperor. Gu Hai laughed dryly, and a look of love and hatred flashed in his eyes. Come to my side and help me. White Emperor said gently again. Humph, I will come to you soon but not to help you. I will kill you and take back my Xian. Gu Hai said coldly. Qin Xiener? I am Qin Xiener. White Emperor said gently. You're not. Gu Hai said coldly with reddened eyes. That's right, my earthly soul is Qin Xiener. However, even if you split my 3 souls, so what? Where is Qin Xiener's human soul? Where is Qin Xiener's heavenly soul? Do you have one? White Emperor asked calmly. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Come to my place first. I'll wait for you in the White Emperor Palace. The White Emperor said faintly. Buzz. The light figure trembled slightly and gradually disappeared. Farewell, Emperor. Tangut and his subordinates bowed respectfully. When the light completely disappeared, everyone stood up and looked at Gu Hai again. However, Gu Hai's murderous aura had dissipated. Old man, the Emperor has always missed you. His former body is no longer there. Now the Emperor's earthly soul belongs to foster mother. I hope you will reconsider. Tangut said solemnly. Humph, evil creatures scram. Gu Hai glared at him. Tangut frowned. However, Gu Hai's eyes were filled with anger and he did not say anything else. Let's go. Tangut said solemnly. Yes. The flying boat slowly left and shot toward the distant horizon. Gu Hai stood at the deck and looked at the departing flying boat with a gloomy expression. Tangu also stood alone on the deck, his back facing everyone. His originally tightly knitted brows relaxed, and inadvertently, the corners of Tangu's mouth curled up into a joyful smile. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the flying boat disappeared into the horizon. Master, now we... Gaochen looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Return to the infinite celestial capital immediately. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Mu Qinfeng replied. Heavenly Courts, Upper Study Room. Dragon Shenying, Long Shenwen, Takashi Ryushin, Sima Zongheng, and the rest of the Deqian ministers stood respectfully in Long Zhanghua's study room. His Holiness just sent news that the Shinji battalion was completely annihilated by Gu Hai. Even the Shinji sect was annihilated by Gu Hai. Yi Shenzhen said respectfully. After Yi Shenzhen finished speaking, all the ministers looked carefully at Long Zhanghua, who was reading memorials. Long Zhanghua's brush paused for a moment before he continued writing. Li Shinji? He brought this upon himself. Long Zhanghua didn't even raise his head as he said indifferently. A single sentence was enough to cover the matter. He didn't mention it again. However, this was enough for all the ministers. Li Shinji? Although he was only an official from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he was a minister that His Holiness valued greatly. However, His Holiness didn't react much to the death of such an important minister. He even blamed Gu Hai. It was obvious that he valued Gu Hai more. During this time, all the ministers were guessing whether His Holiness valued Gu Hai. They didn't understand the Emperor's intentions, but now they didn't need to guess anymore. Li Shinji's death explained everything. After leaving the upper study room, all the ministers quickly made arrangements. Go back and withdraw all surveillance on the Han dynasty. Dragon Shenying ordered his subordinates. Stop all plans for the Book of Taoism. Dragon Shenwen ordered. Pass down the order. No one is to find trouble with Gu Hai. Takeshi Ryushin ordered his subordinates. The news was quickly passed down. Gu Hai also returned to the Han Dynasty successfully. Boundless Celestial Capital. When Gu Hai returned to the boundless Celestial Capital, Guqin, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and Montez led the ministers and stood respectfully in the square of the soaring sky palace. "Welcome, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty." The ministers bowed respectfully. Gu Hai looked at the ministers and nodded. "You may rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The ministers immediately stood respectfully. "Father." Guqin welcomed him excitedly. Gu Hai nodded. After alighting from the flying boat, Mu Qinfeng looked curiously at the ministers around her. Gao Chen also looked around. The Han Dynasty now had 60 cities and was naturally full of talents. There were also many officials from the Yuanying state. When they saw Gu Hai, they looked at him with admiration. "Nothing happened these past few days?" Gu Hai looked at Guqin. "Some thieves came, but with Dongfang Bubi in charge, everything was more daunting than dangerous." Guqin nodded. Gu Hai looked up and saw a tall mountain not far away. On the mountain there were 3 big words: Blackwood Cliff. Blackwood Cliff. Dongfang Bubi was looking at Gu Hai's return. Gu Hai nodded at Dongfang Bubi as a greeting. Dongfang Bubi looked at Gu Hai and nodded in return. Whoosh! With a flip of his hand, more than 100 fragments suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's palm. On the square of the soaring palace hall, the life entrapment saber seemed to have sensed something. Instantly, a large amount of fog gushed out and slowly formed the shape of a saber. Whoosh! Gu Hai merged the fragments into the life entrapment saber. The life entrapment saber suddenly emitted a dazzling emerald light. Instantly, a ripple of array formation spread in all directions. The void around the boundless celestial capital suddenly trembled. "More fragments? More than 100? Guqin said in surprise. "Before I came back, I had a secret talk with Long Zhanghua. He asked me what I needed. I said that I needed the artifacts refined by old man Guanxi. He immediately sent someone to find a part of De Qian's artifacts. Soon, the second batch will be sent to me as soon as possible." Gu Hai said with a smile. Long Zhanghua?" Guqin was slightly taken aback. The surrounding officials were also surprised. The emperor asked Long Zhanghua for something, and Long Zhanghua helped him find it? That was Long Zhanghua. The news had spread long ago that Long Zhanghua was now the strongest person in the world. Why did the emperor give him so much face? Qin Tianshan settled down the elite hall disciples and Gao Chen. Gu Hai looked at Qin Tianshan. "Yes, Your Majesty," Qin Tianshan said respectfully. "Guqin, when you sent the letter the other day, you said that the array formation was complete?" Gu Hai looked at Guqin. "Yes. However, this son does not know how to activate it yet. Everything else is complete." Guqin said solemnly. "The array formation was complete?" A satisfied look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. The array formation was not something else but a construction blueprint obtained from His Holiness. It was a blueprint for the entrance to the Azura secret realm. It was the entrance to the Azura secret realm. Shao Qin entered the 6 paths of reincarnation and the human Tao reincarnation cycle in the heavenly court not long ago. Even Dai Qianxing had to go through a lot of trouble to enter the human Tao reincarnation cycle. Now, he could bring people into the Azura secret realm as well? That was the most murderous of the 6 paths of reincarnation cycles. It's good that the array formation is complete. Now that the array formation is complete, the boundless celestial capital needs more experts to hold down the fort, Gu Hai said. As Gu Hai spoke, he extended his hand to grab the life entrapment saber. Buzz. Suddenly the life entrapment saber trembled. Starting from the life entrapment blade, a green void ripple suddenly rolled up and spread in all directions. To others this green ripple was nothing. However, it caused Bubi Dongfang's expression to change. "Ancient Emperor, this is?" Bubi Dongfang showed an anxious expression. "Don't worry. This will only benefit you." Gu Hai shook his head. Buzz. The green ripple spread out from Bubi Dongfang's body. Suddenly, Bubi Dongfang's body shrunk to the size of an ordinary person. "Oh, I feel that my body is more real. This is the 30 unhindered heavens and earth formation. Has it been upgraded?" Bubi Dongfang said in surprise. "This is the 31 unhindered heavens and earth formation. I've also made some slight changes to it," Gu Hai said with a smile. "Oh, the 31 unhindered heavens and earth formation?" Bubi Dongfang's eyes lit up. 31 unhindered heavens and earth formation. They can come out now. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Buzz. At a node of the ripple, the void suddenly shook. A cloud of mist gathered and turned into the appearance of a white-haired elder. Zhang Sanfeng of Wudong greets the ancient emperor. The white-haired elder bowed slightly. Buzz. Once again a black-robed figure appeared. He was surrounded by billions of black sword chi. Sword demon, Dugu Qiubai greets the ancient emperor. The black-robed figure bowed slightly. When Bubi Dongfang saw Zhang Sanfeng and Dugu Qiubai, his eyes narrowed. He could feel a strong aura coming from the two of them. Buzz. The void froze again. It was a man in a robe whiter than snow. He stepped on the snowflakes and suddenly condensed. The white-robed man looked cold. He stood with his sword in his arms. It was as if a surge of sword chi was going to pierce through the 9 heavens. Dugu Qiubai's sword vibrated slightly. It was as if it had developed a strong battle intent. Sword god Shimen Chueshue greets the ancient emperor. The white-robed man bowed slightly. Sword demon? Sword god? Gu Qin revealed a hint of astonishment. He saw the sword god and sword demon looking at each other coldly as if they were archenemies. With the addition of 3 cloud beasts, Gu Hai stopped. Right now, the grand formation can only support the 4 of you. Dongfang Bubi, Shimen Chueshue, Dugu Qiubai, and Zhang Sanfeng. The limitless celestial capital may suffer from sneak attacks from all over the world in the following period of time. I ask that the 4 of you take the trouble to protect the limitless celestial capital for me. 4 directions. Each of you will take 1 direction. Gu Hai said solemnly. Rest assured, ancient emperor. The 4 of them bowed slightly at the same time. Chapter 619. Dongfang Bubi, Shimen Chueshue, Dugu Qiubai, and Zhang Sanfeng. Gu Hai was slightly relieved to see that the limitless celestial capital was safe now that the 4 cloud beasts were formed. After all, he would be bringing people to the Azura secret realm soon. The limitless celestial capital would become the focus of the world because of the Book of Taoism. When that time came, countless experts would come. Without a certain level of defense, they would be restrained everywhere. After settling the 4 cloud beasts, Gu Hai dismissed the officials and followed Gu Qin into the depths of the palace. Gao Xinji, have you arranged the people I asked you to arrange? Gu Hai asked as they walked. Your Majesty, I have arranged for my trusted subordinates to wait for your Majesty's orders. There are a total of 800,000 soldiers. Every one of them has fought for me before. Furthermore, the embroidered uniform guards have thoroughly investigated them. There is absolutely no problem. Nangong Chueshue solemnly reported to Gao Xinji. Gu Hai nodded. Yes. Your Majesty, why did you arrange for these trusted subordinates? Apart from this army, you also selected a group of city lords, officials, and embroidered uniform guards. What's the use? Montez asked curiously. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Gu Hai said solemnly. As for the Azura secret realm, Gu Hai couldn't reveal it for the time being. Soon they arrived at a large hall in the palace. Imperial Father, the unborn man is inside. Nangong Chueshue solemnly reported to Gu Qin. Gu Hai nodded solemnly. With a wave of his hand, everyone waited outside the door. Gu Hai slowly stepped into the hall. Quang. The door of the hall slammed shut. Inside the hall there were 2 types of energy, one white and the other black. A man in a black and white robe sat cross-legged in the center. The unborn man? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The black and white robed man raised his head slightly and looked at Gu Hai. It was the unborn man. However, at this moment, the unborn man emitted an aura of decay. Gu Hai, you came back so quickly. The unborn man said with a hint of surprise. Fast? Not bad, right? Once I knew you came to the boundless heavenly capital, I immediately came back. Gu Hai nodded. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai in confusion. How did you know I was coming to the limitless celestial capital? I only came here 3 months ago. 3 months? It was only enough for the Dahan to send the news to heavenly courts, right? But you've already returned? My Dahan has a special communication method, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The unborn man looked confused. All right, let's not dwell on this. You came to the limitless celestial capital and told Gu Qin that you found Wanqing? Gu Hai stared at the unborn man in excitement. The unborn man took a deep breath and was silent for a while before nodding. Yes. Now Wanqing's heaven soul and human soul are in my hands. Only the earth soul is left. All these years, I've been to countless places in the netherworld and finally found her. Where is she? You brought her back? Guhai asked anxiously. The unborn man was silent for a while and shook his head. I don't have the ability for now. What? Is there something you can't do? Guhai said in a deep voice. That's why I came to you to think of a way. The unborn man sighed. What do you mean? Guhai asked in a deep voice. Wanqing is in a reincarnation mystery realm. I can't enter. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Reincarnation mystery realm? What reincarnation mystery realm? How do you know? Guhai was confused. A ghost once saw Wanqing and saw her enter, but what? You don't know what reincarnation mystery realm is? You haven't entered it before? Guhai frowned. I was stopped. The unborn man said bitterly. Who can stop you? Guhai was surprised. Ho Qing. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Ho Qing? One of the 4 great zombies? No, he's the ancestor of the Ho Qing zombies. He's Ho Qing. The first Ho Qing zombie in the world, the younger brother of goddess Hutu. He's one of the overlords of the netherworld. He guards an entrance and won't let anyone enter. That's his private territory. I tried several times but I couldn't enter. I was even injured by him. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Ho Qing? Goddess Hutu's younger brother? Is he very powerful? Yes. Furthermore, he already refined that entrance. Without his permission no one can open it. Furthermore, Ho Qing is an extremely inflexible person. In the current world he does not give face to anyone in the yin-yang world. No, there are only 2 people whom he can compromise with. The unborn man said. 2 people? Make him compromise? Oh. One is goddess Hutu, and the other is Jianghu. The unborn man said in a deep voice. Oh. The ancestor of the drought demon zombies? Guhai raised his eyebrows. He had seen Ho in action several times in the past and it was extraordinary. He once swallowed his holiness and the entire divine blood army. Yes. In the past, Ho Qing participated in a huge war in the southern part of the divine continent. Ho Qing and Jiang Yan were generals on both sides of the war. They were rivals, but as the 2 battled more and more, Ho Qing gradually fell in love with Jiang Yan. Unfortunately, Jiang Yan was not interested in him at all. The 2 fought for a long time but there was no clear victor. However, Jiang Yan met with some unforeseen event and cursed herself, turning into a zombie drought demon. She gave up the war and Ho Qing also gave up the war. He also cursed himself and turned into a zombie. Therefore, if Jiang Yan can help, Ho Qing will be willing to let us in no matter how much he cares about the secret realm of reincarnation. As for goddess Hutu, she's his sister. She should be able to get him to let us in. The unborn man said solemnly. He could fight Ho to a draw? Instantly, Guhai had a good understanding of Ho Qing. Found Ho? Or goddess Hutu? Guhai asked with a frown. The unborn man smiled bitterly and shook his head. My lineage offended them both. Guhai was puzzled. Now that things have come to this, there's no need to hide anything from you. Do you know who are the masters of longevity in the world? The unborn man looked at Guhai. I heard that the masters of longevity have 8 bloodlines. 4 of them are east, south, west, and north. 4 of them are spring, summer, autumn, and winter? Guhai was puzzled. Although puzzled, Guhai looked at the unborn man curiously. Life is white, death is black. The unborn man is half black and half white. What's going on? The unborn man looked at Guhai and nodded. You're right. The masters of longevity steal the life of the heavens. Widows, 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 and disabled will die a horrible death. It has always been like this. Cultivators become younger and younger until they die young. Cultivators become older and older until they die of old age. My bloodline used to be like this too. What about you? Guhai was puzzled. My name is the unborn man. I'm an unborn person who has yet to transform. The unborn man said in a deep voice. My bloodline has 2 masters. One is called Shimen Shou, and the other is Chiofeng Shou. Every time the masters of longevity change, they will die miserably for no reason. They will die without a burial place. Their souls will scatter and they will die a horrible death. Shimen Shou and Chiofeng Shou both took a fancy to my constitution and encouraged me to cultivate. At that time they wanted to break the curse, so they asked me to cultivate life and death at the same time. That's why I'm like this now. The unborn man said bitterly. Shimen Shou? Chiofeng Shou? You inherited 2 bloodlines by yourself? Guhai asked in surprise. The unborn man nodded. Half life and half death, but it's a fusion of life and death. If I fuse them together, I will transform and break the curse of the masters of longevity. If I don't transform, I will die more miserably than my two masters. Those who are related to me will also die without a burial place. That's why I left Xiaoya back then. That's why I'm called the unborn man. I'm not a human yet. I'm not a person who has yet to transform and be reborn. But you can't avoid it. If the masters of longevity really have this curse, it's useless to avoid it. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, this is the punishment of heaven and earth. The unborn man said bitterly. Since you can't avoid it, why not face it? Your family will die because of you. Can you risk everything for them, not for your life, just to protect them? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. What do you mean? The unborn man said in a deep voice. Wanqing is my wife, so she is my family. You are Wanqing's father, so I want to ask you to stay in the Han dynasty and face this curse of destiny with me. What do you think? Solemnly Gu Hai said. You want me to submit? The unborn man said coldly. I don't want you to submit, but to ally with me. I have already offended heaven and there is no way out. Do you dare to fight with me? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. What? The unborn man suddenly exclaimed. Although Gu Hai said it vaguely, how could the unborn man not hear the rebellion in Gu Hai's heart? If I succeed, can I help you break the curse? Gu Hai said with a smile. What a joke. With just you? The unborn man naturally did not believe him. If the Longjangwa said this, the unborn man could still believe it. However, who was Gu Hai? He was just in the Yuanying state and he was already boasting shamelessly? If you want to take, you have to give first. You cultivate life and death and want to merge the Tao of life and death. Although I don't know how to do it, I understand that life and death are opposites like yin and yang. As for the Tao of Taiji, I am the best in the world. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. What big words. You are the best in the world? The unborn man did not believe it at all. Whoosh. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out the sacred text of Taoism. The moment the sacred text of Taoism appeared, a super round Taiji diagram appeared on the scroll. A perfect yin and yang aura spread out. This is the sacred text of Taoism that I wrote at the 10,000 Sage Conference. How about I lend it to you for a few days to study? Gu Hai said with a smile. Sacred text of Taoism? The unborn man suddenly felt strange. He took it carefully, and an extremely round aura instantly flowed into his body. How can this be compared to the sacred text of Taishang? The unborn man said in shock. The Taishang sacred text of Taoism is not perfect. Gu Hai shook his head. The unborn man held the sacred text of Taoism and remained silent for a while. After a while, he said, Aren't you afraid that I will take away your sacred text of Taoism? If you take it away, I will be blind. Gu Hai said with a smile. The unborn man fell silent again. After a while, he nodded and said, Let me take a look first. You just said that you are Shimen Shou and Qiu Feng Shou? Gu Hai changed the topic. Shimen Shou offended Jiang Yan. Qiu Feng Shou offended Goddess Ho Tu, so. The unborn man said bitterly. In other words, we can't go through Goddess Ho Tu and Ho Tu? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, Wanqing entered the secret land of Samsara. I don't know if there is any danger in there. I fought with Ho Qing several times, but I had no choice but to ask you. You're smart. Do you have any other ideas? The unborn man said worriedly. What if I borrow the sky-splitting axe for you? Can you? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. Borrow the sky-splitting axe? How is that possible? The unborn man said in disbelief. I am asking you if you can. Gu Hai said in a low voice. If I can get the sky-splitting axe, I can defeat Ho Qing. But how is that possible? The unborn man didn't believe him. Wait here patiently. In 3 months, Wanyu will come to the boundless celestial capital with the sky-splitting axe. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Chapter 620. The sacred text of Tao Te was much more profound than the Taishang scripture. It contained the Tao of Yin and Yang. The unborn man was immediately immersed in it. After only 1 day, the unborn man felt that the qi of life and qi of death in his body suddenly became harmonious. Gu Hai also ignored the unborn man. Through the sound transmission of the Guqin figurine, the news rushed to the heavenly court at an extremely fast speed. After explaining everything, Gu Hai, accompanied by Gao Xianji, Montez and Guqin, went to a forbidden area of the Han dynasty beside the imperial palace. Outside the forbidden area, there was a large number of array formations and mist, making it impossible to see what was inside. Outside, there was a large number of Dahan soldiers guarding the area, and the security was tight. "Greetings, Your Majesty." When the guards saw Gu Hai, they immediately bowed respectfully. Gu Hai nodded and walked to the innermost area. Inside the array was a huge altar. Countless beasts were carved around the altar, and each of them had a pair of huge horns on their heads. There were also many grooves around the altar, which were filled with spirit stones. "Father, this array formation has been completed. What else do we need to do?" Guqin asked. "Dongfang Bubi Shimenchueshue Duguchiobai and Zhang Sanfeng protect me. No one is allowed to come close." Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Buzz. In an instant, the 4 cloud beasts arrived outside the array. Gu Hai flipped his hand and activated a stone on the array formation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, energy was poured into the stone according to a certain order. In an instant, the entire altar turned blue. The blue light slowly gathered at the center of the altar, forming a sphere. An energy sphere which grew bigger and bigger until it was 10 feet tall. Waves of eerie aura surged out from the energy sphere. Gao Xinji, Guqin and Montez were shocked. "What is this?" At the same time, the unborn man who was comprehending the sacred text of Dao Da in the imperial palace, suddenly turned and looked in the direction of the altar. However, he also sensed that strange and eerie aura. Although he was very curious, the unborn man didn't get up and go. "Gu Hai is so evil," the unborn man said in a low voice. After a moment of silence, the unborn man continued to comprehend the sacred text of Dao Da. On the altar, Gu Hai looked at the huge blue sphere in front of him and reached out to touch. Buzz. Suddenly, the blue sphere shot out a beam of blue light and entered Gu Hai's body. "That's the feeling." Gu Hai's face lit up. "All of you touch it." Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Gu Qin, Meng Tai and Gao Xinji all touched it. Immediately, beams of blue light entered their bodies. "What's going on?" Gu Qin was slightly stunned. Gu Hai suddenly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Suddenly, his body trembled. Buzz. Gu Hai's soul suddenly left his body. Gu Qin, Montez and Gao Xinji all followed Gu Hai's example. Their bodies shook and their souls left their bodies. "Your Majesty, we..." Gao Xinji's soul looked at her own body in shock. "Your souls will enter with me. Let's go." Gu Hai said in a low voice. Gu Hai's soul stepped forward and instantly entered the huge blue light sphere. Buzz. It stepped into it and disappeared. Gao Xinji, Montez and Gu Qin followed suit. Buzz. Everyone's souls disappeared from the altar and entered the blue light sphere. Once they entered the blue light sphere, they immediately appeared in front of another huge altar. This altar was exactly the same as the one in the infinite celestial capital. There was also an energy sphere on the altar, but it was black. Rumble. Suddenly, black gas surged from all directions and enveloped the souls of the 4 people. Bam. The black gas suddenly dispersed. Everyone looked at each other in shock, only to see that each of them had another body. However, this body was quite demonic. It was blood red all over as if its muscles were exposed. There was a pair of horns on its head, looking exceptionally ferocious. It was the same for its face. It was as if there was no skin, only muscles. They could vaguely see each other's faces. "This is an Azura?" Montez's expression suddenly changed. "We've all become Azuras?" Gao Xinji's expression also changed. "Father, what's going on?" Gu Qin said in shock. Gu Hai ignored everyone's shock and looked up at the sky. The Azura Dao secret realm was different from the human Dao secret realm. Dark clouds rolled in the sky and within the dark clouds, there was a scarlet light. The entire secret realm was dark and gloomy. There were no broken souls within the dark clouds, only a boundless pressure. Where he was, however, was a huge mountain with many huge palaces around it. There was a main palace in the middle, with a plaque that read, "Massacre Divine Palace." Gu Hai, who had the body of an Azura, stepped towards the Massacre Divine Palace. Beside the Massacre Divine Palace, there was a stone tablet. Gu Hai looked at it carefully. "Great Slaughter Celestial Capital, slaughter the heavens and slaughter the earth." His Holiness led the army and trampled the reincarnation of heaven and earth. In the first year, the Divine Blood Army attacked the 5 nations near Azura. They suffered heavy losses with more than half of them dead. However, they built the soul-returning altar. The souls returned to the altar and reconstructed the body of an Azura. In the 10th year, they trampled the 5 nations and massacred the nations. In the Azura secret realm, the more one killed, the stronger one became. Kill, 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 kill. 100 years after arriving, the Great Slaughter Celestial Capital swept through the 16 nations of the eastern region. 1,000 years after arriving, the great slaughter celestial capital dominated the world. Kill, 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 kill. Azura secret realm. Evil people gathered in this world. Not remembering each other, not remembering the past, reshaping society. 2,000 years after arriving, 10 billion lives were lost, and 108 Azura kings were slain. 3,000 years after arriving, the Divine Blood Army fought the first Azura of this world, the Styx River. Defeated. 4,000 years after arriving, His Holiness led the army and fought the Styx River again. Defeated. 5,000 years after arriving, His Holiness led the army and fought the Styx River Patriarch again. Defeated. 6,000 years after arriving, His Holiness led the army and fought the Styx River Patriarch again. Sensing the changes in the mortal realm, he stopped and returned to the divine continent. There weren't many words on the stone tablet, but Montez and the others gaped. Azura secret realm? Montez exclaimed in surprise. The news of the human Dao secret realm had just spread, and Montez was still digesting everything that had happened in the sky palaces. Daiqianxing had spent so much effort to open the door to the human Dao secret realm, and now the Emperor had brought him into the Azura secret realm? When he turned to look at Gu Hai, Montez was even more respectful. Massacre Shrine? That's where His Holiness used to live? Gao Xinji exclaimed. Inside the four palaces, there were many things left behind by the great slaughter celestial capital. There were even some maps. Gu Hai took a quick look and then led the group to the peak of a tall mountain. They looked at the vast world in the distance. The Azura secret realm was much bigger than the human Dao secret realm. The place where the four of them stood seemed to be protected by a huge barrier. Outside the barrier, Azuras could be seen slaughtering one another in every direction. A battlefield of killing against killing for 6,000 years? No wonder the great slaughter Saint Lord felt that 6,000 years here was not enough. However, it's all killing and the mind can't be trained. He needs some time to clear his head, Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, isn't this a great place to train the army? Gao Xinji asked excitedly. Father, the people you asked us to prepare are for training the army? Gu Qin asked expectantly. That's right. In this world, the great slaughter celestial capital has set up a soul-returning altar. If you can't kill them, they can be reborn. However, we have to use them carefully. Let the four of us try out the wonders of the Azura secret realm first. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The three of them answered excitedly. Gu Hai led the three of them and picked some weapons around the Shrine of Massacre. Then they slowly walked out of the Shrine of Massacre's barrier. When the three of them reached the edge of the barrier, the Azuras suddenly noticed Gu Hai's group. They immediately gave up on fighting and charged at Gu Hai's group. Oh, looks like His Holiness left behind a lot of grudges. Gu Hai stared. Divine Blood Demon Army? Quick, eat them. The Nether River Patriarch said that we should kill the Divine Blood Demon Army if we see them. 4 initial Azuras. They can't even withstand a single blow. Kill them and get the reward from the Nether River Patriarch. The Azuras suddenly roared in anger. Umph. Gu Hai snorted coldly and slashed down with his saber. Boom. There was a loud sound, but it was knocked away by one of the Azuras in front of him. Oh, Azuras have ranks? Gu Hai's face darkened, but he still charged forward. Second cycle. Boom. After the second cycle, that Azuras instantly exploded. At the moment of explosion, a wisp of blue energy surged into Gu Hai's body. That blue energy was like a great tonic. It made Gu Hai tremble and feel comfortable, as if his strength had increased. Soul power? The souls in the human Dao secret realm were eventually shattered into pieces and devoured by the immortal of the 6 paths. The Azura secret realm is a place where evil people kill each other and steal soul power? The more they kill, the more soul power they steal? And the stronger they are? Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. A normal heaven palace requires 3 souls to leave the body. Their divine souls are extremely weak. No wonder the Divine Blood Demon Army has 3 souls and is comparable to a heaven palace body. Is it because their divine souls have been strengthened to a substantial level? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Qin, Montez and Gao Xinji each killed an Azura. The Azura's body exploded, and their soul power was absorbed by the 3 of them. Your Majesty, I feel that my strength has increased. Gao Xinji said excitedly. That's right. When the divine soul is strengthened, the body will absorb energy faster. Our bodies in the infinite celestial capital are also absorbing energy faster. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes. Everyone was excited. The one we killed just now should be the weakest Azura? However, we will become stronger, Guqin said excitedly. Your Majesty, how many Azuras are there in the Azura world? Montez asked in anticipation. I don't know. The Great Slaughter Heaven dynasty has killed for 6,000 years, but we haven't killed half of them. Moreover, the number of Azuras is increasing every day. They are all the evil people who died in this world. Gu Hai said solemnly. I hate that I have to leave. Gao Xianji said happily. Do you have the confidence to slaughter everyone in the Azura secret realm? Gu Hai said with a smile. Huh. Everyone looked at Gu Hai with a change of expression. 60 years? Time is tight. We have to be quick. His Holiness encountered the Nether River Patriarch and stopped. I will lead the army to kill the Nether River Patriarch and slaughter the entire Azura secret realm. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Yes. Although the three of them did not understand what 60 years meant, Gu Hai's ambition had infected everyone. Kill. So what? Chapter 621. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Hai, Guqin, Montez, and Gao Xianji returned to the square in front of the Shrine of Massacre. All of them had grown bigger and stronger. At this moment, the four of them were emitting a scarlet aura. It was obvious that the killing in the past 3 months was too fierce. Father, I was in the mood to kill. I can already face a rank 2 Azura. Why did I return? Guqin said unwillingly. That's right, Your Majesty. I've been feeling very comfortable these days. My divine soul has become much stronger. Montez said anxiously. Gao Xianji didn't say anything, but she was also unwilling. Gu Hai looked at them and said, if you continue killing, you will really become Azuras. The three of them were shocked. His Holiness was immersed in this feeling for 6,000 years. Now follow me back. Calm down and digest what you've gained in the past few months. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The three of them answered immediately. They walked to the altar and touched the energy ball gently. Their bodies shook. The four of them disappeared from the Azura secret realm and returned to the boundless celestial capital's altar. The four divine souls returned to their physical bodies. Blurg. The moment they returned to their physical bodies, Guqin vomited non-stop. Gao Xianji and Meng Tai also felt their insides churn as if they were about to vomit. Gu Hai threw a large amount of spiritual stones. The three of them quickly grabbed them. The three of them quickly absorbed the energy from the spiritual stones. Soon the spiritual stones turned into dust. The four of them took out the spiritual stones and absorbed them themselves. They only felt better after absorbing more than 100 spiritual stones. The divine soul has strengthened too much. The physical body can't keep up. Next time, remember to place a spiritual array around your physical body. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The three of them took a deep breath and replied. Your Majesty, my cultivation level doesn't seem to have increased much, but I feel that my true essence has become even purer. Gao Xianji said in astonishment. There will be benefits. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Gu Hai led the group out of the forbidden area of the altar. Gao Xianji, Montez, and Guqin looked at the altar in front of them reluctantly. At the same time, he was inexplicably excited. The four of them stepped out of the forbidden area. The Emperor of the Ancients has come out of seclusion. A voice suddenly rang out. Dongfang Bubi was the first to see Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Are there any bandits attacking us these days? Yes, there were 368 people who wanted to sneak in. I've already killed all of them. Invincible Dongfang pointed at a spot not far away. Indeed, between two tall mountains in the distance, thin needles pierced through the eyebrows of the powerhouses and hung between the two mountains. Ancient Emperor, we were wrong. Spare us, spare us. I was blinded by greed. Spare us. Mr. Good, I don't want the Tao Te Ching anymore. Spare us. Although they were pierced through the eyebrows, they were not dead. They just didn't dare to move. Everyone knew that as long as Invincible Dongfang shook the strings slightly, they would be done for. Gu Hai looked at them coldly and ignored them. Your Majesty, Mr. Sima is here. Qin Tianshan quickly went up to him. Lead the way. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Yes. Qin Tianshan looked at Gao Xianji and the others curiously. Gu Hai turned his head and said, You all go back first and stabilize your cultivation. Calm your minds. Yes. Guqin, Gao Xianji, and Montez answered. Gu Hai followed Qin Tianshan quickly to a hall in the palace. Sima Changkong was waiting there patiently. Soon he saw Gu Hai arrive. Mr. Sima. Sorry for the wait. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, you're too polite. I just arrived 2 days ago. I knew that Mr. Good was in seclusion, so I didn't dare to disturb you, Sima Changkong said with a smile. Sir, Princess Wanyu didn't come? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly and said, Princess Wanyu came, but His Holiness didn't allow it. He asked me to deliver something to you. I can lend it to you, but His Holiness wants something from you. Gu Hai said in confusion. Your communication method. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Gu Hai's pupils constricted. He smiled bitterly. Communication method? Why could he send news to the heavenly palaces in such a short time? It was because he had the Guqin figurine that Yunemo had refined. He could use the resonance of the Guqin figurine to quickly send news. It was quite secretive, but Long Jianghu was too smart. Sure. Gu Hai nodded. In order to save Long Wanqing, Gu Hai could only provide Long Jianghu with some Guqin figurines, but the number was limited. Sima Changkong looked curious. I wonder what this thing that Mr. Good borrowed from His Holiness is? Sima Changkong took out a jade box, his eyes full of curiosity. There was a restriction on the jade box, but Sima Changkong didn't dare to open it. Gu Hai took the jade box. He pressed it with his hand. Ka. The restriction on the jade box was immediately undone. Gu Hai opened the jade box, revealing what was inside. Nothing, the sky-splitting axe. Gu Hai said lightly. Sima Changkong was speechless. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai in shock, then smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, you better not tell me. He watched as Sima Changkong left the limitless celestial capital in a daze. Gu Hai stood in the square of the soaring palace hall and narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty? Why did you let Sima Changkong know about the sky-splitting axe? Qin Tianshan asked blankly. I showed it to Sima Zongheng and the Dechen princes. Gu Hai said in a low voice. This way Mo Yike will have less help in what he wants to do in the heavenly court. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Qin Tianshan nodded. Although he didn't know why the emperor left Mo Yike in the heavenly court, he didn't ask too much if the emperor didn't want to say. The sky-splitting axe was back. Gu Hai also met the unborn man again. The unborn man looked at the sky-splitting axe in Gu Hai's hand and was at a loss for a moment. How did you do it? The unborn man still couldn't believe it. This was the #1 treasure in the world. How could he borrow it just like that? Is that important? Save Wanqing first. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai and nodded with a complicated expression. He carefully returned the sky-splitting axe to Gu Hai. Then the unborn man reluctantly took out the sacred text of Taoism and returned it to Gu Hai. Gu Hai reached out and received it. When are we leaving? The unborn man asked in a low voice. As soon as possible. It would be best if we leave now. Gu Hai said in a low voice. All right. Hold my hand. The unborn man nodded. Gu Hai grabbed the unborn man. Then the unborn man reached out and tapped the void. Wong. The void trembled slightly and a vortex seemed to appear. Yin Qi billowed out of the vortex. Whoosh. The unborn man pulled Gu Hai, and the two immediately vanished from where they were. In the next moment, Gu Hai arrived at a mountain forest shrouded in boundless black qi. It was dead and gloomy. He looked up at the sky. A silver moon hung high in the sky, blooming with dazzling silver light. It was as bright as the sun in the world of the living. However, the silver light didn't have any heat. Instead, it had a cold feeling. The netherworld? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. That's right, the netherworld. Fortunately, Hoqing's territory is not far from here. I'll take you there. The unborn man said in a low voice. As he spoke, he pulled Gu Hai and instantly shot into the distance. Whoosh! They were too fast, several times faster than the flying ship. They flew for a day and a night before stopping. Bang! The two stood in a place where the wind was raging. There were no ghosts around, only this barren mountain range. Where is it? In that wind lake. The unborn man pointed at a strange small lake in the distance. The lake water was silvery white, but it strangely swept up gusts of wind that blew in all directions. For some reason, Gu Hai suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He didn't know why. Nothing? Gu Hai frowned. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Close your eyes. Gu Hai revealed a trace of doubt and slowly closed his eyes. The unborn man took out some blue liquid and touched Gu Hai's eyelids and ears. It's him again. It him. Human flesh? Flesh and blood? My lord, that reckless guy is here again. Gu Hai instantly heard countless roars in his ears. It was extremely noisy. When he opened his eyes, whoosh! The place that had been empty just a moment ago was now filled with countless wandering ghosts. A few childlike ghosts even crawled on Gu Hai's body. They had sinister expressions and looked like they wanted to eat Gu Hai's flesh. Bastard! Gu Hai's expression changed as he trembled. However, it seemed like he couldn't touch those ghost children and couldn't hurt them. They are ghosts. You haven't opened your heavenly eye yet. You can't do anything to them with your physical body. The unborn man explained and reached out to help Gu Hai. Shing! However, the unborn man saw Gu Hai reach out and pull out a saber from his chest. It was the Life Ender's saber. Ah! 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 Wherever the Life Ender's saber passed, the ghost children crawling on Xiao Chen's body were immediately swallowed up by the black aura emitted by the Life Ender's saber. Do you have another ghost blade? The unborn man said in surprise. Whoosh! Wherever the Life Ender's saber passed, it immediately turned into black gas. As long as the ghosts in the surroundings touched them, they were instantly devoured by the small skulls in the black gas. Gu Hai turned his head and looked around. Earlier Xiao Chen could not see anything. Now he saw a boundless army of ghost soldiers holding weapons, glaring at him and the unborn man. Furthermore, at the mouth of the Wind Lake, there were many palaces that could be seen clearly. The largest one was called the Hoqing Palace. A large number of ghost soldiers were standing at the entrance of the Hoqing Palace. They looked at the unborn man as if they were facing a great enemy. My lord, Master Shou is here again. The ghost soldiers bowed respectfully at the Hoqing Palace. Here again? Qiufeng Shou, I spared you last time. This time you are here to die again? And you even brought me a piece of flesh? A majestic voice came from the Hoqing Palace. Chapter 622. At the entrance of the Wind Lake in the Netherworld. With the help of the unborn man, Gu Hai immediately saw the appearance of the ghosts in the Netherworld. A moment ago there was not a single ghost, but the next moment, they were surrounded by hundreds of millions of ghosts. Again? Qiufeng Shou, I spared you last time, but you're here to die again? And you even brought me a piece of flesh? A dignified voice came from the Hoqing Palace. Hoqing, I'm not the one looking for you this time. The unborn man said coldly. Oh, not you? A cold snort came from the Hoqing Palace. Boom. A storm suddenly appeared at the entrance of the palace and swept toward the unborn man and Gu Hai. Humph. The unborn man snorted coldly. When the surging storm approached, it instantly scattered. However, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched slightly. He seemed to see wind sabers completely made of wind in that storm. Each saber strike carried a bone-piercing cold chi. It was like each saber strike could kill a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. However, in front of the unborn man it suddenly collapsed. How powerful was the unborn man? Dong 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 dong. However, he saw a series of low footsteps coming from the entrance of the palace amidst the strong wind. A white-clothed man slowly walked out from within. The man was quite handsome. His long hair was draped behind him, and he wore a white robe embroidered with a silver dragon. His eyebrows were sword-like and his eyes were extremely sharp. However, there were a lot of chains on his body, and there were two chains behind him, one red and one white, that connected to the interior of the Hoqing Palace. My lord. The ghost soldiers around bowed respectfully. Hoqing. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. He's imprisoned at the entrance of the Wind Lake, and no Hoqing zombie can get close. Even so, I'm not his match. Every once in a while he will open the reincarnation cycle and let countless ghosts in. The unborn man explained. Oh, imprisoned? Who imprisoned him? Gu Hai was shocked. He himself. The unborn man explained. Myself? Imprisoning himself? What? Gu Hai was confused. The unborn man shook his head. He was also quite puzzled. When Hoqing saw Gu Hai he sneered, Brat, you're looking for me? Gu Hai's expression darkened as he nodded. Greetings, ancestor zombie Mr. Hoqing. You've seen me? Qiufeng Shou attacked me several times, wanting to enter the world I guard. What you want to go into? Hoqing said calmly. As he spoke, Hoqing's body seemed to emit an endless storm of saber chi. He looked at Gu Hai with a cold gaze. Exactly. I want to find an earth soul. I hope that the zombie ancestor Ho Ching can make things easy for us. Gu Hai said gravely. Ha ha ha, looking for an earth soul? Do you think you can enter the land of reincarnation just because you want to? Moreover, those who enter are all unpardonable evildoers. If you're looking for an earth soul, you might have already been destroyed in the reincarnation. Ho Ching said coldly. Ridiculous. My wife is Lian Sheng. How can you be so sure that she's unpardonable? Gu Hai said. The unborn man said bitterly, Wan Qing might have been dragged down by me. Although she died, she shared some of my bad debts with me. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Humph, Master Shou is a widower and crippled person. He won't have a good ending. Brat, I advise you to stay away from him. Otherwise you'll be punished by the reincarnation cycle. Ho Ching said coldly. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Mr. Ho Ching, Gu Hai is not talented, but I must enter the reincarnation cycle today to find my wife. I hope you can help me. Help you? Haha, why should I help you? Ho Ching said coldly. Human world, the Qian celestial dynasty. Have you heard of it, Mr. Ho Ching? Gu Hai said solemnly. Long Zhanghua duel the heavens and won? Humph, brat, you're sent by Long Zhanghua? Ho Ching squinted his eyes. Whoosh. With a flip of his hand, a jade box appeared in Gu Hai's palm. As soon as the jade box came out, a strange aura was instantly emitted. Boom. Countless ghost soldiers were suppressed by this aura and knelt down. Ho Ching's expression darkened. Gu Hai opened the jade box. Immediately, an aura several times stronger than before erupted from the box. Kaboom. This aura was very strange. Gu Hai didn't seem to feel it at all. However, the ghost army was suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. My lord, help? No. The ghost army trembled in fear. Even the storm around Ho Ching's body seemed to be instantly suppressed. Long Zhanghua? Sky Splitter Axe? Ho Ching's expression darkened. Mr. Ho Ching, what do you think of using Sky Splitter Axe? I don't want to be your enemy. I just want to find a soul. Once I get it, I'll leave immediately. In the future, I'll prepare a generous gift to repay your kindness. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ho Ching looked at Sky Splitter Axe with a gloomy expression. Ho Ching, you sent that soul into the realm of reincarnation. We just want that soul. Unborn man said. Humph, Sky Splitter Axe. Unborn man, you found a good helper. You went to the human world and found Long Zhanghua? Long Zhanghua just won the battle. Everyone knows about it. You want to use Long Zhanghua to pressure me? Ho Ching's expression was cold. Mr. Ho Ching, this is just a request. Gu Hai said solemnly. Request? Gu Hai. Listen carefully. This is the netherworld, not the human world. So what if you have Sky Splitter Axe? If you open the realm of reincarnation today, my 3,000 years of self-imprisonment will be for nothing. If you want to enter the realm of reincarnation, you have to defeat me first. Ho Ching glared at him. He was unwilling. Gu Hai's expression darkened. That's troublesome. However, Long Wanqing was in Ho Ching's realm of reincarnation. How could he give up today? Just as Gu Hai was about to attack with a determined look on his face. Sky Splitter Axe suddenly shone with a dazzling green light. A great annihilation will formed into an axe aura that suddenly charged towards Ho Ching. Ho Ching's expression changed and he punched out. A loud noise rang out as Ho Ching's fist and the axe collided. Honk. The ground under Ho Ching's feet cracked, forming countless trenches like a spider web. Apart from Ho Ching Palace, all the other palaces in the area also exploded. Countless ghostly soldiers that were kneeling in worship were instantly sent flying. Crack, 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 crack. The axe aura suppressed Ho Ching's fist. Ho Ching's expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with hatred. The unborn man and Gu Hai's expressions changed. You attacked? The unborn man said in shock. No. Gu Hai frowned. Did Sky Splitter Axe attack by itself? At this moment, waves of green light came out of Sky Splitter Axe. The green light condensed into a figure. It was Long Zhanghua in a dragon robe. He stood in the air and held Sky Splitter Axe. He slashed out with the axe aura and suppressed Ho Ching. A projection? The unborn man exclaimed. Daqianxing is attacking? Gu Hai was also shocked. Long Zhanghua's projection held Sky Splitter Axe and looked coldly at Ho Ching. Then he turned to Gu Hai. Wan Yu asked me for help. I knew you were coming to the netherworld, so I left a trace of my divine will on Sky Splitter Axe. I didn't expect you to find another realm of reincarnation for me. Good, good, very good. Ah. Long Zhonghua's projection seemed to be very happy. Realm of reincarnation? He could defeat the immortal of the six paths with just one realm of reincarnation. Now he had another one. If he could get it, wouldn't his strength increase by another level? Wait, Daiqianxing, Gu Hai said anxiously. I won't stop you from taking the realm of reincarnation, but please give me Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing? Since she's inside, there's no problem. Long Zhonghua's projection said calmly. As he spoke, Long Zhonghua turned his head and narrowed his eyes at Ho Qing, who was blocking Sky Splitter axe with his fist. Ho Qing's expression was ferocious and indignant. Long Zhan reached out and withdrew his hand. The axe instantly returned to the heaven-splitting axe. Long Zhonghua pulled back his axe, but Ho Qing didn't dare go forward. Long Zhonghua, you promised my sister that you wouldn't interfere in the netherworld. Ho Qing glared at him and yelled. Long Zhonghua sneered. I'll talk to Empress Tuesday. Now, hand over the realm of reincarnation you're guarding. Otherwise, even if you're undying, I can still dismember you. Do you believe me? Long Zhonghua's eyes widened. Killing intent surged out of him. Boom. Ho Qing's expression changed drastically as the killing intent spread in all directions. Ho Qing was powerful. Even the unborn man wasn't his match when he was imprisoned. However, no matter how strong he was, it depended on who his opponent was. No matter how glorious Ho Qing's history was, he wasn't Long Zhonghua's match. He was Long Zhonghua's match. Long Zhonghua was a man of his word. If he said he would kill Ho Qing today, he wouldn't delay it until tomorrow. Moreover, even if he didn't say anything, Long Zhonghua could find the entrance to the realm of reincarnation after killing him. Unfortunately, he had been imprisoned here for 3,000 years, and all his efforts were in vain. Ho Qing snorted and glared at the unborn man and Gu Hai with hatred. They were the ones who brought this fiend here. Long Zhan looked at Ho Qing coldly. He took a step forward and an even stronger murderous intent spread out. Ho Qing had no choice but to open it. Boom. The Ho Qing palace instantly exploded, revealing a huge blue jade wall. On the jade wall there were two chains that bound Ho Qing. The other end seemed to have fused into the jade wall. This is it? Long Zhonghua narrowed his eyes. Whoosh. On the jade disc, one could faintly see a blue energy slowly rotating like a whirlpool. We can use this to find Long Wanqing. The unborn man grabbed a strand of hair and threw it to Ho Qing. Wanqing's hair? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with anticipation. Long Zhonghua also looked coldly at Ho Qing. Ho Qing was conflicted, but under Long Zhonghua's pressure, he had no choice but to pinch Long Wanqing's hair and touch the jade wall. A ripple seemed to form on the jade wall, and an image suddenly appeared. In the image there was a long black river. The river surged and seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Many huge figures stood by the black river. These figures all gave off a bloody aura. They all had horns on their heads and looked ferocious. Azura? Gu Hai's expression changed. The Azura Dao mystic realm? The unborn man also exclaimed in shock. There were many Azuras standing by the black river. Their skin color was no longer limited to the scarlet red of their muscles. There were purple, white, green and blue colors. Long Wanqing's strand of hair suddenly floated to a green-skinned Azura. The green Azura also seemed to sense it and turned to look. Wanqing. That's Wanqing. She's turned into an Azura. The unborn man suddenly exclaimed. Boom. The appearance of the strand of hair immediately caused the black river to surge. Boom. Black water rushed out of the black river and rushed toward the strand of hair. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a huge force was formed, and it seemed to be rushing towards the jade disc. Greetings, Nether River Patriarch. The Azuras bowed respectfully to the black river. Boom. The black water rushed out and formed a force that instantly destroyed the image on the jade wall. Chapter 623. Boom. The black water gushed out, forming a force that destroyed all the images on the jade wall. Azura Path Mystic Realm? Nether River Patriarch? Long Zhonghua squinted his eyes. Daiqianxing, in the human Dao realm, the immortal of six paths devoured the souls of ordinary ghosts. But this Azura realm seems to be different. There are no souls gathered in the sky, and the strength of the Azuras is extraordinary. That Nether River Patriarch is even more powerful. He broke through all the spells and arrived here. What? Gu Hai frowned and asked. Every reincarnation has its own way of operating. If I'm not wrong, that Nether River Patriarch was deliberately cultivated by the immortal of six paths. Long Zhonghua said. Oh. 800,000 years ago, the 6 paths of reincarnation was opened to the people of the world. The Azura path gathered the earthly souls of the world to purify their sins, convert the evil spirits, and finally help them reincarnate. But now, in the Azura path of reincarnation, one can only enter but not exit. If my guess is correct, the immortal of the 6 paths has erased the function of the Azura path's secret realm to purify sins. The evil spirits and sins can no longer be converted into Azuras, killing each other in order to gather the power of the souls. If I'm not wrong, the immortal of 6 paths wants to cultivate the strongest Azura king, and then kill it to steal its soul power. Long Zhonghua said. What? If killing Nether River Patriarch can get the soul power back, why not just kill all the Azuras? Wouldn't that be the same? Gu Hai frowned. Have you forgotten about the human Dao realm? Long Zhonghua said calmly. The human Dao realm? The immortal of 6 paths only collects souls? Gu Hai's expression changed. In the human Dao realm, there was a black hole in the sky that devoured all the souls, but not the ghosts underground. The unborn man said, soul fragments are ownerless souls without a clear mark of a person. They are pure nourishment. In the Azura secret realm, the sage of the 6 paths could indeed slaughter all the Azuras and rob them of their soul power. However, there were too many soul power imprints in the Azura secret realm, and forcibly absorbing them would affect one's temperament. That was why the Azuras were allowed to kill each other to strengthen themselves while they refined the other soul power. Once the soul power was purified, the sage of the 6 paths could harvest them. Take Patriarch Nether River for example. He only has one soul power imprint, but there are countless souls gathered together. In the end, all you need to do to consume Patriarch Nether River is assimilate his soul power imprint, which makes it much easier to absorb. If there are too many soul imprints, it will affect one's temperament? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Indeed, not long ago the 4 of them had entered and killed a few Azuras. The 4 of them had become much more violent. It took them quite a while to calm down their murderous hearts. How many Azuras had they killed so far? The Long Zhonghua ignored Gu Hai and looked at Ho Qing again. Long Zhan, as you can see, it's not that I don't want to look for Long Wanqing. It's just that the Nether River Patriarch is guarding the Azura secret realm. He has cut off my control over the Azura secret realm. Ho Qing said seriously. You can control it? Ah, you're not worthy. Since you can't find the Long Wanqing, fine. I'll take this Azura secret realm first, then deal with the Nether River Patriarch. The Long Zhonghua said. Take it? Oh. Ho Qing's expression changed. Rip. There was a loud bang in the void in front of him. The void was instantly torn apart. From the other side, a monstrous aura suddenly came. However, on the other side of the spatial rift, another dragon warring state appeared. However, that was not a projection but the real body. Wang. The projection returned to the real Long Zhonghua, and the real Long Zhonghua grabbed the sky-splitting axe. His eyes flashed with excitement as he looked at the jade wall. His Holiness, quick in case something happens. Long Zhonghua was next to Bai Mingshou. Long Zhonghua came as soon as he heard about the reincarnation secret realm. He did not want to waste any time. He arrived in a short time. However, he saw that Long Zhonghua flipped his palm, and a bubble suddenly appeared in his palm. Battle Kingdom Immortal Dome? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Whoosh. The moment the Warring State's Immortal Dome appeared, a black chain suddenly appeared and rushed towards the jade disc. Take the Azura realm reincarnation? No, the heavens have given me a chance to atone for my sins. They have allowed me to guard the entrance of the Azura Dao secret realm and take in the unpardonable evil spirits. If you take the Azura Dao secret realm, then I will be held accountable. Ho Qing's expression changed drastically. However, Long Zhonghua did not care about Ho Qing at all. The black chain from the Battle Kingdom Immortal Dome was about to reach the jade disc. Ho Qing's eyes flickered intensely. No. Heavens, Ho Qing, tell the heavens that there is a change in the Azura realm reincarnation. Ho Qing emitted a green light and waved his hand. Boom. The void suddenly trembled slightly. How dare you? Long Zhonghua's expression changed, and he released a powerful aura. Rumble. The surrounding void suddenly trembled. However, he saw a huge dark cloud appear out of nowhere in the sky. Wang. The dark cloud opened and an eye that covered the sky appeared. The eye of heaven? It appeared again? A monstrous pressure instantly appeared and came crashing down. Almost everyone below was forced to kneel down by this pressure. The unborn man, Bai Mingshou, and even Gu Hai could not stand the pressure. Their knees were bent. Long Zhonghua's expression changed. He raised the sky-opening axe in his other hand and pointed it at the sky. Long Jianghu. Immortal Six Paths' furious roar came from the void. The sky-opening axe slashed down as if it was going to cut through the last eye of the heavens. At the same time, the black chain from the Battle Kingdom Immortal Dome grabbed the jade disc. It seemed that Long Zhongguo was about to succeed. Umph! The heavens roared. Wong! In the blink of an eye, he mysteriously disappeared. The sky-opening axe rushed into the sky, but it missed. The eye of heaven disappeared and the pressure on Gu Hai disappeared. His knees that were about to hit the ground stopped. Did the heavens escape? Just when Gu Hai thought Long Zhongguo had succeeded. Boom! The huge jade disc exploded with a loud bang. What? Long Zhongguo's expression changed. However, he saw the shadow of a little finger suddenly appear in the void. With a light press, the jade disc was completely destroyed. Ah! Ho Qing, who was still holding the jade disc, froze. Entrance. Dominator of the Six Paths, you destroyed the entrance to the secret land of reincarnation. Raging flames erupted from Long Zhan's body. Long Zhongguo, enjoy your last moments. When I appear again, it will be your time of eternal damnation. A loud sound suddenly came from the sky. All traces of the immortal of the Six Paths disappeared into the sky, and so did the shadow of the pinky finger. Only Ho Qing was left, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Ho Qing, do you want to die? Long Zhongguo put away the immortal dome and attacked. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Gu Hai felt his surroundings explode. He was at the center of the explosion. Let's go. The unborn man's expression changed. He grabbed Gu Hai and shot into the distance. Even so, Gu Hai could feel the void tearing his body apart as he flew. Bang! Gu Hai and the unborn man landed on the peak of a mountain 10,000 miles away. At this moment, the ground around them was shaking and the void storm was raging. The land within 10,000 miles was completely flattened. Dust and gravel flew into the sky. There was a huge crater in the center. Long Zhongguo stood in the sky and looked down at Ho Qing, who was in the crater. Ho Qing was covered in blood and even his bones were sticking out. He was dying in the crater. One strike? Long Zhongguo. The unborn man was shocked. That was the zombie ancestor Ho Qing. Long Zhongguo's angry strike rendered him defenseless? Haha, Long Zhongguo, just kill me. I won't regret it. As long as Jiang Yao is innocent, it's enough. Jiang Yao and I used a forbidden art, and the heavens won't forgive us. I finally got this chance, please forgive us. I imprisoned myself for 3,000 years, how can I let all my efforts go to waste? I can die, but Jiang Yao must live. This way the heavens won't blame Jiang Yao, haha. Ho Qing trembled in the crater and laughed. Long Zhongguo's ferocious expression slowly turned cold, and his murderous aura also disappeared. Ho Qing, you really are infatuated. However, I don't care about you at all. If I didn't owe Hu a favor, I would have ended you today, bastard. Long Zhongguo revealed a ruthless expression. Ho Qing trembled in pain, but he didn't say anything. Long Zhongguo's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at Ho Qing for a while and snorted. Boom. Long Zhongguo turned around and stepped into the ripple created by Bai Ming Shou. Long Zhongguo entered and so did Bai Ming Shou. The two disappeared in an instant. Long Zhongguo went back. The unborn man clenched his fists and said angrily. The dust slowly dispersed. Ho Qing was full of injuries, but he was recovering at an extremely fast speed. Let's go. The unborn man said angrily. The unborn man pulled and the space trembled slightly. With Gu Hai in tow, he stepped into the spatial ripple and disappeared. After the unborn man and Gu Hai left, Ho Qing slowly got up from the ground. Ho Qing got up with a gloomy face. Long Zhongguo, I'm not your opponent, but I'll make you regret today's humiliation one day. And that Qiu Fengshu and that Gu Hai, just you wait, roar. Gu Hai and the unborn man arrived in the world of the living, but this place was already some distance away from the limitless sky capital. It's all over. Wan Qing can't be saved. The entrance to the secret realm of reincarnation was destroyed by the heavens. No one can enter, no one can. The unborn man sat on the ground dejectedly. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man and frowned. Unborn man, do you still remember what I said before? The unborn man turned to look at Gu Hai. I'll lie with you. You still have a long way to go. The unborn man shook his head. Looking at the unborn man, Gu Hai sighed. Then I'll wait for the day you think it through. Gu Hai was silent for a moment. He didn't mention the entrance to the Azura secret realm of the limitless sky capital. It was too important, so he had to be careful. However, the unborn man scolded Gu Hai for a while and said, "However, the battle between Long Zhanggue and the Immortal of the Six Paths hasn't ended yet. Everything is still uncertain, but it might be possible in the future. Gu Hai, I know you wholeheartedly care about Wan Qing. I believe you, I can ally with you, but you have to promise me that as long as there's a chance to enter the Azura secret realm, you have to do everything you can to save Wan Qing." "You're willing to enter the Dahan?" Gu Hai's eyes lit up. "I'm an incompetent father, but I'm still a father after all. I'm willing to use the rest of my life to sacrifice myself for them," the unborn man said with a trembling voice. It was as if he had made a huge decision. The unborn man didn't care about his past reputation anymore. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, the unborn man would do everything he could. Good, good, good. "Mr. Unborn Man, it won't be long before I can bring you to see Wan Qing," Gu Hai said excitedly. The unborn man was slightly stunned. Chapter 624. Heavenly Courts. Long Zhanggue returned, unable to calm down for a long time. He was so close to obtaining the Azura realm. But in the end, all his efforts were for naught. On this day, Long Wanyu brought Mo Yike to visit Long Zhanggue again. "Your Majesty has sent me a message. Your Majesty is also disappointed in the battle in the Netherworld. We were so close and all our efforts were for naught," Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. "Gu Hai, have you chosen your candidates?" Long Zhanggue asked solemnly. "I am in charge of selecting candidates in the heavenly courts. Your Majesty Daqianxing, please be patient," Mo Yike said solemnly. "I have told Gu Hai that time is limited. We cannot waste a single second." Long Zhanggue said solemnly. "Yes, Your Majesty has asked me to inform Your Majesty, Daqianxing. Whether it was the plot of the human Dao realm or the Azura realm in the Netherworld, Your Majesty is already on the same side as Your Majesty. Your Majesty is currently making preparations for Your Majesty, Daqianxing. Your Majesty assures you that you will definitely be satisfied," Mo Yike said solemnly. "Oh, you will definitely satisfy me?" Long Zhanggue narrowed his eyes. "Yes, but before that, Your Majesty has asked me to borrow money from Your Majesty, Daqianxing," Mo Yike said solemnly. "Borrow money?" Long Zhanggue was surprised. The Han dynasty had 60 cities. How much tax did Gu Hai have to pay? Yes, the Dahan is short on spiritual stones. He needs the Qin resources. The more spiritual stones, the sooner Your Majesty can satisfy Your Majesty Daqianxing, Mo Yike said solemnly. Long Zhanggue looked at Mo Yike with narrowed eyes. The infinite celestial capital. At this moment, millions of people had gathered in the formation of the forbidden area. There were the Dahan army, officials and some people in black robes. He stood respectfully at the side of the altar. On the altar stood Gu Hai and the unborn man. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man and said solemnly, "From today onwards, Mr. Unborn Man, the Han dynasty will establish the Longevity Temple. You will be the head of the temple. What do you think?" "Longevity Temple? Good." The unborn man stared at Gu Hai, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Gu Hai did not make the unborn man submit to him. Just like the supreme beast, Shangguan Hen, he only wanted to form an alliance. Everything could be slowly adjusted in the future. Let's see who's better. Now, the most important thing was to tie the unborn man to the war chariot of the Han dynasty. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai and was silent for a while. Then he said in shock, "Gu Hai, ancient emperor, you are so cunning. You are so cunning." The unborn man knew that if he had not agreed to form an alliance with the Han dynasty, Gu Hai would never have told him about the entrance to the altar. He had tried so hard to enter the secret realm of the Azura Dao, but to no avail. Gu Hai, who was only at the nascent soul stage, had moved the entrance to the secret realm of the Azura Dao right to his doorstep? Right in front of his doorstep? If it was before, the unborn man would never have believed such a strange thing. How was it possible? How did he do it? The unborn man did not ask in detail. He also knew that Gu Hai would never tell him. "Mister, you saw it just now. The Azuras killed each other and fought for the soul power. However, the soul power did not have much effect on increasing one's cultivation. What did it replenish?" Gu Hai asked doubtfully. "The increase in soul power has a limited effect on one's cultivation. However, it requires an endless amount of spirit stones. The replenishment of one's physical body is only a side effect. The main purpose is to strengthen the foundation of the three souls," the unborn man explained. "You cultivated your physical body and then reached the Yuanying state. Do you feel anything strange?" The physical body is a container. The stronger the physical body, the bigger the container, and the more energy the nascent soul can carry. My nascent soul has the strength of several nascent souls of ordinary people. Gu Hai said in a low voice. In the past, the Yuanying state cultivated their souls. When they opened the heavenly palace, they cultivated their souls. It was the same for souls. When they opened the heavenly palace, some were stronger than others. What? It was because each of their heavenly palaces carried a different amount of energy. The stronger the soul power, the more energy they could carry. I heard that when the Great Slaughter Heavenly Dynasty's Divine Blood Army returned, their souls had the strength to open the heavenly palace. They were extremely extraordinary. What they lacked was time and opportunity. If they were all successfully possessed, they would have been able to conquer the world after a period of accumulation. Do you believe it? The unborn man said in a low voice. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Wait, you got this from His Holiness? The unborn man suddenly reacted. Gu Hai nodded. Impressive, impressive. The unborn man could only sigh in awe. That day you said that every Shura has their own soul imprint and needs time to refine it. Otherwise it would affect their mental state? Gu Hai asked. That's right. The last time you entered, 3 months was the limit. It's best to enter once every 3 months. Your Tao Te Ching is the best scripture for calming one's mind. Once every 3 months you can recite the Tao Te Ching verbally for a day. The unborn man explained. Once every 3 months? That's good. Gu Hai nodded. But Wanqing is inside. How are we going to find her in the vast Shura sea? The unborn man asked worriedly. Wanqing is a green Shura. We just have to kill everyone in the Azura mystic realm and leave only the green Shura alive. Gu Hai explained. Are you crazy? The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty has not been able to kill everyone in 6,000 years. You. The unborn man did not believe him. It won't take that long. I have a special way. Gu Hai shook his head. The unborn man paused and frowned. But you kill Shura and increase your soul power. Can your body withstand it? Spirit stones can nourish the physical body. However, do you have enough spirit stones in your 60 cities? Don't worry, the spirit stones will be delivered one after another. Gu Hai nodded. All right then, hurry up. Let's go in. And your million-strong army. Hehe, the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty only killed half of their 5 million-strong army after 6,000 years. You only have a million-strong army. Let's see how you can clear the Azura mystic realm in such a short time. The unborn man said solemnly. A million-strong army? You're wrong. We have 200 million-strong army. Gu Hai laughed. The unborn man was slightly taken aback. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and took out several ghost dividing boxes. He slowly spread them out around the altar. What are these? The unborn man looked at the boxes in confusion. Divine soul, leave the body. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. The million-strong army shouted in unison. Gu Hai led the million-strong army and touched the blue energy ball. 1111. Instantly, a large amount of blue light entered their bodies. Everyone sat down cross-legged with Gu Hai. Including the unborn man, everyone's soul separated from their physical bodies. The million-strong army looked around in surprise. They looked at their own bodies and were excited. However, they did not dare to say anything. They only looked at Gu Hai respectfully. A dream rises. My spirit soars. I enter the heavens and earth. My spirit travels. My spirit determines the heavens' fate. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. While the unborn man and the others were puzzled, they saw the thousands of ghost sealing boxes on the altar blossom with dazzling lights. The lights were dazzling. There seemed to be more than 200 different colors. However, no one could tell what the colors were. What boxes are these? I feel like my entire spirit is trembling. The unborn man said in surprise. 1,000 people in a group. Step into each box like this emperor. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. As he spoke, Gu Hai's spirit slowly stepped into one of the ghost dividing boxes. Gu Hai's spirit entered the box. The ghost dividing boxes immediately closed. 111. The ghost dividing boxes trembled slightly. Everyone opened their eyes wide. The ghost dividing boxes trembled and opened again. A colorful light shone from inside. Gu Hai's spirit stepped out of the ghost dividing boxes. You didn't change at all? The unborn man looked at Gu Hai's soul in surprise. However, in the next moment, the unborn man opened his mouth wide as he saw another divine soul emerge from the ghost dividing box. Wow! The entire square was in an uproar. Another emperor? How was that possible? Another one? Exactly the same? The million-strong army was shocked, and so was the unborn man. That's impossible. Your 3 souls are still there, not separated. How could you? The unborn man exclaimed. The screams were not over yet. Buzz. The third Guhai spirit walked out of the box. OM. 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 One after another, Guhai walked out of the ghost distribution boxes, one after another. Countless soldiers were on the verge of collapsing. 200 emperors? How did he do it? How was that possible? The unborn man looked at Guhai, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. It was as if he could not accept this fact, but this was the truth. 200 Guhai looked exactly the same. Quick! The 200 Guhai shouted at the same time. Yes. The million-strong army immediately shouted. Previously, Guhai had divided them into thousands of units. Now they were all pouring into the ghost dividing box. Smack. OM. Smack. Walalala. His divine soul was expanding at an extremely terrifying speed. When one entered, 200 would come out. When one entered, 200 would come out. The unborn man looked at the scene in front of him and completely approved of it. In the end, he looked at Guhai with a strange gaze. In the past, the unborn man would never have thought that Guhai was so strange. The unborn man also followed suit and entered. As expected, when he came out, there were 200 godly souls. In the blink of an eye, there were really 200 million godly souls. Let's go. The 200 Guhai shouted at the same time. Yes. Rumble. Through the entrance, the 200 million army entered the Azura Path secret realm. As soon as the 200 million godly souls entered the Massacre Divine Palace, there seemed to be a rolling black storm that swept in from all directions and rushed towards the 200 million godly souls. Rumble. Very quickly, the 200 million godly souls were enveloped by the black energy and turned into Azuras. Outside the boundary of the Massacre Shrine, there were countless Azuras waiting. At this moment, an army of Azuras had gathered. They were preparing to encircle and kill the Azuras coming out of the Massacre Shrine. There were more than 100,000 Azuras in the army, and each of them looked ferocious. They're here. Suddenly, one of the Azuras exclaimed in surprise. The Azuras' battle intent soared to the sky, but soon their expressions changed. Because of the black energy gathering around them, the number of Azuras suddenly increased. 100,000? It was about the same as them. A million? 10 times more than them? 10 million? 100 times more than them? And it was increasing? How was that possible? 100 million? 1,000 times more than them? The Azuras were dumbfounded. It's still increasing? How could it be? It's still increasing? This time it's even more than the divine blood demon army, much more? One of the Azuras exclaimed. Run! One of the Azuras screamed in fear. Rumble! The 100,000 Azuras that were preparing to encircle Guhai suddenly screamed in fear and ran away. It's fine if you want me to kill one, but you want me to kill 1,000? What a joke. Rumble. Before Guhai's army completely entered the Azura Path secret realm, the Azuras were all scared away. Chapter 625. 200 million soldiers had entered the Azura Dao secret realm. Guhai glanced at the fleeing Azuras and did not pay much attention to them. One soul in a group split up. The 200 Guhai shouted. Soon the 200 million soldiers were divided into 200 groups. There were weapons left behind by the Great Slaughter Celestial Dynasty, but there were not enough to go around. However, it did not matter. Once they were out of this area, there would be countless weapons. The Azura Path mystic realm is filled with evil spirits that are beyond redemption. Killing them is pointless, destroying them to eliminate evil. Let's go. The 200 Guhai shouted. Each Guhai led a group of soldiers and stepped out of the Massacre Divine Palace's array. They were divided into 200 groups and started to sweep through the entire Azura world. Soon a group of Guhai soldiers arrived at a small sect. The sect's Azuras seemed to have caught a group of Azuras from the outside world and were roasting them over a fire. Don't pity them, don't mind them. They are the worst of the worst. That's why they became Azuras. Kill. Guhai shouted. Holding a long saber, he took the lead and rushed forward. Kill. Rumble. The million-strong army followed behind and started to slaughter the Azura Dao sect. Rumble. War was tragic. At this moment, no one cared about schemes and military tactics. Kill, 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 kill. Instantly, the Azura Dao secret realm started to sweep through. It was the same in one place, 10 places, and 100 places. Gu Hai's army was like a swarm of locusts. Wherever they went, not a single blade of grass was left. Kill, 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 kill. There were wins and losses. There were also Dahan soldiers who were killed. However, the moment they died, their souls returned to the altar outside the massacred divine palace and reformed their bodies. Gu Hai arranged for them to return to the battlefield immediately. Soon they came across some small cities nearby and encountered powerful Shura leaders. Gu Hai's army suffered heavy casualties. After all, the difference in strength was too great. However, Gu Hai was not in a hurry. His army was endless. Even though the Azura level was high, they could slowly grind him to death. If one group of Gu Hai's million-strong army is not enough, I will send 2 groups. If 2 groups are not enough, I will send 10 groups. If 10 groups are not enough, I will send 20 groups. Gu Hai's army could not be killed and they were endless. Suddenly, the powerful Shura leader could not take it anymore. When he couldn't take it anymore and was slowly worn out until he had no more strength left. Boom. With a single slash, Gu Hai killed the Shura leader. At this moment, everyone had forgotten themselves as they enjoyed the slaughter to their heart's content. The surrounding Azura kingdoms were instantly annihilated. Kill, 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 kill. Just as the surrounding Azura kingdoms were about to collapse, Gu Hai's army retreated. Because 3 months had passed. No matter what the situation was, Gu Hai had set a rule. Every 3 months they would stop and return to the massacre shrine. Go back. The 200 Gu Hai shouted at the same time. 111. The 200 million strong army quickly returned to the Han dynasty through the black energy ball. The divine souls rolled back and filled the forbidden land in the blink of an eye. Return. Gu Hai shouted. 1111. All the divine souls returned to their bodies, and the 200 Gu Hai also returned to their bodies. In an instant, the 200 divine souls merged. Gu Hai's face flushed red, and his blood boiled as he suppressed the irritation in his heart. Gu Hai was fine, but the millions of soldiers could not take it anymore. Blurg. Blurg. I can't take it anymore. In an instant, countless soldiers vomited. Gu Hai waved his hand. Walalala. Suddenly, countless spirit stones were sprinkled on everyone. Immediately, everyone absorbed the spiritual energy in the spirit stones as if they were thirsty. After absorbing some, their bodies felt better. Imperial Father, we have used up all the spirit stones in the spiritual array we set up previously, Gu Qin said with a frown. Your Majesty, we have used up 1 billion high-grade spirit stones this time, Qin Tianshan said in shock. Even if the Han dynasty had a lot of spirit stones now, it was still too much for them. It had only been 3 months. Our soul energy increased by so much? The unborn man was shocked. It's a good thing to have some growth. Don't worry about the spirit stones. However, all of you are feeling frustrated right now, right? Gu Hai looked at the crowd. Yes. The million-strong army nodded. Mr. Unborn Man, please help me teach everyone to recite the Book of Dao Da. Dissolve the inner demons. 2 days later we will enter the Azura Path's secret realm again. Gu Hai took out the Book of Dao Da. Oh, you are not reciting it? The unborn man was puzzled. I am the one who wrote the Book of Dao Da. I have a deeper understanding of it than all of you. Do I need to recite it? Gu Hai said calmly. In the past, Laozi had explained the Book of Dao Da to Gu Hai. In just a short while, Gu Hai had already refined countless Shura marks. As for the rest, he just needed to recite the Book of Dao Da in his heart. Okay. The unborn man nodded. However, I feel that the growth of my soul in the past 3 months is like the accumulation of 50 years of soul energy? The unborn man sighed. Of course, the soul is divided into 200 portions. Gu Hai said with a smile. The unborn man nodded blankly. Huh. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw that the ghost dividing box seemed to have dimmed a little. Nothing must happen to the ghost dividing box. Gu Hai immediately took out one of the ghost dividing boxes. He turned his back on everyone and injected a bit of heaven replenishing energy into it. However, this time the ghost dividing box did not return to its original state. However, the shape of the ghost dividing box remained the same. Is there a limit to everything? Is the ghost dividing box also a consumable item? A complicated look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Montez asked curiously. Nothing. From now on, none of you are allowed to step out of this place. Kill all those who violate this order. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, everyone answered. Naturally, there could not be any mistakes in what they were doing this time. Not a single word could be leaked. They had to use a heavy punishment. Soon, the sound of the Book of Dao came from the Forbidden Land. No one was allowed to leave. Only Gu Hai stepped out of the ritual array. Some important officials of the Han dynasty, including the Crown Prince, Gao Xianji, Montez, Chen Tianshan, and many city lords, were summoned to this ritual array. Naturally, many officials in the imperial court were puzzled. Some of them even tried to make mistakes in some administrative matters. However, in just 3 months, Gu Hai appeared again. When Gu Hai came out, he immediately cleaned up a large number of officials who pretended to be obedient. The Han dynasty was immediately stabilized. At the same time, a group of people from heavenly courts brought Gu Hai a large number of spirit stones. The escort was still Sima Changkong. Gu Hai met Sima Changkong. "Mr. Good, His Holiness asked me to deliver these things. They arrived yesterday," Sima Changkong said as he looked at the boxes. "Mr. Sima, do you want to take a look?" Gu Hai said with a smile. "There's no need for that this time," Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. The last time he saw the heaven-splitting axe, it was enough. Now, with another 100 boxes, Sima Changkong did not want to be scared out of his wits anymore. "All right, thank you, Mr. Sima," Gu Hai said with a smile. "You're welcome. It's just that His Holiness asked Mr. Good to set off as soon as possible," Sima Changkong said solemnly. "Go and report to Daqianxing that these things are on the way. Tell him that I've already started. In a few days I'll definitely satisfy Daqianxing," Gu Hai said with certainty. "All right." Sima Changkong nodded. After sending off Sima Changkong, Gu Hai stayed in the imperial court for 2 days. Then he returned to the altar array with the 100 boxes. When the boxes were opened, they were filled with countless storage bracelets. Gu Hai took out one of the storage bracelets and opened it gently. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a large number of spiritual stones rolled onto the ground. About 5 billion high-grade spiritual stones. "That should be enough for a while," Gu Hai said in a low voice. "So many spiritual stones," Chen Tianshan exclaimed. Gu Hai waved his hand and 5 billion spiritual stones suddenly burst out and spread out in all directions. It was as if they had drowned everyone. At the side, Meng Tai was also inexplicably shocked. Once upon a time he had fought with the Emperor. What was there to fight for? The Emperor could easily get billions of high-grade spiritual stones when he went out. He must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. "Get ready to enter the Azura arcane realm again," Gu Hai said in a low voice. "Yes." Whoosh. Gu Hai quickly led everyone into the Azura Dao's secret realm. "Chant the Sutra of Taoism and continue to kill," Gu Hai shouted. "Yes." The army answered loudly. During the slaughter, the army not only honed their combat skills, but also strengthened their divine spirits. They even cultivated a murderous intent and kept on killing. As the slaughter continued, Gu Hai's divine spirit also became stronger and stronger. His current Azura body was twice as big as before, reaching the height of a level 4 Azura. When the locusts passed through, not even a blade of grass grew. Wherever the Dahan army passed, ruins were left behind. They rested once every 3 months. After resting for 2 days, they immediately entered the state of slaughter again. For a time, the ferocity and brutality of the Dahan demon army spread everywhere in the Azura arcane realm. The news seemed to have grown wings and quickly spread in all directions. It also quickly spread to a Black River. A group of Azuras stood outside the Black River and bowed respectfully at the Black River. Reporting to the Nether River Patriarch, another foreign army has appeared in our world. They are called the Dahan Demon Army. This Dahan Demon Army is even more ferocious and brutal than the Divine Blood Demon Army of the past. Not only are they ferocious in battle, but they are also organized. Chapter 626. Dian Dynasty inside a great hall. Qing Emperor was holding a letter with a puzzled expression. It's been 2 years. Gu Hai hasn't left the limitless celestial capital since he returned? Qing Emperor asked in a low voice. Yes. Gu Hai has always been in the limitless celestial capital. He would appear every once in a while. A subordinate nodded. Then what happened to these officials? Have many of the Han dynasty's officials disappeared without a trace? Qing Emperor asked in a low voice. We don't know. The subordinate said bitterly. Trash. So many of them. How can they disappear just like that? Qing Emperor said coldly. Emperor, we also sent people to the limitless celestial capital. However, the security in the limitless celestial capital is very strict. It's impossible to sneak in, not even secretly. Those 4 experts are too powerful. The subordinate said bitterly. Dongfang's invincible? Qing Emperor asked in a low voice. Yes. A single embroidery needle can stop 1,000 soldiers and 10,000 horses. Last time, there was even a central celestial palace who wanted to infiltrate the limitless celestial capital. He first went to Zhang Sanfeng's place. Zhang Sanfeng was merciful and only injured him but did not kill him. However, the second time he offended Dongfang's invincible. As a result, he is still being tortured by needles. The subordinate said bitterly. Central Celestial Palace? Zhang Sanfeng's invincible Dongfang? Han Dynasty's invincible celestial capital can only be infiltrated from these 2 places? Qing Emperor said coldly. There are also 2 places. One is overseeing Dugu Qiubai, and the other is overseeing Shimen Chueshua. Another 2 people I have never heard of. Emperor Qing narrowed his eyes. I heard that sword cultivators don't even dare to approach these 2. Those who approach them will have their long swords humming as if submitting to them. Dugu Qiubai didn't use a sword either. He seemed to be raising condors all day long. However, as soon as someone approached, the surrounding vegetation would turn into divine swords. Dozens of intruders were all stabbed to death by the vegetation. That Shimen Chueshua was even more bizarre. Every day he would clean his long sword in a plum forest. When the snowflakes fell, he would blow at the blade of his long sword. The people who were lurking nearby all died inexplicably. The subordinate said bitterly. You are blowing blood, not snow? Shimen Chueshua? A trace of surprise flashed through Qing Emperor's eyes. Yes, Gu Hai is in the infinite celestial capital. He doesn't care about anything else. All right, the Qian Sima Changkong went there a few times. I don't know what she said to Gu Hai. The subordinate said blankly. Qing Emperor turned his head to the northwest. The boundless celestial capital? Looks like I'll have to make a trip there myself. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. The infinite celestial capital. In the forbidden area. The sacred text of Tao Te Ching echoed in the array. Gu Hai led the army back. His soul returned to his body and suppressed his inner demons. Dust piled up around the crowd like a mountain. The dust surrounded his body, but no one said anything. Everyone knew that this was not dust but spirit stones. They had absorbed all of their spirit energy and turned into fine powder. In the past 2 years, Gu Hai had also absorbed a lot of energy. Boom, boom, boom. Around the altar, the sound of people breaking through could be heard. Gu Hai also suddenly broke through. Gu Hai allowed all of his power to accumulate in his Dantian. Within his Dantian, the spiritual mother God King stood. The spiritual mother was the 3rd level of the Yuanying state. Now she was the 5th level of the Yuanying state. One had to know that among all of Gu Hai's nascent souls, only the spirit mother divine king was the hardest to cultivate. Oh. Gu Hai exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. Your Majesty, everyone is in the Yuanying state. They are at least in the 3rd nascent soul realm, Gao Xinji said excitedly. In just 2 years, the Han Dynasty had created a super army in the Yuanying state. How's yours? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. I'm already in the 5th nascent soul realm. I can already open the Sky Palace. Your Majesty, do I need to break through? Gao Xinji said expectantly. A 5th nascent soul realm cultivator could attempt to open the Sky Palace. Gu Hai could also do it now. However, Gu Hai had been restraining himself. It's best not to. Now that you have this opportunity, it's best that you reach the peak of the Yuanying state. That way your achievements will be greater. The unborn man explained. Okay. Everyone nodded. Your Majesty, our spirit stones? Qin Tianshan said worriedly. Continue reciting the sacred text of Tao Te Ching. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone answered. Everyone was not allowed to leave the altar. Gu Hai walked out of the array alone. The officials were used to it. The emperor would come out of seclusion every once in a while. Sima Changkong had been here a few times and was used to it. He came 5 days earlier and waited patiently for Gu Hai. Mr. Sima, sorry to keep you waiting. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, it's been 2 years. Why are you still in the infinite celestial capital? Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Did you bring the items? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Yes. This time, it's 8 billion high-grade spirit stones. I collected them from all the cities and sent them here immediately. Mr. Good, why do you need so many spirit stones? Did Daiqianxing ask you to ask? Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh no. His Holiness didn't ask. He just asked me to tell you that it's been 2 years. How much longer do you want to wait? Sima Changkong shook his head. Since it wasn't Daiqianxing who said it, Gu Hai wouldn't say much. Tell Daiqianxing again that I didn't waste my time. It won't be long. In less than a year there will be results. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Another year? Sima Changkong's eyes widened. Gu Hai didn't explain. Instead he looked at Sima Changkong. After a while, Sima Changkong finally reacted. You're saying that there's a result? Results? Solemnly Gu Hai nodded. If it's fast, half a year. Sima Changkong nodded with a complicated expression. After sending off Sima Changkong, Gu Hai returned to the altar with a large amount of spirit stones. He cleaned up the spirit stones on the altar and scattered them again. Walala. The spirit stones piled up like a mountain, and the soldiers were excited. Your ghost dividing box is going to be colorless soon? The unborn man said worriedly. Gu Hai nodded. This ghost dividing box is reaching its limit. However, we have to use it as much as we can. We already met the first Azura King. There will be more and more Azura Kings in the future. We have to be quick. We have to advance to the river Styx. The unborn man nodded. Under Gu Hai's lead, the army entered the Azura Path Mystic Realm again. The Han Dynasty's army was like a swarm of locusts. They destroyed countless Azura cities along the way and expanded crazily. At this moment they met a black-skinned Azura that was 1,000 feet tall. An Azura that was 1,000 feet tall was an Azura King. At this moment, Gu Hai was 800 feet tall. In Gu Hai's army, there were several Azuras that were dozens of feet tall. Each of them exuded a crimson killing intent. The Dahan Demon Army? Gu Hai, have you killed trillions of Azuras in the past 2 years? The black-skinned Azura King said coldly. You were sent by the Nether River Patriarch? Gu Hai sneered. The black-skinned Azura King narrowed his eyes. In the first year we were here we weren't an Azura King's match. If we were to encounter an Azura King we would only be routed 1,000 miles away. But 10 days ago we already killed an Azura King. If there is a first then there will be a second. Do you want to be the second? No, you can only be the third. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Third? What? Because just now, I killed another Azura King 8 million miles south of here. Gu Hai said coldly. What did you say? The Azura King's expression changed. Kill? Gu Hai glared and took the lead to charge straight ahead. Rumble. The two armies clashed again. 3 months later. More than 300 Azura Kings were killed. The Dahan army returned once again. After resting for 2 days, they went on another expedition to the secret realm of the Azura Path. At this point, nearly half of the Azuras had been massacred. However, the current Han army had become exceedingly powerful. The rate at which they massacred the Azuras was much faster than before. It was close to 1 country per day. 2 months after the slaughter. Buzz. All of the armies fighting suddenly came to a halt. 10 million miles north of the Divine Palace of Massacre. Let's go. All of Gu Hai's soldiers were ecstatic. He pointed in a direction and all the Azuras rushed over. Soon they arrived outside a huge city. At this moment, the Dahan army had surrounded that city, but no one made a move. In that city, there were 20 Azura Kings and countless powerful Azuras gathered. At this moment, they were all looking at the increasing number of Dahan army soldiers outside. I told you. We should have acted earlier. Why aren't they attacking? There are more and more of them. Who cares? Let's charge out together. The 20 Azura Kings looked into the distance with great annoyance. However, in the outside world, more and more Gu Hai soldiers were gathering. More and more Gu Hai soldiers were gathering. A large number of unborn man soldiers were standing beside Gu Hai soldiers. It shouldn't be wrong. It's that one. Gu Hai, it's that one. An unborn man said excitedly. The Gu Hai soldiers looked at a green-skinned Azura King at the edge of the city. Wanqing? Did you find her? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. Wanqing doesn't remember me? Another Gu Hai frowned. No. She killed too many Azuras and left too many soul marks. She has forgotten the past. The unborn man said with a frown. Is there a way? Gu Hai asked. Capture her alive and use the Book of Tao Te Ching to refine her. Then let her merge with her heavenly soul and human soul. Let her remember everything. The unborn man said. How do we resurrect her? Gu Hai asked. Help her reconstruct her physical body or reincarnate in a corpse or reincarnate. However, reincarnation and rebuilding a body are both risky. It's best to resurrect her body. Help her find a body. The unborn man said with a frown. Your master show. You know more about these things. We'll do as you say. Now, the most important thing is to capture Wanqing alive? Gu Hai said. That's right. We have to be careful. That Azura king knew that he was going to die and self-destructed. We can't force Wanqing too much. We can't let her walk on the path of no return. Once the Azura body dies, she'll be gone forever. The unborn man said. Gu Hai nodded. Chapter 627. The Secret Realm of the Azura Path. At the Black River. Several Azuras bowed respectfully to the Black River. Oh, Abai City? Dahan's demon army keeps gathering at Abai City, surrounding but not killing? The Nether River Patriarch's voice came from the Black River. Yes. I don't know why, but the 20 Azura kings there have sent out distress signals many times, but Gu Hai's army is getting stronger and stronger. An Azura king said worriedly. Stronger and stronger? 200 doppelgangers? Good move. Gu Hai really has a lot of secrets. Good. The Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. Then what should we do now? Surround but not kill? That means there's someone important to Gu Hai in there? Last time, when a strand of hair entered, the people outside spied on me. I guess that they were looking for a certain Azura. Good, I'm not afraid that you don't want anything, but I'm afraid that you don't want anything. The Nether River Patriarch said with a hint of excitement. Yes. The Azura kings answered. Have you been blinded by killing? Can't you think about such a small thing? Hey, if Gu Hai wants something, it's best that you don't let him. The Nether River Patriarch said coldly. He said coldly. Boom. In the Black River, a fierce red gas suddenly shot into the sky. The red gas rushed into the sky and suddenly shot into the distance. Patriarch, you went to Abai City? An Azura king said in surprise. Humph, that's just one of my blood gods. The Nether River Patriarch's voice came from the Black River. Yes. The Azura kings didn't dare to say more. Abai City? More and more groups of Gu Hai surrounded Abai City. Abai City was a big city, and there were a large number of Azura kings living there. Charge out. Wait, the Patriarch should know about our situation. He'll come to save us soon. I said we should fight earlier. Look, there are more and more of them. The Azura kings were extremely anxious. In the distance, he saw 80 unborn men standing in different positions at the same time, forming a large formation. Once the formation was set up, it immediately formed rolling white fog. Just force Wanqing into my god-trapping formation. Even if she wants to commit suicide, it won't work. Quick. An unborn man beside him said anxiously. Gu Hai and the others narrowed their eyes. Kill. Gu Hai shouted. Suddenly, the Dahan demon army rushed out like a flood toward Abai City. Boom. The walls of Abai City exploded. Kill. Rumble. Suddenly, the two sides of the Azuras began to fight fiercely. For a moment, sand and pebbles were sent flying, and blood soared into the sky. The group of Gu Hai charged at the front. Second cycle, third cycle, and even fourth cycle. Wherever he went, he was invincible. Roar. An Azura king rushed towards Gu Hai. Boom. 10 Gu Hai attacked almost at the same time. Suddenly, the Azura king exploded. Even before he died, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Gu Hai rushed at the front. Soon, Gu Hai faced the green Azura Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing couldn't remember Gu Hai at this moment. Seeing Gu Hai kill an Azura king that was not weaker than her so easily, she immediately became anxious. Now, a group of Gu Hai surrounded her. Am I going to die too? Even if I die, I can't let this person in front of me take away my soul power. Suddenly, Long Wanqing slashed down, but one Gu Hai was forced to retreat. How can this be? Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. Am I that strong? Kill. Long Wanqing immediately rushed forward with a ferocious expression. All the surrounding Gu Hai were forced to retreat as if they were beaten back by Long Wanqing. This scene made the surrounding Azuras widen their eyes. Would Azura, you can win, quickly kill him. Suddenly, countless Azuras were agitated. Long Wanqing immediately rushed towards Gu Hai. The group of Gu Hai was indeed not as strong as Long Wanqing, and they kept retreating. Ha ha, so the leader of this Dahan demon army is not that strong. Let me help you, would Azura? Suddenly, another Azura king excitedly rushed forward. Boom. Gao Xianji's spear immediately forced the Azura king back. What? The Azura king's expression changed. They are not as weak as I thought? Under Long Wanqing's attack, Gu Hai kept retreating. Perhaps when transformed into an Azura, most of the time he did not need to use his brain. Long Wanqing did not notice that Gu Hai had a slight smile on his face as he was retreating. Until Gu Hai retreated to the white fog array set up by the unborn man. Boom. Long Wanqing slashed down with her saber, and the few Gu Hais were immediately forced into the array. Long Wanqing did not hesitate and instantly rushed into the array. Whoosh. Once Long Wanqing entered the array, it was as if she was fixed in place. Bastard, let go of me! Long Wanqing screamed. Life and death, dizziness, confusion, absorb. 80 unborn man shouted almost at the same time. Boom. The formation suddenly trembled and Long Wanqing, who was inside it, suddenly trembled and then fainted. It's done. The unborn man shouted excitedly. The group of Gu Hai also came out. Seeing that Long Wanqing had fainted, they heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Good, good, good." After saying good 3 times in a row, Gu Hai turned his head to look at Bai City. Among the 200 Gu Hai, 5 Gu Hai said, "Our group will continue to slaughter Bai City. The other groups stay." The 5 groups of 5 million Dahan's demon army immediately shouted. Rumble. Killing began quickly in all directions. The other 100 million Dahan's demon army surrounded Long Wanqing in the center. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing in the center, and a gentle light flashed in his eyes. Recite the Tao Te Ching. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The 100 million Dahan's demon army immediately recited the Tao Te Ching. Gu Hai in the center even reached out and pressed Long Wanqing's body, transmitting the Tao Te Ching to her. It was the Tao Te Ching that Laozi had explained to him in the past. The Tao can be spoken, 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 the Tao can be spoken. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. Saints are heartless and treat the people as straw dogs. The sound of the Tao Te Ching, and the Tao Te Ching flowed into Long Wanqing's body. Visible to the naked eye, Long Wanqing's body seemed to be slowly emitting scarlet evil energy. The evil energy slowly dispersed and floated into the sky. Gradually, it condensed into a red cloud. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement because Long Wanqing's evil energy was decreasing. He had indeed helped her to refine countless soul marks. It was effective. Gu Hai recited the Tao Te Ching faster. No one noticed that the scarlet evil energy emitted from Long Wanqing's body rushed into the sky. But it was absorbed by another red cloud. The red cloud in the sky was not condensed by Long Wanqing's evil energy. It came out of nowhere and absorbed Long Wanqing's evil energy. Tao Te Ching? The Dahan's demon army is much more powerful than the divine blood demon army. They have the method to refine soul marks. After countless years and hundreds of times, I slowly figured out how to refine soul marks into blood gods and dissolve my evil energy. They have it too? There seemed to be a voice in the red cloud talking to itself. Unfortunately, Gu Hai and the others below could not hear the voice of the red cloud in the sky. The crowd kept reciting the sacred text of Taoism, one sentence after another. Gradually the evil aura around Long Wanqing's body was depleted. After a day and a night, Long Wanqing gradually woke up. Opening her eyes, Long Wanqing frowned and covered her head. She seemed to have a headache. Where am I? Long Wanqing was confused. More than 100 million people were reciting the Tao Te Ching, and a grand aura was spreading. Long Wanqing was confused. But Gu Hai suddenly waved his hand. Everyone stopped reciting the Tao Te Ching. Wanqing? Are you okay? Gu Hai said softly. Long Wanqing turned her head. Although Gu Hai had turned into the shape of Shura, Long Wanqing recognized him instantly. Gu Hai. Long Wanqing suddenly shivered and a trace of disbelief flashed in her eyes. It's me. I'm here to take you back. Gu Hai said softly with a smile. Long Wanqing's nose twitched. She covered her mouth and her eyes became wet. How did you become like this? Long Wanqing grabbed Gu Hai's hand. I'll change back soon. We're here to save you. Wanqing, my wife, I'm here. Gu Hai laughed excitedly at this moment. Gu Hai's eyes were also filled with tears. He still remembered that time when Long Wanqing pretended to be him and was hunted down by the unborn man. He would never forget that scene for the rest of his life. Now he finally found Long Wanqing. He finally found her. Gu Hai was excited and wanted to hold Long Wanqing in his arms. At this moment, the 80 unborn men suddenly changed their expressions and looked up together. They looked at the increasing number of red clouds in the sky. The red clouds seemed to cover the sky and the earth. Now in the sky, they were as huge as a sea of blood and emitted a monstrous aura. No, this is not good. Be careful. The unborn man suddenly shouted in alarm. However, everything was a bit too late. The sea of blood covered the sky and covered the earth as it swept down with a loud rumble. Boom. The sea of blood filled the sky and washed away the countless Asuras in an instant. Immediately, countless Asuras were scattered. Even Gu Hai paused for a moment. Ha ha ha, Gu Hai, this is your purpose in coming to the Asura Path secret realm, right? Would Asura? Ah. Suddenly there was a burst of laughter. Long Wanqing was swept up by the sea of blood in the sky and was swept up into the sky. Bastard! Let go of Wanqing. More than 100 Gu Hais glared and raised their sabers to the sky. Boom. The long sabers collided and the sea of blood suddenly exploded. However, even if it exploded, it still swept Long Wanqing into the distance. Stop! Gu Hai suddenly shouted in alarm. It was not easy to find Long Wanqing, but she was swept away by this thing again? Gu Hai, remember, I am the Nether River Patriarch. I live in the Underworld's Blood Sea City. Come and find me, come and find me. If you don't want Wood Asura to die, come and find me quickly. Ah. The sea of blood swept Long Wanqing and instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. Nether River Patriarch, if Wanqing is hurt, I will consign you to eternal damnation. Gu Hai roared with a ferocious expression. Underworld's Blood Sea City? The unborn man also said with hatred. Chapter 628. He watched as the blood god took away Long Wanqing. Gu Hai seemed to have gone crazy in an instant. Kill quick. The 200 Gu Hai roared almost at the same time. Boom. In a short time, Abai City was completely slaughtered. Gu Hai Wanqing has been captured. I'll go find the Nether River Patriarch. The unborn man said anxiously. He could have saved Long Wanqing and made up for the regrets of the past. But at the last moment this happened. The unborn man was also furious. It's useless even if you go. Follow the army and kill the Shura. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Gu Hai still remembered the last words of the Nether River Patriarch. He wanted him to go find him? The Underworld Blood Sea City? He wanted him to go find him? He was looking forward to him going? Although he was burning with anxiety about Long Wanqing's capture, the more so, the calmer Gu Hai was. Otherwise he would not be able to save Wanqing at all. Instead he would get her killed. No, I must go. The unborn man suddenly shouted. Gu Hai's face turned cold. Are you more concerned about Wanqing or me? Gu Hai glared at him. The unborn man was stunned. This was the first time Gu Hai had treated him with such a cold attitude. If you go now you will only get Wanqing killed. You're not allowed to go. Gu Hai said coldly. His will would not allow the unborn man to change. The unborn man clenched his fists but in the end he listened to Gu Hai. Split up and kill. Quick, quick, I want to become stronger, kill. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. Gu Hai's team of 200 Gu Hai's members immediately split up and started killing in all directions. The current Dahan's demon army was different from before. Now everyone had grown countless times. In each group, besides Gu Hai, the strongest Asura, many others were already Asura kings. The more he killed, the stronger he became. Rumble. The Asura Dao secret realm was instantly filled with corpses. Wherever the Dahan demon army went, everything was wiped out. The original Asura kings simply couldn't resist the slaughter of Gu Hai's army. 1 month. Dahan's demon army went on a killing spree, sending chills down the spines of every Asura in the reincarnation mystic realm. Kill. The native Asuras were utterly defeated. Even though they were murderous, they couldn't compare to the menacing Dahan's demon army. Like a vast ocean, they swept across the entire world and advanced in the direction of the Underworld's Blood Sea City. 3 months had passed but this time for the sake of Long Wanqing, Gu Hai didn't bring everyone back. He just recited the Tao Te Ching, and continued to slaughter as he advanced in the direction of the Underworld's Blood Sea City. As time passed, the hostility of Dahan's demon army slowly accumulated. However, everyone followed Guhai. Wherever Guhai went, everyone followed. The underworld's Blood Sea City. At this moment, a rolling sea of blood floated in the sky. The sea of blood churned in the sky as if it covered the entire sky. There were countless Azuras in the city. In the center of the city was a black river. At this moment, there were hundreds of Azura kings standing respectfully beside the black river. Some of the Azura kings looked up at the sky and saw Long Wanqing in the center of the sea of blood, bound by countless streams of blood. A floating sea of blood? Is the patriarch really angry? The last time the divine blood demon army was preparing to attack the underworld's Blood Sea City, the patriarch was also this angry once? An Azura king said in horror. What Azura? So the Dahan's demon army is here for her. What a scourge. Why didn't the patriarch kill her? The Azura kings discussed animatedly. Rumble. All of a sudden the black river churned. Greetings, patriarch. The Azura kings immediately bowed respectfully with a solemn expression. Where is the Dahan's demon army? The Nether River Patriarch asked in a deep voice. Patriarch, the Dahan's demon army seems to have gone mad. 3 months have passed and they haven't retreated. Instead, they keep killing and have killed nearly half of our Azura kings. They should be here in less than 3 months. Patriarch, you should do something. If you don't, the Dahan's demon army will slaughter all the Azuras in 3 months. An Azura king said worriedly. That's right, Patriarch. If you don't do something, it's over. Now no one can stop the Dahan's demon army, especially that Guhai. He's killing the most ferocious and the fastest. He's already stronger than our strongest Azura king. Another Azura king said worriedly. The black water in the black river churned. Good. He's really better than that trash, His Holiness. Good, the more he kills the better. The more he kills, the stronger he gets. When I get out, I'll be stronger too. The Nether River Patriarch said in a sinister voice. But if you don't do anything now, would you be able to deal with Guhai when he's powerful enough to slaughter the Azuras? An Azura king said anxiously. Whoosh. Suddenly, a stream of blood seemed to form a waterfall in the sky. It gushed down and completely wrapped around the Azura king. The Azura king was swept into the sky in horror. Patriarch, the other Azura kings exclaimed. I've slaughtered the Azura realm 3 times. Do you think my soul power is weaker than his? The Nether River Patriarch snorted. Boom. In the sky the blood sea shook. The Azura king who questioned the Nether River Patriarch suddenly exploded into pieces and melted into the blood sea. Yes, the Azura kings answered in horror. They did not dare to disagree with the Nether River Patriarch. Another 2 months of continuous slaughter passed. The Dahan's demon army led by Guhai had almost completely slaughtered the Azura realm. The 200 million soldiers gathered outside the underworld's Blood Sea City in the middle of the slaughter. In the past few months, Guhai had killed countless Azuras. Even though he kept reciting the Tao Te Ching, his eyes were filled with viciousness. If Guhai, who had the deepest understanding of the Tao Te Ching, was like this, let alone the others. At this moment, the Azuras were all wrapped in a billowing stench. Groups of soldiers gathered in the midst of the slaughter and looked at the Blood Sea City in the distance. In the sky above the Blood Sea City, the rolling Blood Sea was calm. Blood-colored waves surged in the Blood Sea, and one could vaguely see figures lurking in the Blood Sea. Long Wanqing was locked outside the Blood Sea. Your Majesty, we've killed until here. This is the only city left. Your Majesty, we've really wiped out the Azura realm. We've killed all the Azuras. Only this last city is left. Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Montes, Guqin, and the others had already killed until their eyes turned bloodshot. All of them wanted to charge forward and slaughter the last Blood Sea City. It was like a strong desire urged them to do so. However, in the past few years of slaughter, Guhai had always killed the most. He fought at the very front and had already established boundless prestige. Without Guhai's orders, no one dared to overstep their boundaries. Wanqing. That is Wanqing. Guhai, I want to save Wanqing. The unborn man shouted, his expression changing. Guhai also saw Long Wanqing in the sky above the underworld's Blood Sea City. At this moment, Long Wanqing also saw Guhai's army. When she saw Guhai, she immediately rejoiced. However, in the next moment, Long Wanqing panicked. Run. Long Wanqing looked at Guhai's army in horror. Halala. Blood immediately covered Long Wanqing's mouth, preventing her from moving. At this moment, Many Asuras in the Blood Sea City looked at the Dahan demon army in the distance in horror. This is the Dahan demon army that wiped out the entire Asura realm. Is it going to kill me now? The Asura kings were also terrified. They kept looking at the Black River in the city. Isn't the Nether River Patriarch waiting for Guhai? Guhai is here. Guhai is here. Is he going to make a move? Guhai, you are finally here to save Wood Asura? Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from the Blood Sea in the distance. Patriarch. Countless Asuras in the city bowed. It was the Nether River Patriarch's voice. The unborn man was getting more and more anxious. Guhai's eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. However, when he heard the Nether River Patriarch's provocation, Guhai gritted his teeth. Retreat? What? Retreat? Guhai, this is the end. What retreat? Don't you want to save Wanqing? The unborn man suddenly exclaimed. However, Guhai suddenly turned his head and glared at the unborn man. A ferocious look flashed in his eyes as he said, I said retreat. The unborn man glared in shock and anger. Even so, Guhai's fierce glare seemed to be suppressing the unborn man, not giving him any chance to retort. The unborn man wanted to retort, but swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue several times. Whoosh, whoosh. At Guhai's command, the Dahan demon army slowly retreated. Guhai, you want to run? Don't you want to save Wood Asura? Do you think I won't destroy him right here and now? The Nether River Patriarch's furious voice suddenly rang out. Nether River Patriarch, I will rest for 10 days and will be back soon. If Wanqing dies, we will never return. You and I will settle this once and for all. Guhai suddenly shouted. Insolence! It's always others waiting for me, not me. You dare to leave? The Nether River Patriarch's voice rang out again. However, Guhai had already made up his mind. He completely ignored the Nether River Patriarch, and didn't even dare to look at Long Wanqing. He was afraid that the Nether River Patriarch would take the opportunity to kill Long Wanqing in a fit of madness. Rumble. The 200 million strong army quickly galloped toward the Shrine of Massacre. In the Bloody Sea City of the Underworld, countless Asuras were at a loss. Was the Dahan demon army afraid? Regardless of what the other Asuras were thinking, Guhai still led everyone out of the Asura realm and returned to the infinite celestial capital. Everyone returned. As their souls returned to their bodies, countless soldiers immediately chanted the sacred text of Taoism while vomiting and quickly absorbed the spirit stones around them. 8 billion superior-grade spirit stones were quickly depleted. Why Guhai? We were just one step away from Wanqing. The unborn man said anxiously. One step away, but it's the end of the world. If you want to save Wanqing, you have to come back first. Guhai said coldly. Humph. The unborn man snorted. Chapter 629. The soul returned to the body. The Dahan demon army was reciting the Tao Te Ching. The slaughter in the past half a year had the greatest impact on everyone. If they did not clear their inner demons, they would become killing machines. Even Guhai had to sit cross-legged for a day before clearing all his evil tendencies. Seeing that the others were still reciting the Tao Te Ching, Guhai was burning with anxiety, but he did not rashly enter the Azura Path mystic realm. Guhai stepped out of the Forbidden Area formation and returned to the palace. Limitless Celestial Capital. This time the Emperor had been away for a long time. However, because of the previous purges, nothing major happened. Sima Changkong came again. Mr. Sima? Did the great Qin dynasty's emperor send you to urge us again? Guhai asked in confusion. Sima Changkong shook his head. Not this time. His Holiness did not mention this at all. He only asked me to send you some things. Guhai was slightly stunned. Sima Changkong took out boxes again. These are? Guhai was puzzled. Years ago, when you were in the Heavenly Court, His Holiness promised to help you find these treasures. In the past 3 years, the Night God Guards searched the entire Dakian Celestial Empire and found a total of 300. The rest should be scattered all over the world. You can only find them yourself. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Guhai's pupils shrank. Mr. Good, these treasures were refined by old man Guanxi in the past? What do you want these treasures for? Sima Changkong was puzzled. Guhai opened the boxes one by one and saw many strangely shaped treasures. I have great uses for them. The Dakianxing did too much for me. Guhai smiled bitterly. Sima Changkong's expression was also very strange. It was more than just too many. His Holiness's favor for Guhai had stirred up countless waves in the heavenly courts. The three crown princes and the grand preceptor all had plans for Gu Hai, but none of them dared to send anyone over. In fact, the three crown princes even stepped in and helped Gu Hai deal with a lot of trouble. They were afraid that His Holiness would be infuriated and be implicated. The spirit stones had been sent to him in the form of billions upon billions of spirit stones. The heaven-splitting axe had been loaned out on a whim. Then there were the 300 magical items in front of him, all of which had been hoarded by countless high-ranking officials and even the crown prince. His Holiness spoke, and immediately, everyone obediently handed them over. Just for you? What are you capable of? His Holiness was so kind to him? Sima Changkong's eyes were filled with curiosity, but he didn't know where to start. Mr. Good, do you have anything to say to His Holiness? I'll help you pass the message, Sima Changkong said in a low voice. No need. Gu Hai shook his head. Sima Changkong nodded with a bitter smile. Previously, he had asked him to pass the message, saying that there would be a result soon. Now he didn't mention it at all? Well, since that's the case, I'll go back and report to His Holiness. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Gu Hai nodded. Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai and wanted to say something. He smiled bitterly, shook his head and left without saying anything. After sending off Sima Changkong, Gu Hai looked at the magical items. Immediately he reached out and refined them. Outside the limitless celestial capital, on the peak of a mountain. Emperor, it's Sima Changkong. He just left the limitless celestial capital. Should we capture him? A man in green bowed respectfully to another man in green robes. It was the Qing Emperor. At this moment, the Qing Emperor was completely transparent. It was a projection of the Qing Emperor. The Qing Emperor was looking at the limitless celestial capital from afar with a group of subordinates. No need. Sima Changkong will definitely report to Longzhangguo when he returns. There's no need to complicate matters. The Qing Emperor said with a smile. Emperor, there's no need for your projection to personally capture Gu Hai. We can also share the Emperor's burden. The subordinates immediately said with a smile. The Qing Emperor shook his head. Gu Hai is too daring. If Gu Hai really becomes ruthless, you won't be able to do anything to him. Ah, how is that possible? He's only from the Yuanying state. So what if he opens up the Celestial Palace? How can he mobilize the power of a nation? He's only a small empire with 60 cities. How powerful can he be? A general in red said with a look of dissatisfaction. What if he tears up the Book of Taoism? The Qing Emperor said calmly. Ah, he's crazy. The Book of Taoism is almost the #1 scripture in the world. Will he tear it up? The general in red said with a look of dissatisfaction. What can't he do? The Qing Emperor said with a cold smile. Emperor, are you here for the Book of Taoism? The general in red asked. For the Book of Taoism and for Gu Hai. The Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with determination. While the Qing Emperor was speaking. Whoosh! Suddenly snowflakes fell from the sky. It's snowing? The general in red was slightly startled. No, it's only snowing here. Have we been discovered? Another subordinate exclaimed. It's Shiminchueshua. The general in red's face darkened. A mountain in the infinite celestial capital was already covered in snow. The only thing that could be seen were countless scarlet wintersweet blossoms on the snowy mountain. Shiminchueshua was wearing a white robe and sitting in a pavilion with his long hair tied behind his back. He looked extremely handsome and cold. He was holding a long sword in his hand and gently wiping it with a silk handkerchief. His movements were extremely gentle, as if he was looking at his wife with deep affection. After wiping it, there seemed to be a trace of dust. Shiminchueshua gently blew at it and immediately blew out some snowflakes. The snowflakes drifted to where the Qing Emperor and the others were. The snowflakes fell on the subordinates of the Qing Emperor very gently. They didn't notice anything unusual and thought that it was just snow. Shiminchueshua is warning us? The Qing Emperor's eyes suddenly turned cold. Ah, my clothes! A subordinate suddenly exclaimed. After the snowflakes drifted down, several subordinates' clothes seemed to have been scratched by a sword. There were holes in their clothes. Unknowingly and unknowingly their clothes were torn. Shiminchueshua's sword had already scratched their bodies? Just now it was only the clothes that were scratched. What if it was the throat? What if it was the heart or the dantian? The subordinates immediately felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Emperor, let me go and meet this Shiminchueshua. The general in red immediately glared and said. Very well, be careful of his sword. The Qing Emperor said indifferently. Yes. The general in red immediately rushed to the sky and emitted a powerful aura. Once the powerful aura was released, it immediately formed a storm and swept toward the infinite celestial capital. Boom. In an instant, countless people turned their heads and looked over. Who are you? How dare you act so presumptuously in the infinite celestial capital? Suddenly a guard shouted. Countless officials of the Han dynasty also gathered in the soaring palace and looked at the majestic aura in the sky. Central Celestial Palace? An official said in shock. Don't worry, the Emperor has arranged for 4 powerful experts. No one can barge in. An official immediately shouted. Oh, finally there's someone worth watching. In the distance, Dongfang Bubi squinted his eyes. The embroidery in his hand paused for a moment and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Zhang Sanfeng put down a scroll and frowned. Central Celestial Palace? Pinnacle? A few large eagles flew around Dugu Qiubai. Dugu Qiubai threw some spiritual stones to the eagles and turned his head. He was not looking at the general in red, but at Shimin Chueshua. That was because the general in red was charging toward Shimin Chueshua. Shimin Chueshua, I've heard that your sword skills are extraordinary. Today let me see how fast and how strong your sword is. The red-robed officer flew over and looked at Shimin Chueshua ferociously. Shimin Chueshua still ignored him and continued to polish his sword. Arrogant people die early, the general in red said coldly. As he spoke, the general in red slashed his saber at Shimin Chueshua. The saber brought a storm with it. Saber chi that blotted out the sky rushed toward Shimin Chueshua like a vast ocean. It looked like it was going to cut Shimin Chueshua into pieces in an instant. The overwhelming saber chi had already made countless civilians in the boundless celestial capital descend into despair. The saber chi could almost destroy the entire infinite celestial capital in an instant, let alone an invincible saber aura. Despair appeared on countless people's faces. Shimin Chueshua, it's not embarrassing for you to die under my saber. Remember, my name is... The general in red laughed excitedly. However, Shimin Chueshua moved at that moment. He stood up and stabbed with his sword. It was just one stab, but it instantly pierced through the general in red's throat. The words that were about to come out of the red-robed general's mouth suddenly stopped. The name that he was about to announce also stopped. Shimin Chueshua pulled out his sword. It was already stained with blood. He blew on it gently. Blood dripped from the tip of the sword onto the petals of the plum blossoms that had fallen to the ground. The plum blossoms became even more beautiful. The saber chi that filled the sky suddenly exploded. In the distance, the Qing Emperor's pupils suddenly shrank. He seemed to want to save the general. However, he paused and stopped. There was no way he could save the general in time. Shimin Chueshua's sword pierced through the general's throat. No, Shimin Chueshua's sword had shattered the general's body. I don't need to know who you are. Shimin Chueshua said calmly. Bam. The general in red clutched his throat. Disbelief flashed in his eyes. His body fell from the sky. There was no sound from him. He killed a peak middle celestial palace expert with one strike. Even Zhang Sanfeng, Dongfang Bubi, and Dugu Qiubai narrowed their eyes. He instantly found a gap in the billions of saber chi and pierced the throat? Good eyesight. Dongfang Bubi said with narrowed eyes. His strength is only at the middle celestial palace, but his sword Dao can move the gods? What a powerful sword. Zhang Sanfeng said with narrowed eyes. A light flashed in Dugu Qiubai's eyes. It was as if a strong battle intent had been aroused. Shimin Chueshua turned his head and looked at the Qing Emperor again. Go back to where you came from. In the distance, the expressions of the Qing Emperor's subordinates changed. Emperor, is he at the middle celestial palace? No, he's at the middle celestial palace. His cultivation might not be as good as General Hong's. Qing Emperor said calmly. That's impossible. General Hong's cultivation is stronger than his? How could he die from one strike? It was only one strike. The subordinate said in shock. Because his sword Dao is much stronger than General Hong's. Qing Emperor explained. Everyone was slightly stunned. Shimin Chueshua was still looking at the Qing Emperor coldly. The Qing Emperor smiled gently. He didn't care. Instead, a look of admiration flashed in his eyes. It seems that my projection has gained more than I expected. Chapter 630. Shimin Shueishua's killing of a celestial palace pinnacle cultivator piqued the curiosity of the Qing Emperor. He took a step forward. Buzz. The Qing Emperor appeared in the sky of the limitless celestial capital, emitting green light. Although he wasn't as intimidating as General Hong, he was still standing there. Dongfang Bubi, Shimin Shueishue, Dugu Qiubai, and Zhang Sanfeng all stood up with solemn expressions. Oneness of heaven and man? Zhang Sanfeng said in a low voice. Shimin Shueishue's face sank. Although the Azure Emperor was standing there, Shimin Shueishue felt like the Azure Emperor was floating around. It felt like the Azure Emperor was there, but it also felt like he was not. Shimin Shueishue could find General Hong's throat with his sword even with his eyes closed. However, the Qing Emperor in front of him was standing there, but also didn't seem to be there. Even if he stabbed him, he might not be able to hit him. Mr. Good, it's not that easy to kill my people, the Qing Emperor said calmly. Buzz. The Qing Emperor's voice echoed throughout the limitless celestial capital. His voice seemed to carry a magical power that made the hearts of those who heard it tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, a large number of officials gathered in front of the soaring palace hall in the palace. Your Majesty. It's the Qing Emperor from the Dian dynasty. The Qing Emperor's projection. The officials said worriedly. The Han dynasty was dedicated to collecting information from all over the world. Naturally, they had a lot of information about the Qing Emperor. The Dian dynasty's emperor was like the crown prince of the Deqian celestial dynasty. How could the officials not know about such a powerful person? Now that the Qing Emperor's projection was here, and his subordinate was killed by Shimin Shueishue, it was as if the sky had been pierced. Countless officials were terrified. However, even though the officials kept shouting, Gu Hai didn't seem to have any intention of coming out of the soaring palace hall. Oh! The Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on the soaring palace hall. Qing Emperor locked his gaze on the four cloud beasts. Their expressions sank. Shimin Shueishue took a deep breath and stepped forward. You guys stay here, I'll deal with Qing Emperor. Dongfang Bubi, Zhang Sanfeng, and Dugu Qiubai nodded. The three of them understood that not only did they have to guard the soaring palace hall, but they also had to guard that forbidden land. They could not afford to make any mistakes. Oh, you're alone? Qing Emperor sneered. One person is enough. Shimin Shueishue said indifferently. All right, you can come. Shimin Shueishue? I've never heard of such a person. Humph. Qing Emperor snorted coldly. Shimin Shueishue's figure suddenly jumped, and a white light flashed on his sword. It was as if he had passed through the void, and instantly arrived in front of Qing Emperor's face. The sword came too quickly, too suddenly, no one saw it clearly. Even Qing Emperor did not seem to see where the sword came from. His eyebrows twitched. Perhaps the only one who could see it clearly was Dugu Qiubai. Dugu Qiubai did not use his eyes to see. At this moment he closed his eyes and used his heart to see this sword. Good sword. Dugu Qiubai said gravely with a frown. Ching. Like a beam of light, it instantly pierced the azure the arch. Clang. Suddenly the sound of swords clashing rang out. A wave of sword energy shot out from Shimin Shueishue's sword. However, Qing Emperor did not move. That sword energy crashed into Qing Emperor's forehead. However, his forehead was too tough and blocked the attack. Huh. Shimin Shueishue's face sank. Good sword technique, good sword Dao. Unfortunately, this projection of mine is made of green iron divine wood and has the might of heavenly palaces. The power of your heavenly palaces cannot pierce through my skin. The Azure Emperor said coldly. Humph. Shimin Shueishue snorted coldly. Ching. Suddenly, the long sword in his hand stabbed out again. One sword, two thrusts, and instantly crashed into Qing Emperor's eyes. It was supposed to be his weakest point, but he still could not break through it. The Scion the Arch sneered and struck out with his palm. Boom. The sword energy and the palm energy collided. Shimin Shueishue was instantly sent flying. Qing Emperor was still standing where he was. Shimin Shueishue's face was cold. Good sword Will. What a fast sword. My eyes can't dodge it. You've surpassed my eyes. Unfortunately, what's the use of being fast? After all, you're only at the middle heavenly palace. You can't break through my body. Humph. Qing Emperor snorted coldly. Ching, ching, ching. Shimin Shueishue immediately moved. This time his sword moved faster and faster. In an instant, only afterimages of his body were left. The afterimages were too dense. In an instant, it was as if there were 8 Shimin Shueishue slashing Qing Emperor in 8 directions. Ding. Clink 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 clink. After a series of slashes, there were still loud clashing sounds. In an instant, it was as if hundreds of swords had collided. Qing Emperor was hit by the swords from all directions. I don't have an Achilles heel. You're not good enough. Break. Qing Emperor shouted. His body shook violently. Boom. The 8 afterimages exploded. Qing Emperor's powerful strength instantly sent Shimin Shueishue flying. Off. Shimin Shueishue spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked coldly at Qing Emperor. What a fast sword. What a powerful way of the sword. Unfortunately, you're only at the Middle Heavenly Palace. If you were at the Heaven Palace, there might not be many people in the world who could be your match. Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with shock. If I were at the Heaven Palace, I could kill you with one slash. Shimin Shueishue said coldly. That depends on when you're at the Heaven Palace. Qing Emperor sneered. As he sneered, the Qing Emperor suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at his right sleeve. He saw that Shimin Shueishue had cut a hole in it. I don't have time to play with you. Shimin Shueishue, you've angered me. Qing Emperor said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom. Long whips suddenly appeared in the void and lashed at Shimin Shueishue. Ding. Clink clink clink. Shimin Shueishue's sword slashed out quickly. In an instant, a large number of long whips were shattered. However, Qing Emperor had also arrived in front of Shimin Shueishue. He threw a palm strike at Shimin Shueishue's face. Watch out. Dugu Qiubai attacked from afar. Clang. Dugu Qiubai's sword collided with Qing Emperor's palm strike. Boom. The sword strike shattered. The palm strike was too powerful. Both Dugu Qiubai and Shimin Shueishue were sent flying by the shockwaves. PFFF. PFFF. The two vomited a mouthful of blood. You dodged it? Another sword cultivator? Qing Emperor said coldly. Dugu Qiubai? Good sword technique. Shimin Shueishue looked at Dugu Qiubai. One sword for life, one sword for death. You and I walk different paths, but we are both sword cultivators. After today, if there is a chance, we can spar. I only want to lose. Dugu Qiubai said expectantly. All right. Shimin Shueishue nodded. So, it's two sword fanatics? You still want to spar? Don't even think about it. You won't have the chance. Qing Emperor said coldly. As he spoke, the Cyan Emperor burst out with a burst of green flames. Surging energy spread out, causing the void to tremble as storms wreaked havoc. It seemed like Qing Emperor was going to use his full power. Shimin Shueishue and Dugu Qiubai's faces sank. They gripped their swords, showing no fear. Instead, their fighting spirit soared. Just as the two sides were about to continue fighting, a voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Qing Emperor, you came from afar just to bully two middle heavenly palaces with your body in the upper heavenly palaces? How awe-inspiring. A cold shout suddenly rang out. Huh. Qing Emperor raised his eyebrows and looked down. He saw a group of officials bowing respectfully to Gu Hai in the Soaring Palace Hall's plaza. Gu Hai slowly walked out of the Soaring Palace Hall and looked up with a cold expression. Ancient Emperor. Shimin Shueishue and Dugu Qiubai bowed slightly. Gu Hai nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Weren't these two formed by Gu Hai's array formation? Why was Gu Hai so polite to them? Mr. Good, you're finally willing to come out? Qing Emperor said coldly. Yes, I'm here. If I didn't come out, Qing Emperor would be even more awe-inspiring. Gu Hai said coldly. Mr. Good, I'm just excited to see you. Shimin Shueishue? Dugu Qiubai? Good sword technique, but it's a pity that you're still lacking. Qing Emperor sneered. Oh, still lacking? Gu Hai said coldly. Mr. Good, you're not convinced? Do you want to try? Qing Emperor sneered. Qing Emperor? You're just a projection. There's no need for me to do it personally in the infinite celestial capital. Gu Hai said seriously. No need for you to do it personally? Who else do you have in the infinite celestial capital? Just these four weirdos? They're already the strongest in the infinite celestial capital, aren't they? Qing Emperor sneered. Dugu Qiubai, Shimin Shueishue, Zhang Sanfeng, and Dongfang Bubi all looked at Qing Emperor with cold expressions. There's one more person in the infinite celestial capital. Qing Emperor, if you can stop him, I'll invite you to be my guest of honor. What do you think? Gu Hai said coldly. Oh. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai also guessed the purpose of Qing Emperor's visit, but he didn't want to waste time. He had an irreconcilable hatred for Qing Emperor. If he had the chance, he would kill him immediately. Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai with disdain. Gu Hai flipped his hand and a ripple formed around him. Within the ripple, the life entrapment saber appeared, emitting green light. Gu Hai reached out and grabbed 300 shards, fusing them into the life entrapment saber. The life entrapment saber instantly emitted a dazzling light. Suddenly, it shook violently and a ripple spread in all directions. The ripple spread to Shimin Chueshue and the other three. The four had experienced it before, so they didn't resist. In the blink of an eye, the ripple surged out from their bodies, and their bodies became more solid. 32 heavens and earth formation? No, it's not 32. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. It's not old man Guanqi's 32. It's my 32. Come out, great sage. Gu Hai glared. Buzz, 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 buzz. At the center of the square of the soaring sky hall, a void vortex suddenly formed. The vortex expanded and contracted, slowly forming a blurry figure. The blurry figure looked like a monkey. A monkey wearing golden chainmail and a phoenix feet purple golden crown. A large flag could be vaguely seen on the monkey's back. The flag flew out. The monkey hadn't revealed himself yet, but he was already emitting a terrifying aura. A sense of panic spread, causing the surrounding void to tremble. This aura was no weaker than Qing Emperor's aura. In fact, it was even stronger. The monkey's silhouette was still slowly taking shape. A peerless aura was already being emitted, and the surrounding people were all frightened. Before they could see the monkey's appearance clearly, the large flag on the monkey's back had already condensed into 4 large words. Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. Chapter 631. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal? Qing Emperor's eyes narrowed. Zhang Sanfeng, Dongfang Bubi, Shimin Chueshue, and Dugu Qiubai also looked confused. The flag came out with the monkey. Although the monkey hadn't finished condensing, it already showed a powerful aura. Manic, violent, and ferocious, the ferocity of the king of beasts suddenly spread out. The flag soared into the sky, and the 4 words made the monkey look even more flamboyant. Equal to heaven? Who dared to use this name? Qing Emperor's face darkened. He wanted to laugh at Gu Hai. There had never been a great sage heaven's equal in this world, let alone a monkey. However, the monkey's aura grew stronger and Qing Emperor's words stopped. Could it be that Gu Hai is the reincarnation of some almighty from 800,000 years ago? Qing Emperor's face darkened. Qing Emperor knew that the 32 unhindered worlds formation could condense the power of the heavenly palace, and only those with deep memories could condense it using the formation. Gu Hai had a deep memory of this monkey? This monkey really did exist? Why hadn't he heard of it before? The monkey's appearance became clearer and clearer, and slowly revealed its ferocious and violent appearance. Roar! The monkey roared at the sky. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled up in the sky, and the dark clouds spun rapidly around the monkey. Circles and circles pressed down, and the entire void was filled with storms, as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone who saw it was scared out of their wits. Dressed in golden chainmail and wearing a phoenix feather purple gold crown, the monkey stomped on the ground with its long boots. Boom! The entire limitless celestial capital shook violently, and a surge of ferocious aura erupted. In an instant, the monkey became the focus of everyone, and an aura of supremacy spread out. This is the monkey? Qing Emperor said coldly. The monkey suddenly looked at Qing Emperor with a ferocious expression. A surge of ferocious aura rushed over. Great sage. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The monkey abruptly turned its head to look at Gu Hai. When it looked at Gu Hai, it did not have the respect of Zhang Sanfeng and the others. Instead, it looked at Gu Hai with incomparable coldness. Solemnly, Gu Hai said, Your humble servant, Gu Hai, has condensed the great formation onto you. Please allow me to annihilate you. As he spoke, Gu Hai looked at Qing Emperor. The monkey glared. You dare to spout nonsense? You condensed me? The monkey glared at Gu Hai with a look of anger on its face. Qing Emperor frowned. The cloud beasts formed by your formation actually don't listen to you? Monkey turned his head and looked coldly at Qing Emperor. The moment I, old son, saw you, I can tell that you aren't a good person. Let's beat you up first. Boom. The monkey instantly soared into the sky and punched out at Qing Emperor. Impudent monkey. You are asking for a beating. Qing Emperor snorted and punched out. The 2 fists collided with a loud bang. Hong. When the 2 fists collided, the void trembled violently. Endless sparks flew out from the collision. After the collision, Qing Emperor suddenly took a step back. The monkey stood at its original spot. What a tough piece of wood. It can only be used as firewood. The monkey snorted. As it spoke, it reached into its ear and pinched. A small cudgel suddenly appeared. However, the moment the cudgel appeared, Qing Emperor's face sank. It was as though it sensed something that countered it. Metal elemental treasure? Watch my boundless falling tree. The Scion the Arch shouted. Suddenly, 1,000 pieces of superwood that were 10,000 feet long appeared in the void and smashed towards the monkey. The moment the superwood appeared, the entire world seemed to be dyed green. Useless wood, how dare you show off in front of old Sunday? Break. The cudgel suddenly enlarged and turned into a super huge cudgel. There was a row of words on the cudgel. It read Rui Jianghu cudgel. The cudgel smashed towards the superwood. Boom. Hundreds of giant trees suddenly exploded. The monkey did not give up and instantly struck the Azure the Arch with his cudgel. The Azure Thearchus figure changed, but the speed of the cudgel was faster. Boom. After the cudgel hit, Qing Emperor's entire body emitted a dazzling green light. There is a crack in Qing Emperor's projection. Zhang Sanfeng's expression changed. Previously, no matter how Shimenchueshue and Duguchubai attacked, they could not hurt Qing Emperor at all. How could this monkey be so strong? Bastard, my green metal divine wood. Guhai, I am here to invite you. How dare you treat me like this? Qing Emperor suddenly shouted in anger. Guhai stood on the square and looked coldly at Qing Emperor. You talk too much. One look and I can tell that you are not a good person. Eat my cudgel. The monkey swung his cudgel again. Impudent monkey, you are courting death. My main body is not here. If I were here, I would have killed you easily. Qing Emperor hit the monkey with his palm. Boom. The cudgel and fist collided. Qing Emperor was sent flying again. At this moment there were more cracks on his body. Emperor. Qing Emperor's subordinates in the distance exclaimed. Impudent monkey, your cudgel is of the metal element. If it was not for the fact that this cudgel countered my avatar, I would have. Qing Emperor threw a long whip in anger. The monkey did not waste time and swung his cudgel again. Boom. The two great experts clashed, and the Azure the Arch was sent flying again. He flew to the horizon in an instant and his right arm exploded. Guhai, just you wait. My main body will be here soon. Qing Emperor roared with a ferocious expression. With a loud roar, Qing Emperor took a step and shot into the distance. Did I say that you can leave? The monkey grimaced. You are just a formation cloud beast. Do you think you can get out? Qing Emperor said coldly. Qing Emperor took a step and shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye he was too fast. It was as if no one could catch up to him. Escape? With a somersault I can travel 108,000 li. You want to escape in front of me? The monkey snorted. With a flip of his body he instantly caught up with the Azure the Arch. You escape? Countless Dahan officials were shocked. This monkey had escaped the restraints of the formation? What? How did you get out? Qing Emperor glared. Sha. The monkey glared and smashed down with his staff. Hong. Qing Emperor's projection exploded. At the moment of the explosion, Qing Emperor's angry roar came from the void. Stupid monkey, just you wait. I will be here soon. I will destroy you very soon. You talk too much. The monkey snorted. Whoosh. The monkey flew back to the boundless celestial capital. Monkey? Great Sage Heaven's Equal? Your Majesty, the Great Sage Heaven's Equal you formed is really powerful. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor. While the people of the Han Dynasty were cheering, the monkey had already arrived at the boundless celestial capital. Looking at everything in front of him, his eyes were filled with unfamiliarity. The only thing he was familiar with was the flag. Great Sage Heaven's Equal? Roar, roar, roar. Where is this place? Where is this? The monkey stared and roared angrily. Guhai looked at the monkey and frowned. You were born from this formation. No, I'm the Monkey King of the Mountain of Flower Fruit, the Great Sage Heaven's Equal, Sun Wukong. The Jade Emperor lied to me and threatened me with the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain. He placed me in the 8 trigrams furnace to refine pills. After I got out, I tore apart his numinous palace and killed countless celestial soldiers. It was Tathagata who intervened and tricked me into entering his 5 Fingers Mountain. Tathagata, Tathagata? Wait, why am I here? You saved me from the 5 Fingers Mountain? The monkey stared. Oh, if you put it that way, that's about right. What I condensed is Sun Wukong, who was suppressed under the Five-Finger Mountain earlier. That's right. You saved me and I helped you kill that bastard. We don't owe each other anything. I'm going to find Tathagata for revenge now. Tathagata, Tathagata. The monkey suddenly burst into flames. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky were burned red by his flames. But Gu Hai suddenly didn't know how to explain it. There was something wrong with the 32 great formations. How did they form such a monkey? Tathagata lives in the Western Paradise. I'm not familiar with everything here. Are there countless bald donkeys living in the Western Paradise? The monkey stared. There is indeed a spiritual mountain sacred ground in the Western Paradise. It's one of the 3 sacred grounds in the world. An official at the side explained. Spiritual mountain sacred ground? Right, that's right. Spiritual mountain sacred ground, Great Thunderclap Temple, Tathagata Buddha? The monkey found a familiar place. It's the present Buddha, the official shouted. The present Buddha is Tathagata Buddha. He just changed his name. Spiritual mountain sacred ground? Good. I just messed up the heavenly palace. Now I'll destroy your spiritual mountain sacred ground. Tathagata Buddha, I'm coming. The monkey shouted. He reached out and grabbed the great sage heaven's equal flag. With a flash, he flew toward the west at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he disappeared into the horizon. Gu Hai was speechless. That spiritual mountain sacred ground was not the spiritual mountain sacred ground. Gu Hai wanted to shout to stop him, but it was all too late. The monkey had already disappeared into the horizon to wreak havoc on the spiritual mountain sacred ground. Gu Hai was in a dilemma. Were the monks of the spiritual mountain sacred ground going to suffer an unexpected calamity? How could this be? Why did the monkey go out? At this moment, Dongfang Bubi, Shimen and the other 2 instantly flew toward the periphery. However, as soon as they flew out, they flew back. Ancient Emperor, why can that monkey leave the formation? He's alive? Bubi Dongfang asked in surprise. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched violently as he carefully studied the formation in front of him. He frowned. I'm not sure. This 32 ritual array is already different from old Mr. Guanqi's 32 ritual array. It is still somewhat incomplete. Perhaps something happened earlier, and that monkey managed to escape the ritual array's control, Gu Hai said with a frown. Then we... Bubi Dongfang's eyes lit up. I'll continue to study it in the future. If he can escape from the formation, you should be able to escape one day too. Gu Hai said confidently. Alright, then we'll have to trouble you, Ancient Emperor. Bubi Dongfang's eyes lit up. Although they couldn't escape from the formation now with the monkey as a precedent, it was definitely possible in the future. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of Qing Emperor's subordinates who were escaping in the distance. Bubi Dongfang seemed to have seen the murderous intent in Gu Hai's eyes and waved his hand. Buzz. Hundreds of thin needles shot out of the formation and pierced the foreheads of the group of Qing Emperor's subordinates. Everyone in the distance exclaimed, Gu Hai, let me go now. Otherwise, when the Qing Emperor's main body comes, none of you will live. The Celestial Emperor will be here soon. When he arrives, the boundless celestial capital will be destroyed. The strength of the Celestial Emperor's projection is less than 1% of the Celestial Emperor's actual strength. That monkey is useless. When the Celestial Emperor comes, all of you will die. Let us go now. The group of Qing Emperor's subordinates shouted in shock and anger. Dongfang Bubi snorted coldly and shook the red string on the needles. Boom, 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 boom. The group of Qing Emperor's subordinates exploded. Chapter 632. Outside the limitless celestial capital. Sima Changkong hadn't gone far when he turned his head and saw a shocking battle in the limitless celestial capital. Great Sage Heaven's Equal? Heavenly Palace? Sima Changkong's eyes flashed with astonishment. Sir, isn't that the Qing Emperor? How did Gu Hai do it? A subordinate asked blankly. This Gu Hai is too strange. Go back and investigate carefully. What's the origin of the Great Sage Heaven's Equal? What grudges does he have with the Holy Mountain? Sima Changkong frowned. Yes. Limitless celestial capital. Ever since the destruction of the Qing Emperor's projection, the Dahan officials were extremely excited. That was the Qing Emperor. How strong was the Emperor's formation? Gu Hai rested for a few days and made some arrangements before entering the Forbidden Area's formation again. In the formation, the soldiers were chanting the Tao Te Ching. At this moment, the evil aura on their bodies was slowly dissipating. Gu Hai, when are we leaving? The unborn man asked anxiously. Gu Hai looked at the soldiers. Your Majesty, it's almost time. Your Majesty, we can go in now. Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Montez, Gu Qin, and the others all responded. Gu Hai nodded. Gao Chen. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Master, you called me. I can speak now? Among the soldiers, a figure in a black robe suddenly stood up with a face full of excitement. Gao Xianji and the others were slightly surprised. Gao Chen had also entered the Azura realm in the past 3 years, but Gu Hai didn't allow him to speak. He had always been a member of the Million Dahan Demon Army. This time you will follow me? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Gao Chen said excitedly. Alright, begin splitting your soul and enter the Azura Dao mystic realm. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, sir. Everyone replied. Everyone quickly split their divine souls and followed Gu Hai into the ghost dividing boxes. Buzz 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 buzz. All of a sudden the ghost boxes split into 2 souls. One Gu Hai quickly turned into 200, and one soldier after another transformed into 200. The 1 million soldiers quickly turned into 200 million soldiers. But suddenly, a crisp sound came from one of the ghost dividing boxes. Everyone looked over and saw that countless cracks had appeared on the ghost dividing box. The cracks grew more and more. Bang! The ghost dividing box suddenly exploded and turned into dust, disappearing into nothingness. It's gone? The unborn man's expression suddenly changed. Bam! 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 A series of booms rang out as all of the ghost dividing boxes exploded in a short period of time. Your Majesty? The soldiers asked anxiously. No one knew what the ghost dividing boxes were, but they knew that it was definitely a rare treasure. But it was gone just like that? Gu Hai watched as the ghost dividing boxes disappeared one by one. He took a deep breath and said, It's gone? If it's gone, then it's gone. We should be satisfied with such a harvest. Gu Hai, this treasure still has? The unborn man asked expectantly. No, this is the only one in the world. Let's go, it's time to slaughter the undead Blood Sea City. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The group of soldiers responded. Leave one group outside. Everyone follow me in. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Rumble. Immediately, the Dahan demon army rushed into the Azura Dao mystic realm. Only one group did not enter. This group was still led by Gu Hai, and they waited outside with 1 million soldiers. Although the soldiers were puzzled and didn't know why a group was left outside at this moment, no one asked too much and just waited. Undead Blood Sea City. The Nether River Patriarch had waited for 10 days, and the Azuras in the city were also waiting. The Dahan demon army won't be scared away, right? The Patriarch is still the best. They ran away when they heard the Patriarch's voice. If they dare to come again, I'll kill them all. And that Mushura humph, she brought such a big disaster to us. I should have eaten her long ago. The Azuras in the city were discussing. Suddenly, a voice resounded throughout the city. They're back, they're back. The Dahan demon army is back. Suddenly, an Azura exclaimed. What? The Azura's expressions changed and they quickly became alert. The Azuras stood on the city tower and looked at the black mass of the army in the distance. At this moment, the evil aura of the army had disappeared. They held their weapons and looked coldly at the Azuras in the city. The leader was the largest, Gu Hai, who was 3,000 feet tall. He was the most ferocious Azura king. Rumble. The Blood Sea churned above the undead Blood Sea city. Long Wanqing was bound above the Blood Sea when she suddenly saw the Dahan demon army coming again. Gu Hai, you shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have come. It's all my fault. Long Wanqing looked anxious. In the distance, Gu Hai saw Long Wanqing as well. Seeing that Long Wanqing was sad, Gu Hai smiled gently. Don't worry, Wanqing. I'm here. Don't worry, I'll defeat the Nether River Patriarch and save you. It's no use. None of the Azuras are a match for the Nether River Patriarch. Gu Hai, run, run. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Do you want to die, Mushura? Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the Blood Sea in the sky. It was the voice of the Nether River Patriarch. Nether River Patriarch, I'm already here. Why make things difficult for Long Wanqing? I'll fight you. What do you say? Gu Hai shouted. Are you feeling sorry for her? Aha, being soft-hearted is the biggest flaw of human nature. Come and save her. She's in my Blood Sea. If you come and save her, I won't kill her. What do you say? The Nether River Patriarch's voice was filled with arrogance. I'm here to save her. But since you set me up to come here and even asked me to kill all of the Azura Realm's secret realms, you don't care about the lives of these Azuras, right? If that's the case, I'll kill them all. What do you say? Gu Hai said coldly. Kill them all if you can. The Nether River Patriarch's voice echoed again. Patriarch. The Azuras in the city exclaimed. The Tao of the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty was passed down by me in the past. The Tao of killing. Kill the heavens, kill the earth, and kill all living beings. Why should I fear death when I enter the Tao through killing? Kill them all, Gu Hai. Come on. The Nether River Patriarch shouted coldly. Did you hear that? Kill them all. Kill them all as fast as you can. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. The army responded. Boom. The unborn man, Gu Qin, Gao Xianji, and the others shouted and swarmed towards the undead Blood Sea City. 199 Gu Hai suddenly soared into the sky. Gao Chen followed behind and soared into the sky. Rumble. In an instant, the battle between the two sides began. The last undead Blood Sea City was nothing to the demon army of the Dahan that had slaughtered the entire Azura realm. Resist? There was no way to resist. As long as the Nether River Patriarch didn't attack, they would be able to sweep through everything. Kill, 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 kill. While the chaotic battle raged on below, nearly 200 Gu Hai instantly arrived at the Blood Sea in the sky. One Gu Hai rushed to the front and immediately reached Long Wanqing. Watch out! Long Wanqing exclaimed. However, a blood-red Azura suddenly rushed out of the Blood Sea and struck at Gu Hai with its palm. Boom! Gu Hai slashed with his saber. In an instant, a monstrous wave of blood surged into the sky. However, Gu Hai's saber did not destroy the blood-red Azura. Instead, it was almost equal in strength. Gu Hai's face darkened. Gu Hai rushed over like a swarm of bees, wanting to kill the blood-red Azura. However, the entire Blood Sea was also churning wildly. Suddenly, the Blood Sea erupted again, and a large number of blood-red Azuras rushed out of the Blood Sea. An incomparably powerful force hit Gu Hai's saber aura. Boom! 199 blood-red Azuras immediately blocked Gu Hai, who was rushing toward Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing was right in front of him, but Gu Hai could not get close. That was because these blood-red Azuras were too strong. None of them were weaker than Gu Hai. Gu Hai, the Wood Azura is right in front of you. Can you save her? Ah! 199 blood-red Azuras laughed. We will definitely kill them all, the group of Gu Hai said coldly. As he spoke, he swung his saber again. Second cycle, third cycle, fourth cycle. Fifth cycle. Boom. Immediately, 199 blood-red Azuras exploded. Not bad. Unfortunately, my blood god's son is more than that. Haha, let's see how many more slashes you can make. A sinister laugh came from the Blood Sea. Amidst the sinister laughter, the Blood Sea churned again. As it churned, more blood-red Azuras appeared. They were so densely packed that there was no end to them. Huh? So many? Gao Chen, who was not far away, suddenly exclaimed. Run, Gu Hai. Long Wanqing said anxiously. The Nether River Patriarch has 480 million blood god's son clones. His goal is to exhaust your stamina, weaken your will, and steal your consciousness to escape from this realm. Don't fall for it. Run now. Who asked you to run your mouth, brat? The Nether River Patriarch snorted. Bang. Large amounts of blood splashed onto Long Wanqing's face. Long Wanqing's face was immediately swollen. Stop. Gu Hai suddenly roared. The boundless sea expand. The Nether River Patriarch snorted. Boom. The vast Scarlet Sea suddenly expanded, expanding infinitely. At this moment, even if Gu Hai wanted to flee, he could not. I'm sorry, Gu Hai. Long Wanqing said regretfully. Gu Hai could not escape now. If not for her, Gu Hai would not have been imprisoned. Don't blame yourself, Wanqing. It's not your fault. Gu Hai shook his head. Ah, how foolish. But now you can't escape even if you want to. The 480 million blood god's son snarled. There's something I don't understand, Nether River Patriarch. You want to steal my consciousness? No, it should be your consciousness that's occupying my spirit. Why wait until now? Until now? Until I kill all the Azuras? Gu Hai said coldly. What? Only a strong spirit can do it. The stronger your spirit, the more I can bring out. That's enough. You're much more outstanding than the great Slayer Holy Lord. That idiot hasn't even reached your level after 6,000 years. Nether River Patriarch snorted 3 times in a row. Chapter 633. The Nether River Patriarch had schemed so hard just to forge a powerful divine soul, then seize the consciousness and step out of this secret realm? Guhai's face darkened. He sneered, "Nether River Patriarch, do you think you can defeat me today?" "Ah. Defeat you? Do you still have the ability to struggle?" The Nether River Patriarch shouted coldly. Boom. The 480 million blood gods suddenly charged at Guhai. One Guhai could barely deal with one blood god, but now there were 480 million blood gods. How could Guhai resist? "Guhai!" Long Wanqing suddenly exclaimed. "Your Majesty!" The Dahan demon army that was charging toward the underworld Blood Sea City was also shocked. It was indeed very easy for the Nether River Patriarch to kill the Dahan demon army. Even if the entire Dahan demon army attacked with 480 million blood gods, they wouldn't be a match for him. "Who told you to stop?" One Guhai suddenly shouted. Guqin, Gao Shenji, Chen Tianshan, Montes and the others were shocked. Then they immediately buried their heads in the battle. Kill him!" Gao Shenji shouted. The Nether River Patriarch had shown his boundless power, and everyone was desperate. Now that Guhai had given the order, everyone trusted Guhai without hesitation and quickly killed. Kill. Once I snatch Guhai's soul, I'll kill you all. Ah! The 480 million blood gods suddenly laughed as they continued charging at Guhai. 199 Guhai looked gloomy as he watched the blood gods like a tide. Suddenly 2 Guhais collided. Boom. The 2 Guhais collided with each other. Suddenly their bodies exploded into billowing black gas. In an instant the 2 souls merged. The billowing black energy did not disperse. Instead it merged into one again. 2-to-2 fusion? The unborn man exclaimed in surprise. Boom. 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 Everyone watched as the Guhai's Azura physique rapidly fused together. After the fusion, the Azura physique expanded once again. Boom. All of a sudden, a large number of blood gods appeared and pounced on Guhai. It drowned all of Guhai in it. Guhai. Long Wanqing revealed a panicked expression. Rumble. The blood gods were like a pyramid, trapping Guhai in the middle. Just as Dahan's demon army was worrying, break. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the Blood Sea. Hong. The tens of thousands of clones of blood gods covering Guhai suddenly exploded like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. A large number of clones of blood gods were instantly blasted apart by a huge force, and huge waves surged across the entire Blood Sea. Buzz. The blood gods exploded, revealing Guhai in the middle. At this moment, the 199 Guhais had all fused together. From a height of 300 zhang, they had grown to a height of 3,000 zhang. The Tongtian's Azura physique had shocked the Blood Sea. The surging power rushed straight to the blood gods. All the blood gods paused. Guhai's power had completely suppressed the blood gods. The Dahan's demon army looked up and saw Guhai, who was 10,000 feet tall, and suddenly became excited. Long live your majesty. Rumble. In an instant, the Dahan's demon army became more and more frenzied. Kill. Their killing intent grew, and all the Azuras in the Blood Sea City were about to be slaughtered. Help, Patriarch. Help me, Patriarch. Patriarch. The Azuras screamed in fear, but the Nether River Patriarch didn't care about them. In his eyes, they existed to be killed in the first place. Why would he care about saving them? Now that Guhai had turned into a giant, he immediately showed his ferocious might. The most important thing was to deal with Guhai. Why aren't you showing your true form, Nether River Patriarch? Guhai shouted. These blood gods were powerful, but they were no match for him. It was just a little more troublesome to kill them now. Ha! Souls as one. Good. That's how it should be. I don't want an incomplete divine soul. The Nether River Patriarch said coldly. Below, in the Black River, a black silhouette suddenly floated up slowly. As soon as the silhouette appeared, Guhai felt the entire Azura realm tremble. The very fabric of space trembled as an extremely terrifying aura descended. Even the face of the 1,000-meter-tall Guhai changed. The black silhouette slowly floated toward the Blood Sea. In the Blood Sea, 480 million blood gods suddenly surged toward the black silhouette. Hum. Just like how Guhai merged, the 480 million blood gods also merged, surging into the black silhouette and rapidly fusing into one. The rolling blood sea surrounded the black silhouette, as if it was the ruler of the world at this moment. An increasingly powerful aura spread, and as it did so, it rushed toward Guhai. The Asuras below trembled in the face of this aura, as if they were about to kneel. Kill? Montez roared with a ferocious expression. Boom boom boom. It was a one-sided slaughter. Finally, all the Asuras in the Blood Sea City were killed. Your Majesty, we have killed the Asura of the Void. Gao Shinji shouted into the sky. Bam. In the black silhouette, the aura of the Nether River Patriarch suppressed all the Asuras and forced them to kneel. The 480 million blood gods completely merged into the black silhouette in a short time. Boom. The blood sea suddenly exploded, as if it had exploded into endless blood mist that shrouded the entire Asura realm. A 10,000-meter-tall giant, the Nether River Patriarch, suddenly appeared in front of Guhai. He was 10 times the size of Guhai, and his aura was more than 10 times that of Guhai. Guhai's face darkened. Ha ha ha, didn't you want to see my true form? This is my true form, my divine soul. The 10,000-meter-tall giant roared. The 10,000-meter-tall giant pressed down with a powerful will. At this moment, the blood sea exploded, and Long Wanqing was suddenly saved. I'm sorry, Guhai. Long Wanqing immediately said sorrowfully. Guhai, however, grabbed Long Wanqing. It's good that you're fine. Wanqing, go to the unborn man first. Guhai said to Long Wanqing. But Long Wanqing looked worriedly at the Nether River Patriarch. The Nether River Patriarch's form was also an Asura, a half-black, half-blood Asura. His aura was so oppressive that Long Wanqing could not breathe. Go, Guhai said. As he spoke, he tossed it at Long Wanqing, tossing it to the unborn man. The unborn man reached out and caught it. Be careful, Guhai. Long Wanqing could only shout that in the end. The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing with joy in his heart, but he could not say anything. He still felt guilty and did not dare to say anything. The Nether River Patriarch looked at Guhai. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Do you want to try again? The Nether River Patriarch sneered. Fifth cycle. Guhai suddenly took a step forward and slashed at the Nether River Patriarch with his saber. Countless saber auras appeared around him and slashed at the Nether River Patriarch along with the energy saber. The Nether River Patriarch reached out and grabbed. Boom. Guhai's fifth cycle was caught in the Nether River Patriarch's palm. It did not move at all. Fifth cycle? Aha, interesting. Unfortunately, you're still too weak before me. Is that all you've got? The Nether River Patriarch said coldly. Very well, Nether River Patriarch, if you want to see, I still have another trick up my sleeve. I hope you can take it. Guhai said solemnly. Oh. At the same time, the Sea of Providence in the infinite celestial capital suddenly churned. Suddenly, Guhai's final divine soul in the ritual array in the Forbidden Land suddenly shouted, Don't be so arrogant. People of the Han Dynasty, today I have encountered a peerless enemy who wishes to destroy the Dahan and destroy the Dahan. I ask all of you to lend me your strength. Raise your right hands. Lend me your strength. Protect the Han Dynasty with me. Protect your families with me. Raise your right hands. Hong. As the Sea of Providence shuddered, Guhai's voice spread everywhere in an instant. It reached the 60 cities of the Han Dynasty and reached the ears of all Dahan citizens. The expressions of countless officials in the infinite celestial capital changed. Enemy? Where is the enemy? The officials and citizens were very curious, but no one doubted the emperor's words. Immediately they all raised their right hands. Your Majesty, please use this official's power. Immediately an official raised his right hand. As he raised his right hand, all the energy in his body seemed to fly out of his right hand. That official immediately went limp on the ground. He had lent his power. Instantly, countless officials raised their right hands and lent their power. The citizens also raised their right hands. Your Majesty, use this commoner's power. Because of the Han Dynasty, my entire family could cultivate. Your Majesty, use this commoner's power. My life became richer in the Han Dynasty and the taxes were very low. Without the Han Dynasty, would it be the same as before? Your Majesty, use my power. Use mine. In the infinite celestial capital, one citizen after another raised their right hands. At the same time, all the citizens in the 60 cities of the Han Dynasty also raised their right hands and lent their power. In the sky above the infinite celestial capital, it was as if streams of golden air currents were converging from all directions. Like meteors, The surging power surged into the Sea of Providence clouds and rushed into the Forbidden Land formation. The power of the Han dynasty continued to converge on Guhai. Han dynasty outside a city. Qing Emperor's main body had already arrived with a group of subordinates. Your Majesty, it seems that the powers of the four cities are converging on the infinite celestial capital? Your Majesty, does Guhai know that we are coming? Is he mobilizing the power of the Dahan? Your Majesty, our whereabouts have been exposed. The subordinates cried out in alarm. Qing Emperor's face darkened. Mobilizing the power of a country? You are just a Yuanying state. So what if you mobilize it? With a cold snort, Qing Emperor's figure flashed. Boom. In an instant, Qing Emperor cast aside his subordinates and shot into the distance. Qing Emperor's speed was very fast. In a short while, he had already arrived outside the infinite celestial capital. Chapter 634. People of the Han Dynasty, today I have encountered a peerless enemy who wants to destroy the Dahan Empire and destroy the Dahan Empire. I ask the people of the world to lend me your strength. Lend me your strength. Protect the Han Dynasty and your families with me. Lend me your strength. Raise your right hands. Guhai's voice entered the ears of every Dahan citizen through the Sea of Providence clouds. Similarly, it was also instantly transmitted to the Azura realm. All the Dahan demon soldiers instantly heard Guhai's voice. Yes, your Majesty. All the Dahan demon soldiers answered. Whoosh. All the Dahan demon soldiers immediately raised their right hands. In an instant, a large amount of power suddenly disappeared as if it had been cut open and transmitted to the outside world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One by one, the Dahan demon soldiers fell to the ground weakly. Long Wanqing looked at all the people who had borrowed power in shock. Montez, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and Guqin all borrowed power. Even the unborn man at the side stretched out his hand to lend power. The surging power spread out and everyone went limp. The 1,000-foot-tall Guhai looked at the Nether River Patriarch, who was 10,000 feet tall. The Nether River Patriarch was not in a hurry at this moment. He waited patiently as if he was waiting for Guhai to reach his strongest state. Han Dynasty. Mobilizing the power of a country? 200 divine souls, one less. Replenish your power in the outside world. Not bad, not bad. The Nether River Patriarch sneered. Whoosh. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the distance. It was Guhai's last divine soul clone in the outside world. It had transformed into an Azura and was rushing over. It carried the power of the Dahan Empire. Boundless power surged forth. The Nether River Patriarch was not worried. Instead, he looked expectant. The Nether River Patriarch waved his hand. It's time to go out. I'll take your divine soul and bring my divine body. I no longer have any regrets in the Azura Dao mystic realm. As the Nether River Patriarch waved his hand, the Black River in the undead bloodbath suddenly floated into the air and slowly condensed into a massive sphere. Is this the body you forged using the Azura Dao secret realm? Guhai's expression darkened. The giant black orb did not give off much of an aura, but how could it be an ordinary object if the Nether River Patriarch valued it so much? Flesh body? No, it's a divine body. It's just a clump of energy that can take many forms. It has the divine power of creation, the energy of life, and the origin of life. You will never understand and you don't need to understand. Ah. The Nether River Patriarch laughed coldly. Meanwhile, the Nether River Patriarch appeared confident in his victory even as the black water ball hovered in the air. Suddenly, the beam of golden light in the sky approached, crashing into Guhai's 3,000-meter-tall body. Boom. The two Guhai clashed into each other and then fused back into one. At the same time, rolling energy slowly gathered in Guhai's body. Guhai's body rapidly expanded. Had the Dahan's power? All the Azuras lend their power to you? The people of the 60 cities of the Han Dynasty lend their power to you? Alright. Speaking of which, you have a bunch of national beasts, the Silver Moon Sea, the Shangguan Hen? And the power of countless Xuanwu, all of them lent to you, right? It's a pity that the Xuanwu is just a declining tribe. No matter how strong they are limited. Ah. The Nether River Patriarch suddenly laughed. How do you know? Guhai's expression suddenly darkened as his strength skyrocketed. The Nether River Patriarch snarled. You think I don't know anything just because I'm trapped in the Azura Dao mystic realm? You think I don't know anything about the divine continent? You have been here for 3 years. You really think I haven't investigated you? How did you investigate? Gu Hai's face darkened. The Azura Dao mystic realm is a sealed world. It is only sealed to the inside but not to the outside. The evil spirits of the world enter this world at all times. This ancestor knows the situation of your Han royal dynasty better than anyone else. Ah, what a pity. What a pity. You can only reach a height of 25 kilometers. Just nice for me to snatch, ha. The Nether River Patriarch sneered. Rumble. As expected, when Gu Hai's body expanded to 80,000 zhang, his speed suddenly slowed down. In front of the Nether River Patriarch, Gu Hai finally lowered his head. Humph, if it was the Long Zhanghua, I wouldn't dare to be arrogant. But you are too far away. 80,000 zhang? It's still growing? The Nether River Patriarch's face darkened. The Nether River Patriarch's calculation was very precise. He was so precise that he knew how much Gu Hai's body could reach. 80,000 zhang? But it's still growing? 85,000 zhang? 90,000 zhang? All of a sudden, it exceeded the Nether River Patriarch's estimation? Why is it still growing? No, what's that sound? The Nether River Patriarch's face darkened. The Tao can be said, the extraordinary Tao, the name can be named, the extraordinary name. In the Azura Tao mystic realm, the voice of the Tao Te Ching echoed. The blood mist filled the entire Azura Tao mystic realm. This was the territory of the Nether River Patriarch. But now the voice of the Tao Te Ching was the same. It filled the entire Azura Tao mystic realm. In just a short while, the voice of the Tao Te Ching had reverberated throughout the world like a huge bell. The Tao Te Ching? Are you crazy? You tore the Tao Te Ching before you entered? The Nether River Patriarch's face changed. Then he saw that Gu Hai's body had also grown to a height of 10,000 zhang. It was only at that height that his growth slowed down. At this moment, Gu Hai and the Nether River Patriarch were both 10,000 zhang tall. They were equally tall and majestic. Outside the limitless celestial capital. The Qing Emperor arrived outside the limitless celestial capital in just a short while. Oh no. He's here again. Zhang Sanfeng's face darkened. The Qing Emperor? Him again? Dongfang Bubi's face darkened. The four cloud beasts were on high alert as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, almost all the power of the Han dynasty was gathered in Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's spirit was connected to his body. With a gentle tug, the rolling power was transferred from his body to his spirit. After gathering all his strength, Gu Hai's divine soul was about to enter the Azura Dao's secret realm. Suddenly, Gu Hai's divine soul paused. The Nether River Patriarch? I was almost careless. Gu Hai's spirit muttered. He reached out and took out the Tao Te Ching. Looking at the paper filled with the Tao Te Ching, Gu Hai was silent for a moment, as if he was reluctant to part with it. However, in the next moment, Gu Hai's eyes hardened. Rip. In an instant, the Tao Te Ching was torn apart by Gu Hai. The moment the Tao Te Ching was torn apart, rolling righteous energy suddenly rushed out and rushed into Gu Hai's spirit. At the same time, sound spread in all directions. Buzz. Gu Hai stepped forward and entered the secret realm of the Azura Dao. The Tao Te Ching could not enter the Dao mystic realm. Although the rolling power rushed into Gu Hai's spirit, the righteous voice continued to spread in the void. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. Saints are heartless and treat the people as straw dogs. The chanting of the Tao Te Ching slowly enveloped the entire limitless celestial capital. After all, the Tao Te Ching was much more powerful than the bringing in the wine and the song of righteousness. Along with the extremely solemn chanting, golden words seemed to condense in the void and surrounded the entire limitless celestial capital. Every word was sacred and radiant. Gu Hai, how dare you tear apart my sacred text of Taoism, the Lotus the Arch roared. Qing Emperor reached out and hit the limitless celestial capital with his palm. The void condensed into a giant palm that covered the sky and slammed down with the power to destroy the world. Oh no! The expressions of countless powerhouses in the city changed. It was at this moment that Yi Zichen was stunned. The golden words of the Tao Te Ching suddenly burst out with billions of golden light. Boom! A super barrier that seemed to be formed by countless golden words collided with Qing Emperor's giant palm. Rumble! Under the collision, the surrounding void was suddenly swept up, and there was a huge fire at the point of collision. The limitless celestial capital shook slightly, but the golden word barrier protected the limitless celestial capital. Qing Emperor's palm did not seem to have much effect. Qing Emperor's eyes narrowed. As expected of the world's #1 scripture, the Tao Te Ching? Even the aftermath of being torn apart has so much energy. So what? Since it has been torn apart, it can only dissipate. The golden word barrier will only become weaker and weaker. Let's see how long you can hold on. Qing Emperor's eyes were ferocious. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and a green gourd suddenly appeared in his palm. Treasure, please? Qing Emperor waved his hand. Bang! A vine suddenly shot out from the green gourd. Once the vine appeared, it suddenly split into countless numbers and covered the entire limitless celestial capital in an instant. Boom! In an instant, the rolling vines wrapped around the entire limitless celestial capital. The number of vines suddenly increased. One turned into 10,000, 10,000 turned into 100 million, endless, covering the sky and earth. In the blink of an eye, the limitless celestial capital was completely covered by the vines, like a green vine egg. Green vines emerged from the mouth of the gourd and wrapped around the entire limitless celestial capital. Billions of poisonous thorns suddenly appeared on the vines. Tisk, tsk, 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 tisk. The entire limitless celestial capital was filled with sizzling sounds. The poisonous thorns on the vines were corroding and melting the golden word barrier. A world born from a vine? The vine world gourd, that is as famous as the immortal slaying gourd? In Qing Emperor's hands? Qing Emperor's is the vine world gourd? As famous as the Taishang's 8 trigrams gourd? Cries of surprise suddenly came from all directions. Apart from Qing Emperor, there were also countless people who had designs on the classic of Taoism. It was just that they didn't know how to do it in the past and had waited until today. Unexpectedly, they saw Qing Emperor take out the vine world gourd and wrap it around the entire limitless celestial capital in an instant. Everyone had the same thought. The limitless celestial capital was finished. At the same time, in heavenly courts, Long Jianghu was in the middle of a court meeting. Mo Yike, led by Long Wanyu, stepped into the court meeting. How dare you? Do you think you can just barge into the court meeting as you wish? Sima Zongheng glared. How dare you? How dare you? A group of Deqian officials immediately rebuked Mo Yike. Shut up. Long Wanyu glared, instantly silencing the officials. Long Jianghu looked coldly at Mo Yike. Mo Yike, you incited Wanyu to barge into my court meeting today. Do you admit to your crime? Solemnly, Mo Yike bowed and said, reporting to Daqianxing, this action was ordered by the emperor. He asked me to report to Daqianxing. The emperor has already prepared everything. Long Jianghu narrowed his eyes. However, he saw Mo Yike hand over a letter. I don't know the emperor's intentions. Before the emperor left, he left behind a letter and placed a restriction on it. I don't know the contents either. However, the emperor instructed that as long as he sends a letter to me, I must pass it to Daqianxing immediately, no matter when or where. An attendant quickly passed the letter to Long Jianghu. Pa. Long Jianghu gently squeezed and the restriction on the letter broke. Although Long Jianghu did not say anything, his cold eyes said everything. If the contents of the letter did not satisfy him, he would not let Mo Yike and even Gu Hai off lightly. The civil and military officials also saw the meaning of Long Zhan's words, but they didn't say anything. Instead, they looked carefully at Long Jianghu. They gently opened the letter. Long Jianghu narrowed his eyes and read. To Daqianxing, Gu Hai is lucky to have obtained the entrance to the Azura Path's secret territory. It belongs to me now. The items in the Azura Path's secret territory have been cleared. The Azura Path's secret territory is now gifted to Daqianxing as thanks for your help in the past. I hope that Daqianxing will be victorious again. Chapter 635. Azura Dao Mystic Realm. Gu Hai and the Nether River Patriarch were both 10,000 zhang tall. They were equally tall and ferocious. Dao De Sutra? Good. Indeed, you are a person who can establish a dynasty in such a short time. Your viciousness is extraordinary. You can tear apart the Dao De Sutra. The Nether River Patriarch said with a ferocious expression. As he spoke, he took out a long sword. A towering scarlet light shone from the long sword. Nether River Patriarch? I dare not underestimate you. Gu Hai took out a long saber. Although the long saber was not one of the 4 life-ending sabers, it was formed by the energy of this world. It was exceptionally tough. The two were some distance away from each other. A murderous aura surged toward them. Very well. With your current soul, you can bring all of me out. the Nether River Patriarch said coldly. As he said that, a powerful aura spread out. Rumble. The entire Azura Dao mystic realm seemed to be shaking. That horrifying aura rushed toward Gu Hai. The powerful aura made Gu Hai's aura seem inferior. What? Your aura? Gu Hai's face sank. Do you think that you are a match for me after killing all the Azuras in the Azura Dao mystic realm and gathering all your soul energy? You are still far from it. I have killed all the Azuras in the Azura Dao mystic realm 3 times. How can you compare to me? Watch how I suppress you and steal your soul. The Nether River Patriarch slashed with his sword with a ferocious expression. The scarlet sword in his hand was not fast. However, every time it moved toward Gu Hai, it seemed to squeeze the surrounding space. A huge pressure filled Gu Hai's body, making it difficult for Gu Hai to move. Heavenly Cycle. Gu Hai slashed with difficulty. A large amount of saber chi appeared in the surroundings. The saber chi surrounded Gu Hai, forming a huge chessboard. Humph, Heavenly Cycle 5? I have already used it before. Even if you increase your strength and increase your power, so what? Not enough, not enough. The Nether River Patriarch sneered. 6. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Boom. All the saber chi once again gathered into the saber aura. This time, the saber aura emitted a dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire world in an instant. The edge of the blade seemed to carry the power to destroy heaven and earth, and as it slashed down, it was like divine retribution, heading straight for the Nether River Patriarch. You're still holding back? The Nether River Patriarch's expression changed. Nonetheless, the Nether River Patriarch was forced to change his strategy due to the ferocity of the blade. He raised his sword and slashed at the sky. Boom. The sword and saber collided. The ground where the Nether River Patriarch stood quaked violently as thousands of trenches appeared in every direction in an instant. 100 times the strength of Zhou Tian 5? How is that possible? You lied to me, Gu Hai? The Nether River Patriarch said with a ferocious expression. The Nether River Patriarch's expression changed, and so did Gu Hai's. Zhou Tian 6 could not be used with his physical body in the outside world because the burden on the body was too great. Others would not die, but he would explode. Only with his Azura body could he use that slash. In Gu Hai's eyes, that slash was invincible. Even if the Qing Emperor came, Gu Hai was confident that he could fight him head-on, but the Nether River Patriarch blocked it? Saber and sword collided, and the two powerful forces were in a stalemate. Gu Hai's full-powered saber strike failed to do anything to the Nether River Patriarch. However, the Nether River Patriarch was also pinned down by Gu Hai. The Nether River Patriarch did not dare to withdraw his sword. If he did, this saber strike would land on him. Even as powerful as the Nether River Patriarch was, he could not withstand such a powerful slash. The two were in a stalemate and their expressions were ferocious. Good. Gu Hai, I did not expect that you would hide so much just to deal with me. Very good. The Nether River Patriarch said viciously. The stalemate. But would the Nether River Patriarch stop after waiting for so many years? Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out of the Nether River Patriarch's face, passing through the land of saber and sword and heading straight for Gu Hai's head. Gu Hai, watch out. The Nether River Patriarch's consciousness is coming to possess you. The unborn man exclaimed from below. Unfortunately, the unborn man was exhausted after lending his power, and could not help at all. The Nether River Patriarch's black shadow was getting closer and closer to Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face darkened. Gauchen, where are you? It doesn't matter now. If you withdraw your blade, my sword will cut into your body. If you don't, my consciousness will seize your spirit. The black shadow said viciously. Withdraw his blade? Gu Hai would not withdraw his blade. If the Nether River Patriarch seriously injured him now, he would not have the chance to fight back. Master, I'm here. But I can't beat him. Gauchen looked at the Nether River Patriarch in horror. You dare to dream, little thing? The Nether River Patriarch said coldly. Who asked you to hit him? Sing for me. Sing. Gu Hai said viciously. But I don't have the hypersonic barrier now. Aren't you? Gauchen said worriedly. It's fine. I've heard it a few times and have a certain tolerance. Sing for the Nether River Patriarch. Now. Gu Hai glared. Oh. Gauchen immediately flew to the Nether River Patriarch. What are you doing? The Nether River Patriarch's face darkened. Now that I have 200 bodies, I can sing a chorus. I'll improvise the Azura chorus. Gauchen said with a hint of excitement. Was he crazy? Singing at this time? The Nether River Patriarch ignored Gauchen. but Gaochen's voice suddenly rang out. Ah, 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 ah. We come to the happy Azura, Azura, Azura. There's a cute Nether River Patriarch, he wants to play a game with me. As soon as Gaochen sang, Gu Hai's face suddenly stiffened and his scalp went numb. His hand trembled and he almost threw the long blade. Azura chorus? What the hell? It's terrible. Before, when there was only one Gaochen, it was only twice as terrible. Now that the chorus was 200 times worse. Even though Gu Hai had heard Gaochen sing many times, he could not stand it. Below, countless Dahan demon army also looked at Gaochen in shock. It felt worse than being killed by an Azura. It was too terrible. The Dao can be Dao, the Dao can be Dao, the name can be Dao, the name can be Dao, the name can be Dao. Countless Dahan demon army were sweating profusely as they chanted the Tao Te Ching. This was a heart demon, a demonic barrier. This was even worse than the heart demons that had been created by killing Azuras for several months. Even Gu Hai could not stand it, much less when the song was directed at Patriarch Nether River. Furthermore, the song was directed at Patriarch Nether River. The Nether River Patriarch suddenly trembled all over. He looked at Gaochen in horror. Shut up, demon. The Nether River Patriarch roared, glaring. The black consciousness that was about to rush toward Gu Hai also suddenly turned its head and looked at Gaochen. However, Gaochen did not pay any attention to him and continued to sing. As he sang, suddenly rolling dark clouds appeared above Gaochen's head, as if attracted by Gaochen's song. Ha! Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck out from the dark clouds and headed straight for the Nether River Patriarch. Kaboom! Ah! The Nether River Patriarch suddenly screamed. What? Gu Hai showed a hint of surprise. The purple lightning didn't hurt the Nether River Patriarch's body, but the black consciousness that surged out of the Nether River Patriarch's body was blasted away. The black consciousness that was about to enter Gu Hai's body for possession suddenly exploded and burned as if it was on fire. Purple Heavenly Thunder? Is that the legendary Purple Heavenly Thunder? The Unborn Man exclaimed from afar. Mr. Unborn Man, what's a Purple Heavenly Thunder? Guqin asked curiously. Purple Heavenly Thunder doesn't hurt physical objects, but only the mind. It's the strangest type of heavenly thunder, and hasn't been seen for tens of thousands of years. No, it hasn't been seen for 800,000 years. If it weren't for our records, we would have thought that it didn't exist. Is there really a Purple Heavenly Thunder? And it was sung by Gaochen? The Unborn Man exclaimed in shock. You're really good at singing. Gaochen, keep singing, keep singing. Gu Hai roared savagely. As expected, the Nether River Patriarch's body trembled as the bolts of purple lightning struck the black consciousness, and the long sword in his hand became unsteady. Shut up, you monster, or I'll kill you. The Nether River Patriarch roared. However, Gaochen didn't stop. He sang louder and louder, and the Dahan demon army around him was chanting the Tao Te Ching faster and faster. Boom, boom, boom. More than half of the Nether River Patriarch's black consciousness was blown away by the bolts of purple lightning, and it was burning as if it had been severely injured. However, the Nether River Patriarch roared fiercely and looked coldly at Gaochen, knowing that he couldn't do anything to Gaochen at this moment. Humph, you monster, I'll kill you later. The Nether River Patriarch roared with a ferocious expression. As the black shadow roared, it endured the unpleasant sound and the heavy injuries from the purple cloud heavenly lightning. Then it headed for Gu Hai again. Be careful, your majesty. The officials exclaimed. Still not enough? I'll sing you to death. Gaochen was extremely anxious. Gaochen didn't dare to get close at all, as the Nether River Patriarch's shockwaves could hurt him. He could only sing from afar and use the purple heavenly thunder to hurt the black consciousness. Soon, 90% of the black consciousness was burned away. You can't compare to me even if I only used 10% of my consciousness. Roar. The black consciousness reached Gu Hai in an instant and rushed toward Gu Hai's face. In an instant, the black shadow's consciousness touched Gu Hai. Break! The Nether River Patriarch roared. Gu Hai felt his spirit shake violently. His mind almost went blank. What? Your spirit isn't just the accumulation of these few years? Human soul? That's right, your human soul. Why is it so heavy? By the way, you've been to the human path mystic realm. Did you strengthen your human soul there? The Nether River Patriarch roared with a ferocious expression. The black consciousness rushed toward Gu Hai's human soul but was blocked. Human path mystic realm? Could it be? Gu Hai's expression changed abruptly. Back in the human path mystic realm, when he was dual cultivating with Bingheim and Qinxian, countless soul fragments in the sky seemed to have been drawn into his and Bingheim's bodies. That shattered soul had strengthened his own human soul? So what if your human soul is strengthened? If I want to break it, I will break it. The Nether River Patriarch said with a ferocious expression. Rumble. Gu Hai felt as if his spirit was about to explode as the Nether River Patriarch's consciousness violently slammed into his spirit. The North Star Polaris was extremely anxious. He kept singing, and heavenly lightning kept striking the Nether River Patriarch's black consciousness. However, the Nether River Patriarch was too ferocious. Even though both sides were injured, he continued to possess Gu Hai. Charge, charge, charge. The Nether River Patriarch was ruthless. After the black consciousness was reduced by half again, he finally broke through Gu Hai's human soul. Break for me. Gu Hai, you've lost. Ah. The Nether River Patriarch laughed savagely. Gu Hai felt his human soul tremble as if something had entered. But in the next moment, something in Gu Hai's human soul suddenly shone with billions of blue light. The blue light was so dazzling that it knocked the black consciousness back in an instant. What is that? The Nether River Patriarch exclaimed. Boom. The remaining black consciousness was suddenly blasted away by the blue light. The human soul register? Gu Hai's expression changed abruptly. It was the thin human soul he had obtained in the human path mystic realm. However, after the black consciousness was blasted away, the human soul register instantly dimmed significantly. The Nether River Patriarch's consciousness was severely injured. He shuddered and his eyes went blank. The sword in his hand suddenly went limp. It was just a short moment, but it was the most fatal moment. Zhou Tianlu. Gu Hai shouted. Golden light once again illuminated the entire world. The moment the Nether River Patriarch was distracted, Gu Hai's saber slashed down from the top of the Nether River Patriarch's head. In an instant, the Nether River Patriarch's Azura body was cut in half. Boom. Chapter 636. Boom. The Nether River Patriarch was cut in half by the long saber. The aftermath of the long saber created a huge trench that extended thousands of miles away like a super canyon. After the slash, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Even Gaochen's singing stopped. The Nether River Patriarch stared at Gu Hai. At this moment, the Nether River Patriarch seemed to have regained his consciousness, but it was too late for him to be distracted. No, I won't lose, I won't. The Nether River Patriarch roared with a ferocious expression. Boom. In the very next instant, the Nether River Patriarch's body exploded, turning into a colossal blue energy as soon as he did. It was the Nether River Patriarch's soul power. As soon as the Nether River Patriarch's soul power was released, the entire Azura realm suddenly formed a huge force that surged toward Gu Hai. I'm not dead yet, I haven't lost yet. The soul power roared and seemed to be struggling. Whoosh. Suddenly, countless chains appeared out of thin air, locking the soul power and surging toward Gu Hai. The law set by the Immortal of Six Paths? Bastard, do you think I'll lose just because my body exploded? I didn't know. The blue soul power struggled desperately. The chain-like laws seemed to be on the verge of breaking apart, letting out loud clanking sounds. Under the loud clanking sounds, the entire Azura Path mystic realm trembled. The Nether River Patriarch's soul power rushed toward the black water ball, the body that was prepared for him. However, the law set by the Immortal of Six Paths was too powerful. Without the Azura body, the Nether River Patriarch was at his weakest. After struggling for a while, he could no longer struggle. Bam! The soul power rushed into Gu Hai's body instantly. Buzz! Gu Hai's body suddenly burst out with dazzling blue light. If it wasn't for the law set by the Immortal of Six Paths, Gu Hai, don't even think about taking my soul power. No, even if you take my soul power, it's not certain who will win in the end. The Nether River Patriarch's voice came from Gu Hai's body. The Tao can be said, the extraordinary Tao, the name can be named, the extraordinary name. Gu Hai immediately sat down cross-legged and quickly recited the Tao Te Ching. Tao Te Ching? Humph, the Tao Te Ching can suppress me a little, but can it suppress me completely? You're dreaming, haha. It's this thing again, the Mortal Soul Book? Why do you have the Mortal Soul Book? The Nether River Patriarch screams echoed from Gu Hai's body. The Nether River Patriarch had once annihilated the Azura Path's secret realm thrice, his soul power was much stronger than Gu Hai's. Now that Gu Hai was using the Mortal Soul Book's power to absorb the Nether River Patriarch's soul power, it was like a snake swallowing an elephant. It was extremely uncomfortable. Gu Hai, Long Wanqing asked worriedly. You guys go out first. Unborn man, take everyone out. Wanqing, you guys go out first. Gu Hai shouted with a pained expression. But Long Wanqing said worriedly. Yes, your majesty. The Dahan demon army answered. Now the Dahan demon army obeyed Gu Hai's orders unconditionally. Unborn man, take Wanqing back and let her 3 souls fuse. A body? No need to reconstruct or possess. The Nether River Patriarch's black water ball will reconstruct Wanqing's body. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. The unborn man answered. Black water ball? Although he didn't know what it was, how could the unborn man not know how powerful it was if the Nether River Patriarch valued it so much? Reconstructing a body with such a treasure? If it were someone else, the unborn man might have thought about it. But now it was Long Wanqing. Even if the unborn man had 10,000 thoughts, it would be completely extinguished. Gu Hai, what about you? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. You guys go out first. The Nether River Patriarch is done. I'll be done soon. Don't stay here. I need to release some of my evil aura. Gu Hai yelled with a pained expression. Go. The unborn man shouted. The army got up with difficulty and quickly ran toward the Shrine of Massacre. Fortunately, Gaochen was there. Gaochen didn't lend his power to Gu Hai, so he could help everyone. Everyone quickly left and soon disappeared into the horizon. After everyone left, Gu Hai's expression turned ferocious. Nether River Patriarch, do you really think I'm useless? Do you think your will can defeat mine? I'm not afraid of you even if you don't have the soul book. I know you've been scheming for countless years and have accumulated countless things. But do you know how much I've been through when I was a mortal in order to break through to the Khanate realm? Roar. Gu Hai roared. Boom. With Gu Hai as the center, a superstorm suddenly surged out like an explosion source. The huge explosion cracked the ground where Gu Hai was sitting. Cracks spread out like a spider web in all directions. When Long Wanqing and the others reached the barrier of the Shrine of Massacre, they suddenly heard a huge sound behind them. Everyone turned and saw that the world in the distance was in chaos. The huge explosion seemed to have turned the whole world turbid. Quick, get out! The unborn man yelled. The Dahan demon army quickly entered the altar and stepped out of the Azura realm. Buzz buzz buzz. Their spirits returned to the altar array of the infinite celestial capital and entered their own bodies. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 200 million spirits returned. I can't get out? Long Wanqing suddenly exclaimed. Everyone went out, but Long Wanqing was still in the Shrine of Massacre's altar and couldn't get out at all. I understand now. This altar can only allow 3 spirits to enter and exit. A single spirit can't come out. No wonder the Nether River Patriarch wanted to possess Gu Hai. The unborn man's expression darkened. Then what should I do? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. Your heavenly soul and mortal soul are with me and they've been repaired. Just fuse them. The unborn man waved his hand. 2 jade boxes emerged from the unborn man's palm. These are the only treasures I can bring into the Azura realm. Luckily I stored your heavenly soul and mortal soul. Quick, fuse them. The unborn man quickly opened the jade boxes. 2 blue lights suddenly floated out of the jade boxes. Long Wanqing's Azura body reached out and touched them. The 3 spirits fused instantly, and the Azura body seemed to be changing again. Don't wait anymore, get out. The unborn man shouted. Whoosh. Long Wanqing's spirit stepped out instantly. The unborn man also stepped out quickly. At the same time, he carried the Nether River Patriarch's black water ball in his hand. The unborn man's spirit quickly returned to its original position. This black water ball can be brought out. Wanqing, quick, fuse into it. The unborn man shouted. Others couldn't see Long Wanqing's spirit clearly, but the unborn man could. Long Wanqing looked at the unborn man with a complicated expression, bit her lips, and stepped into the black water ball. The black water ball trembled slightly and slowly, a figure of liquid black water appeared. It was Long Wanqing's appearance, and even the outline of the black water formed a long robe. Long Wanqing's figure became clearer and clearer. She was wearing a black robe. Unconsciously, she emitted a breathtaking aura. The Dahan demon army spirit had been forged to be extremely strong, but facing Long Wanqing's aura, his heart trembled. Nether River body? What a powerful aura. The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing in surprise. Slowly, Long Wanqing's figure completely condensed, and now she was no different from an ordinary person. Looking at her hand, Long Wanqing felt that it was unreal. But in the next moment, Long Wanqing looked at the exit worriedly, because Gu Hai was still inside. Gu Hai was inside, refining the Nether River Patriarch's soul mark. Although the Nether River Patriarch only had one soul mark, it was more difficult to refine than all the other Shuras combined. Fortunately, Gu Hai had a strong will to begin with, and with the help of the Human Soul Book, he slowly ground away the Nether River Patriarch's soul mark. Ah! The Nether River Patriarch roared in pain. Every time he refined a little, a part of the Nether River Patriarch's soul power would be absorbed by Gu Hai. As Gu Hai's soul power grew stronger, the Nether River Patriarch's will grew weaker. After a series of explosions, the Nether River Patriarch let out a final cry of despair, and all the soul marks were completely destroyed. Hong! Gu Hai's Shura body turned completely blue. At this moment, the Nether River Patriarch was history, and all his soul power belonged to Gu Hai. Huff! Exhaling deeply, Gu Hai collapsed to the ground. Clearly, refining the Nether River Patriarch had taken a huge toll on Gu Hai as well, not in terms of energy but in terms of spirit. At this moment, Gu Hai was extremely exhausted, as if all the energy in his body had been drained. However, none of that mattered now. The Nether River Patriarch was gone and he could go back. Ha 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 ha. In his weakened state, Gu Hai clambered to his feet and strode toward the Shrine of Massacre. At the same time, outside the infinite celestial capital. As the Vine World Gourd exerted its power, the golden word barrier outside the infinite celestial capital slowly melted and decayed. The shock waves from the sacred text of Tao's tearing were about to dissipate. The entire infinite celestial capital was shaking violently. Oh no, the barrier is about to break. Zhang Sanfeng's expression changed. Dugu Qiubai, draw your swords. Shimen Chueshua shouted. Xing. Dugu Qiubai and Shimen Chueshua immediately drew their swords and stared coldly at the Qing Emperor outside. Once the barrier was broken, it would be time to fight to the death. Where's that monkey? Is the monkey gone? Is Gu Hai still not coming out? Even if he comes out now, it's useless. Gu Hai, I came here to admire your ability and gave you a chance to submit to me, but you didn't know what's good for you. There's no lack of people in this world. Do you think no one can compare to you? Today I'll make you regret your past rashness. Everyone in the infinite celestial capital will pay the price of your stupidity with their lives. The Qing Emperor roared with a ferocious expression. Boom. Finally, the golden word barrier exploded into countless fragments under the Vine World Gourd's attack. In the blink of an eye, billions of green vines were flung toward the infinite celestial capital. The spectators outside were certain that the infinite celestial capital was done for. Boom. A loud sound rang out. The infinite celestial capital didn't explode. Instead, countless vines exploded in all directions, blasting out of the infinite celestial capital in an instant. Who's there? How dare you? The Qing Emperor glared. However, he saw two figures appear in the sky above the infinite celestial capital. They were the ones who knocked away the countless vines. Who dared to stop him? Buzz. A powerful aura suddenly emitted from the two figures. The aura was ferocious and rushed toward the Qing Emperor in an instant. Under the powerful aura, the Qing Emperor's expression changed abruptly. In the outside world, countless spectators were quickly forced to kneel under the pressure of this powerful aura. Long Zhanghua? The Qing Emperor's expression turned cold as he said in surprise. Chapter 637. Boom. A horizontal tornado rushed towards the infinite celestial capital from the celestial court. It was extremely fast, crossing billions of miles in an instant. Long Zhanghua brought Bai Mingshou from the celestial court straight to the infinite celestial capital. His Holiness, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Bai Mingshou asked blankly. Long Zhanghua's expression was gloomy. He didn't tell Bai Mingshou to avoid new problems. Although he trusted Bai Mingshou, this was an important matter. The fewer people who knew, the better. Didn't Gu Hai not even tell him, oh yike? Last time there was a mistake in the netherworld. This time there couldn't be another mistake. The Azura Path secret realm? Although Long Zhanghua himself didn't think the possibility was high, he had to treat it seriously even if there was a trace of hope. This was Long Zhanghua's principle of doing things. It was also this principle that allowed Long Zhanghua to reach today's heights. Seeing that Long Zhanghua didn't answer, Bai Mingshou also understood the importance of this matter. He didn't ask any more. Instead, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, trying his best to adjust his condition to the best. In a short time, Long Zhanghua was already not far from the infinite celestial capital. From a very far distance, he could already see the scene outside the infinite celestial capital. Countless vines wrapped around the infinite celestial capital? Too late. Long Zhanghua's expression turned cold. Last time in the netherworld, it was this small factor, Ho Qing, that caused the final result to be a failure. This time he couldn't follow in the footsteps of last time. Bastard. Long Zhanghua's eyes turned cold. His figure suddenly leaped, instantly arriving in the sky above the infinite celestial capital. He glared. A storm suddenly rose outside the infinite celestial capital. Those countless vines had just broken through the golden word barrier when they were suddenly blown apart by Long Zhanghua's fierce gaze. Boom. The vines exploded, forming billowing turbid fog. Who dares to be so presumptuous? Qing Emperor shouted coldly from afar. Long Zhanghua stood high up in the sky and glanced at the limitless celestial capital. Fortunately, the limitless celestial capital was unharmed. However, countless commoners were now paralyzed on the ground. It seemed that they had just lent their strength to Guhai? This is the limitless celestial capital? Something happened? Bai Mingshou's face darkened. Long Zhanghua glanced down and then looked at Qing Emperor coldly. Could it be that Qing Emperor also knows? Long Zhanghua's eyes suddenly turned cold. The aura around him suddenly burst out. Rumble. Layers of space appeared in the surroundings. A strong aura instantly suppressed the surrounding cultivators, forcing them to kneel in fear. Long Zhanghua. Qing Emperor's face turned cold as he exclaimed in surprise. Qing Emperor didn't expect Long Zhanghua to interfere at the last moment. Dai Qianxing, are you going to interfere in the grudge between Guhai and me? Qing Emperor suddenly shouted angrily. Scram. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. This matter was of great importance. No matter whether Qing Emperor knew or not, nothing could happen. There was an accident last time, so there couldn't be an accident this time. Dai Qianxing, are you? This isn't De Qian. Qing Emperor glared. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out of a fog-shrouded area in the limitless celestial capital. It was Guhai. At this moment, Guhai looked extremely tired and walked slowly. Ancient Emperor, are you okay? Zhang Sanfeng suddenly exclaimed. Your Majesty? The officials were also surprised. Guhai was still very careful and didn't let anyone come out. At this moment he was the only one who came out. In order to refine the Nether River Patriarch, Guhai had used up a lot of his mental energy. But in the end he managed to come back. The moment he came out of the massacre shrine, the shrine exploded. The entire Azura Path's secret realm was turned upside down. The loud noise outside made Guhai realize that Long Zhanghua had probably arrived. When he came out, it was indeed Long Zhanghua, but Qing Emperor was standing on the other side. Guhai's eyes turned cold when he saw Qing Emperor. Guhai, you really dare to come out? Where's that monkey? Qing Emperor said with a ferocious expression. Guhai destroyed Xiao Chen's Azure Metal Divine Wood clone. At this moment Xiao Chen burned with rage. Guhai looked coldly at Qing Emperor and ignored him. Dai Qianxing, go. Hurry, hurry, it's almost too late. Almost too late? Long Zhanghua's face darkened. But he was delighted. Is it true? At this moment, Guhai was still so sure that there was really an entrance to the Azura realm? What's too late? Qing Emperor's expression changed and he was about to rush over. The incident with Ho Qing was still fresh in his mind. Long Zhanghua wouldn't let Qing Emperor mess things up again. I asked you to get lost. If you don't, then don't leave. Long Zhanghua's expression was ferocious. He flipped his hand and hit Qing Emperor with a palm strike. The palm strike seemed to have the power to destroy the world. The entire void shook violently. Even though Qing Emperor was very confident in his strength, his expression changed when facing Long Zhanghua's angry palm strike. Dai Qianxing, go. I'm the Qing Emperor of the Dian dynasty. What are you doing? Qing Emperor shouted in shock. However, how could the will of the Dragon Battle Kingdom be changed by Emperor Qing's words? The power of the gigantic palm that could destroy the heavens and the earth became even stronger. The void trembled as if it was pulling in an overwhelming amount of dark clouds. Rolling thunder and lightning followed the palm and bombarded down. "You're crazy." Qing Emperor's scalp went numb. He was shocked. He turned his hand and hit Long Zhangguo with the Vine World Gourd. Hong! Long Zhangguo's palm strike was too powerful. Even though Qing Emperor used the Vine World Gourd, the gourd was instantly broken. A huge crack appeared and countless vines blocked the opening of the gourd. "Ah!" Qing Emperor screamed in agony. Countless cracks appeared on his body as he flew into the distance. Rumble! The ground below was instantly flattened. Qing Emperor crashed into the ground, creating a 1,000-mile trench and piling up a mountain before he stopped. BFFF. Qing Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. He was covered in blood and didn't seem to have any more strength to fight. "Go!" Dongfang Bubi threw out a thin needle and stabbed into the Vine World Gourd. He pulled. Whoosh! The Vine World Gourd with a crack was pulled in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. He glanced at Dongfang Bubi. Dongfang Bubi looked very respectful. Gu Hai nodded. He turned his hand and put away the Vine World Gourd. In the south of the limitless celestial capital, thousands of miles were flattened. Only the limitless celestial capital was unaffected. Qing Emperor fell into the huge pit, his face full of shock. The kneeling cultivators in the north of the limitless celestial capital felt their scalps go numb. That was Qing Emperor, the formidable Qing Emperor of the Dian dynasty. A palm strike? Great Qian's Emperor, I'm sorry for offending you. The Qing Emperor reluctantly admitted defeat to the dragon warring states. Although he admitted defeat, Qing Emperor's eyes were full of hatred. Especially when he looked at Gu Hai, the hatred in his eyes intensified. In the past he only destroyed his projection clone. Now his physical body was severely injured. Bam! Qing Emperor took a step forward and fled without hesitation. Fight Long Zhangguo again? What a joke. As Gu Hai watched the Azure Emperor leave, he felt somewhat regretful. However, in the next moment he became determined. He had to kill the Azure Emperor personally. Long Zhangguo was more concerned about the Azure Path's secret realm. He looked at Gu Hai immediately. "Daiqianxing, please? This way." Gu Hai shouted. Long Zhangguo and Baiming Shou were instantly led into the Forbidden Land formation by Gu Hai. As soon as they entered the Forbidden Land formation, they saw millions of Dahan's demon soldiers sitting cross-legged, as if they were recovering from their exhaustion. On the ground, there was a pile of dust from exhausted spiritual stones. Millions of Dahan's demon soldiers were much stronger than before. "Long Wanqing? You've been resurrected?" Baiming Shou was surprised. Long Wanqing was emitting a breathtaking aura. Even Baiming Shou couldn't see the source of Long Wanqing's aura. "Greetings to His Holiness." Long Wanqing bowed solemnly to Long Zhangguo. Long Zhangguo was surprised. But in the next moment he stared at the center of the altar at the blue light ball. "This is the entrance. Quick, quick, quick." Gu Hai shouted. "Baiming Shou." Long Zhangguo shouted. Baiming Shou immediately approached and touched it. Buzz. Baiming Shou's spiritual soul left his body and entered it quickly. In just 3 breaths, Baiming Shou's spiritual soul returned to his body. "Congratulations to His Holiness. Azure Path's secret realm." Baiming Shou laughed. Boom. Black water gushed out of the entrance. Baiming Shou did something when he entered. Just like when he took the human path's secret realm, black water gushed out. "Bind?" Baiming Shou shouted. Boom. The black water was like a mountain torrent, rushing straight to the dragon warring states. Long Zhangguo flipped his hand. A bubble appeared in his palm. It was the warring immortal dome. Walalala. When the black water reached the War Kingdom's immortal dome, it suddenly turned into 18 huge chains and entered the War Kingdom's immortal dome. "It's locked?" Baiming Shou was delighted. "Good." Long Zhan's eyes flashed with excitement. He pulled. Rumble. The sky above the boundless celestial capital began to tremble. This tremor was extremely powerful and spread in all directions in an instant. In the distance, the Qing Emperor was about to leave. Suddenly, the sky rumbled and shook. Rumble. Dark clouds rolled and raged. What? Was the dragon warring state chasing after them? Impossible. Qing Emperor's eyes widened. Qing Emperor turned and looked in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. Long Zhangguo didn't come. The tremors came from the sky above the infinite celestial capital. It was so strong that it radiated into the distance. As the Azure Emperor stood there, he could even see the sea in the distance suddenly churning up a huge tsunami. What's in the infinite celestial capital? Qing Emperor's expression darkened. Boom. Crack. All of a sudden, a huge blood-red cloud appeared in the sky. The blood-red cloud parted. A gigantic eye that seemed to be able to blot out the sky suddenly opened. The Eye of Heaven? Qing Emperor's expression changed. What was Long Zhonghua doing? Did he attract the attention of the Immortal of the Six Paths again? But even Qing Emperor had to kneel before the heavenly might. Guhai? It must be Guhai. There must be something in the fog formation that made the heavens and Long Zhonghua fight over it. Let the two of them fight? What level is it? I should have come earlier. I should have come to the infinite celestial capital personally. Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with regret. Chapter 638. Limitless Celestial Capital. Long Zhonghua pulled the immortal dome in his hand towards the Azura Path Secret Realm. The Azura Path Secret Realm shook the heavens and the space trembled. His Holiness quick. Bai Mingshou said anxiously. Rumble. The Azura Path Secret Realm was right next to Zhanlong. After the previous experience, it was even faster to collect the Reincarnation Secret Realm this time. Boom. Guhai vaguely saw a super pillar that looked like a huge blue whirlpool passageway that connected the sky and the ground. Then the chains pulled a portion of it into the Azura Dao's secret realm. Great! Long Zhonghua was excited. He exerted more strength in his hand. Wong! All of a sudden, a gigantic blood cloud appeared in the air. The blood cloud parted from the center, and a gigantic eye appeared, blotting out the entire sky. As soon as the Eye of Heaven opened, a powerful aura pressed down. Plop. Almost everyone suddenly knelt down and kowtowed. Only Long Zhonghua and Long Wanqing were still standing. Even Guhai bent his knees abruptly. Guhai. Long Wanqing supported Guhai. Guhai didn't kneel down. Instead he looked at the sky in shock. Long Zhonghua, how dare you? Suddenly the Immortal of the Six Paths shouted. Boom. Not far from the limitless celestial capital, the void shook. A huge right fist struck towards the limitless celestial capital. As soon as the fist struck, the entire void seemed to be torn apart. Amidst loud rumbling noises, countless black holes were torn apart. Six Paths, your right fist has also awakened in the past few years? What a pity. You can't stop me. Long Zhonghua shouted with a ferocious expression. He grabbed the immortal dome and the Azura Path secret realm with one hand and took out the sky-splitting axe with the other. Hong! There was a deafening sound as the sky-splitting axe blocked Long Zhonghua's right fist. The axe aura and the fist aura were in a stalemate. At the place where the two came into contact, huge black hole ripples appeared in the void. Humph! A single tree can't hold up and a single fist is powerless. Ah! Long Zhonghua laughed sinisterly. Boom! Instantly, he exerted strength with his left hand and the blue whirlpool tunnel that was like the Tong Tian was sucked into the Warring State's immortal dome. Huff! Long Zhonghua put away the Warring State's immortal dome with a flip of his hand. The pupils of the Eye of Heaven in the sky suddenly shrank. Azura Path Mystic Realm? Long Zhonghua, good, wait for me to return, I will consign you to eternal damnation. Killing intent overflowed from the Eye of Heaven. Buzz. The blood cloud closed and the Eye of Heaven disappeared. The blood cloud also disappeared. The power of the heaven opening axe missed. The right fist in the air suddenly disappeared. Rumble. The surrounding void vibrated for a while and slowly returned to normal. In the distance, Qing Emperor stood up and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. A trace of shock flashed across his eyes. Azura Path Mystic Realm? Human Path Mystic Realm? Long Zhonghua, you already have 2 reincarnation mystic realms? Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with shock. Guhai, humph, when the Immortal of the Six Paths returns, it will not only be Long Zhonghua's death, it will also be the day you die. No, it won't be that long. I don't need to go to the heavens to deal with you. I will end you soon. Qing Emperor snorted coldly, turned around, and quickly flew towards the south. All around, the people who were kneeling on the ground couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. Long Zhonghua was in a good mood at this moment. Guhai took a deep breath and said solemnly, Daqianxing, you have stayed at home for 3 years. I hope you won't be disappointed. Long Zhonghua lowered his head and looked at Guhai. Long Zhonghua didn't feel that Guhai's luck was very good in the first human Dao mystic realm. Long Zhonghua already felt something when he was with Ho Qing in the netherworld. Now Long Zhonghua was a bit surprised by Gu Hai. He waved his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blue gust of wind formed, enveloping him and Gu Hai. Long Wanqing wanted to interfere, but Gu Hai shook his head and stopped Long Wanqing. Whoosh! Suddenly, Gu Hai seemed to have disappeared on the spot. Inexplicably, the world in front of them changed. It was still the peak of a mountain. The two of them looked at the setting sun in the distance. The Emperor of the Great Qin dynasty? You have already obtained the Azura Dao mystic realm, yet you summon me here alone. Is it because? Gu Hai revealed a trace of confusion. Gu Hai, how did you find the Azura Path mystic realm? And twice. Long Zhonghua stared at Gu Hai and said in a deep voice. What? The first time, it was the unborn man who found the entrance to the netherworld. This time it was left behind by His Holiness in the past. Gu Hai explained the process of how he found it. No, that's not right. Long Zhonghua suddenly narrowed his eyes. It's just a coincidence. No, it's not a coincidence. Maybe it's inevitable. Long Zhonghua said with his eyes wide open. Inevitable? Daqianxing, you must be joking. Gu Hai shook his head. If I say it's inevitable, there must be a reason. Why can't others find it? But you can find it? Long Zhonghua said in a deep voice. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. What should he say? If I'm not wrong, you have a great opportunity with the 6 paths of reincarnation. That's why you can find it again and again. No, if I'm not wrong, you should be able to find the 3rd reincarnation realm soon. Long Zhonghua said with his eyes wide open. How is that possible? Gu Hai was shocked. It was already a great opportunity to find the human path realm and Azura realm. How could he find it again? Since I said so, I naturally have my reasons. There are 5 cultivators in the world. Longevity, fortune, divine literature, and spirits. Longevity, the master of longevity. Luck, the emperor and the leader of the faction. God, the leader of the monster race. Literature, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Spiritualists, everyone thinks that they cultivate and absorb spiritual energy. Actually, that's not the case. Spiritualists are the most unpredictable. They are also known as spiritual light. They can be connected to life, fate, and the future. They can be used to gather opportunities. 800,000 years ago, there were many people who were born with spiritual light. They had some magical abilities. This gathering opportunities is a special ability that a spiritual light cultivator has. Of course, I heard that there were cultivation techniques that specialized in spiritual light. Unfortunately, I have never seen it. I heard that the 6 paths had a spiritual light cultivation technique that was nurtured by heaven and earth. Long Zhonghua said in a deep voice. Spiritual light? Gu Hai revealed a hint of surprise. That's right. Did you think that the 6 paths immortal had just collected the law of Wendao? No, the first thing he did when he succeeded in seizing the heavens was to collect all the law of spirit in the world. Cultivating spirit? Haha, no one in the world can cultivate spirit. He was so careful, it shows how powerful this spirit is. Long Zhonghua sneered. There is no law of spirit in the world? What? Gu Hai looked at Long Zhonghua in surprise. Did you forget what I said just now? Indeed, there is no law of spirit in the world and no spiritual light cultivator. But spirit is too magical. It can be connected to the future and can be used to pass through. Maybe the spiritual light on your body came from the future or from the past. It passed through time and space and attached itself to your body. Therefore you have spiritual light. And your spiritual light is a great opportunity in the samsara mystic realm. Long Zhonghua said in a deep voice. It can't be? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. It can't be? No, it can't be. You are not the only one who has spiritual light that can pass through the past, present, and future. I also have a spiritual light. It's just that the world doesn't know. This is also the reason why I can think that you also have a spiritual light. Long Zhonghua said in a deep voice. Gu Hai was silent for a while. But he had a cultivation technique called the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth. Was it because of the cultivation technique, or was it because of the spiritual light? You helped me find the Azura mystic realm and I owe you a favor. Now, apart from what I told you in the past, do your best to find the other 4 samsara mystic realms. Once you find them, inform me immediately. Don't make me wait another 3 years to avoid any accidents. I can promise you that I only want the samsara mystic realm. Everything within the samsara mystic realm can be given to you. Even if there is a new immortal firmament inside, I won't be greedy, Long Zhonghua said with incomparable certainty. Oh, okay. Gu Hai nodded. From the start of the human Dao mystic realm, Gu Hai had already stood on the opposite side of Immortal Six Daos. Naturally, he was on the same side as Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua's request was immediately accepted by Gu Hai. Good. Long Zhanghua was satisfied. Daiqianxing, I've always been curious. Last time you brought me here. Didn't I? Gu Hai looked around. The two of them stood at the peak of the mountain watching the sun set. You guessed it? Ah, that's right. This is my immortal firmament, so you don't have to worry about anyone hearing you. Continue searching. If you can find the third samsara mystic realm for me, I can show you everything within the immortal firmament. Long Zhanghua smiled. I'll do my best. I hope I really do have that insight. Gu Hai bitterly smiled. Don't worry, you definitely have it. Samsara mystic realm? In 800,000 years, you should be the only person who can step on two samsara mystic realms together. How could it not be a fortuitous opportunity? Long Zhanghua laughed. I hope so. Gu Hai bitterly smiled. Long Zhanghua nodded. Have you chosen the list of people? Yes, the list of people should be done. It's in Mo Yike's hands. Gu Hai nodded. When I return, I'll send them here immediately. Long Zhanghua smiled. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Thank you? There's no need for that. I owe you a lot. However, the sixth Dao will awaken in a few decades. I don't want to give you too much so as not to destroy your fighting spirit. Take care of yourself. Long Zhanghua said. Long Zhanghua stretched out his hand as he spoke. Whoosh. Suddenly, the world in front of the two of them changed. They returned to the square. The blue wind dissipated, revealing the two of them. Congratulations to His Holiness for obtaining another Azura mystic realm. Bai Mingshou laughed excitedly. Greetings, Daiqianxing. The surrounding people bowed slightly to Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua nodded and waved his sleeves. Bai Mingshou, follow me back to the imperial court. Yes. Bai Mingshou replied. Boom. The two of them suddenly turned into a ray of light and shot towards the north. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. While the crowd was shocked by Long Zhanghua's departure, Gu Hai and Long Wanqing looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with tenderness. Chapter 639. Heavenly Court City. The news of Long Zhanghua's return from the Infinite Celestial Capital instantly spread throughout the city. In the Infinite Celestial Capital, His Holiness once again obtained the Azura Realm Mystic Realm. The entire imperial court was shocked in an instant. The residences of the three crown princes and the Grand Tutor were instantly filled with people, as if they were discussing the Azura Realm Mystic Realm. Unfortunately, Bai Mingshou was instructed by Long Zhanghua to only reveal a little. He did not mention anything else, causing the officials to be confused for a moment. Long Wanyu's residence. My sister is alive? Really? Long Wanyu looked at Mo Yike excitedly. Mo Yike nodded and said with a smile, just now the Emperor sent a message saying that Long Wanyu is alive. She's now in the Infinite Celestial Capital. Really? I want to see my sister. I'll go find the old man. Long Wanyu said excitedly. I want to see Daiqianxing too. Mo Yike looked at Long Wanyu. Come with me. The two of them rushed straight to the study. At this moment, no one dared to stop Mo Yike. Soon the two of them arrived at the study. His Holiness knows that the princess and Mr. Mo are coming, so he asked you to go in directly. The guard said respectfully. Long Wanyu immediately jumped in. Long Zhanghua looked as if nothing had happened and was reviewing memorials. Old man, why didn't you tell me that my sister is alive? I want to see my sister. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Long Zhanghua looked up at Long Wanyu. Then he looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike of the Han Dynasty greets His Holiness Daiqianxing. Mo Yike bowed slightly. Mo Yike, Gu Hai said that you've already drafted the list? Long Zhanghua said in a low voice. Yes. This time, the Emperor and I discussed and finally decided on 4 people below the Marquis rank. Mo Yike said solemnly. Long Zhanghua showed a hint of curiosity. First, former Crown Prince of the Dragon Tribe Ao Shun. Second, son of Da's Grand Tutor, Sima Changkong. Third, grandson of Daiqianxing Long Outyen. Fourth, grandson of Daiqianxing Long Sanqian. Ao Shun, Sima Changkong Long Outyen and Long Sanqian? Long Zhanghua was slightly surprised. Yes. Mo Yike nodded. Long Zhanghua thought for a while and finally nodded. Thank you, Daqianxing. Mo Yike said with a smile. Old man, what about me? Long Wanyu said anxiously. You? Sima Changkong is now in the south. Ao Shun, Long Outyin, and Long Sanqian are still in the heavenly court. When the time comes, let them escort you to the limitless celestial capital. Long Zhonghua nodded. Ah, old man, you're easy to talk to now. Long Wanyu said happily. Long Zhonghua smiled. Mo Yike, are you going back with me? Long Zhonghua looked at Mo Yike again. No, the emperor asked me to stay in the heavenly court temporarily and be in charge of expanding the first-class hall. I hope Daqianxing doesn't mind. Mo Yike shook his head. Long Zhonghua looked at Mo Yike and seemed to have guessed Gu Hai's plan, but he did not expose it. If you have any problems in the future, look for Yi Shenzhen directly. He will do his best to help you. Long Zhonghua said calmly. Mo Yike was slightly stunned then nodded. Thank you, Daqianxing. Heavenly Stellar City. Ao Tianhuang and Ao Shun sat together and looked at Daqianxing's imperial edict. Father, His Holiness's imperial edict is? Ao Shun looked at the imperial edict with a frown. Let you enter the first-class hall? Listen to Gu Hai's orders? Do you feel that you're being neglected? Ao Tianhuang looked at Ao Shun. No. Although Gu Hai's cultivation is weak, he is an extremely strong person. He has a unique method that this child admires greatly. In the past, this child was once his prisoner. Now that I am his subordinate, this child is not so proud and arrogant. However, I don't understand. Why is His Holiness like this? Why does he trust Gu Hai so much? Gu Hai is the emperor of Dahan after all, not my Dechen courtier. Ao Shun said with a frown. Ao Tianhuang shook his head. You must remember my words. Oh. This is a great opportunity. You must make good use of it. Ao Tianhuang said with a serious look in his eyes. What? You don't need to know too much. It's not good for you to know too much. If the North Sea Dragon tribe can survive the calamity of 60 years, these are not important. If we can't, I hope you can leave a way out for the North Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Tianhuang took a deep breath. Father? Ao Shun's expression changed. Ao Tianhuang immediately raised his hand and stopped Ao Shun from speaking. Don't ask anything. I don't know about the future. You don't need to know too much. In the future you should ask Gu Hai. Ao Tianhuang shook his head. Ao Shun had a complicated expression and finally nodded. Yes. Tianyang City. Crown Prince Long Xinying's residence. I'm not going? I am Ao Tianho. Join the first-class hall? Listen to Gu Hai's orders? Are you kidding me? Long Outyin suddenly glared at Yi Shenzhen, who was issuing the imperial edict. Yi Shenzhen narrowed his eyes. Before he could speak, an angry roar came from outside the door. How dare you? An angry roar rushed toward Long Outyin. Greetings, Crown Prince. The subordinates in the residence immediately knelt down. Long Xining had returned and slowly walked to Long Outyin. Lord Yi, please forgive my son for being rude. And why Long Xining said solemnly. I don't mind, but His Holiness is carrying the imperial edict. Yi Shenzhen said with a wry smile. Father, look, His Holiness wants me to listen to Gu Hai's orders? What? Long Outyin shouted in dissatisfaction. Long Xining glared at him and a cold aura burst out from his eyes. Long Outyen's face suddenly stiffened and his voice became softer. Lord Yi, this king accepted the imperial edict on behalf of Ao Tian. His Holiness said that it is a heavenly decree. Ao Tian was just excited. Long Xining said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble King Xining? Yi Shenzhen said with a smile. Long Xining nodded and sent off Yi Shenzhen. Holding the imperial edict, Long Xining looked coldly at his son. Father, I don't want to go. Who is that Gu Hai? He only knows how to play tricks. How can I be his subordinate? Long Outyin said with a face full of dissatisfaction. Fool. Long Xining glared. Ah. Long Outyin was confused. I want to plant spies around Gu Hai, but I don't have the chance. Now, such a good opportunity is in front of you and you want to throw it away like a worn-out shoe? Ao Tian, when you fooled around in the past, I let you do as you please. But this time if you dare to fool around, I will break your legs. Long Xining glared. Father, I am your son. Long Outyin said anxiously. Long Xinying's eyes were cold. When he saw this, Long Outyin couldn't help but tremble. Long Outyin was sure that there was no emotion in his father's eyes. There was only an order. Yes. Long Outyin nodded helplessly. Takashi Ryushin's residence. Long Sanqian was standing in Takashi Ryushin's study. Father, don't worry. This child will definitely help Gu Hai during this trip to the infinite celestial capital. Long Sanqian said with a smile. Takashi Ryushin stared at Long Sanqian for a while. 3,000. I know that you obtained a great inheritance in the past. It should be old man Guanqi's, right? Takashi Ryushin said indifferently. Oh, father knows? Long Sanqian raised an eyebrow. Although my original body is not here, I am not blind. You chose your own path and I will not stop you. But you have to do something for me. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Please tell me, father. Long Outyin will accompany you. Do your best to investigate his background. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Long Outyin? Father, Long Outyin is stubborn and self-opinionated. Although he had a fortuitous encounter, it is difficult for him to achieve anything. What? Just investigate properly and don't ask so many questions. Perhaps you will know when you find out. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Yes. 3 days later. Ao Shun, Dragon God Ing, Long Sanqian, and Long Wanyu stepped out of the heavenly court and headed for the limitless celestial capital. Sima Changkong, who had already arrived at Silver Moon City, also received Long Zhanghua's imperial edict and immediately headed for the limitless celestial capital. Limitless celestial capital. After Long Zhanghua left, the previous forbidden area was naturally exposed. Fortunately, everything inside had disappeared. Only 1 million people were sitting cross-legged. Among these 1 million people there were officials of the Dahan, soldiers of the Dahan, and countless masked people in black robes. Your Majesty, we will take our leave. A group of people in black robes said respectfully. Gu Hai nodded. Immediately, the first batch of people in black robes left the limitless celestial capital. After leaving the limitless celestial capital, they quickly hid in the forest and disappeared. No one knew who these people in black robes were, not even those who had been killing in the Azura realm for the past 3 years. The remaining people. Montez led a large number of embroidered uniform guards and retreated respectfully. Gao Xinji and Chen Tianshan led a group of soldiers and quickly retreated. Gu Qin led countless officials and retreated one after another. Gu Hai had already arranged for the unborn man to stay at the Longevity Temple. At Gu Hai's command, a guard immediately led the unborn man away. The unborn man glanced at Long Wanqing, but didn't say anything. Now Long Wanqing only had eyes for Gu Hai. From today onwards, my wife, Long Wanqing, will be the Empress of the Han Dynasty. Gu Hai looked at the surrounding officials and said solemnly. Greetings to the Empress. Long live the Empress. Countless officials bowed respectfully. Han Dynasty? Long Wanqing raised her head and looked at the sea of providence clouds in the sky. Gu Hai, I knew you would definitely soar into the sky. Long Wanqing looked gently at Gu Hai. Wanqing, let's go back to the harem first. I will tell you everything that has happened in the past few years. Gu Hai said gently. Long Wanqing nodded. Long Wanqing didn't reject Gu Hai's decision to make her the Empress. After all, their relationship had already transcended life and death. It was natural for her to be the Empress. Long Wanqing was also quite happy. Gu Hai brought Long Wanqing back to the harem. In the limitless celestial capital, countless officials suddenly trembled and instantly became diligent. 3 years ago, countless of the emperor's trusted officials suddenly disappeared. Many other officials even caused some disturbances. They originally thought that they would be able to fill the vacant positions. Unexpectedly, this group of the emperor's trusted aides had always been in the limitless celestial capital. Moreover, when they returned, they looked completely different. Many officials looked at them and felt fear in their hearts. After following the emperor in seclusion for 3 years, they became incomparably powerful. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.